You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois. Tuesday night, 11:30 p.m., July 25th, 2023. We're here with Gregg.
Thanks for having me on your channel.
And today we're playing Mythos Tales Case 4, The Slumbering Solace. Now, Gregg, I haven't told Gregg this yet.
Oh, boy.
This series is notoriously full of bugs. We haven't had too many, but I'm told that this case is filled with bugs. Filled with bugs.
Welcome to Go True. We're doing case number 5.
No, case 4.
Whatever. Oh, my God.
But Gregg does like Cthulhu, H.P. Lovecraft, so that's why he's in. He said we should play this, so we're playing it. And it has a new mechanic that I'm curious about, like a dreaming mechanic.
Oh, really? Okay, because, Lovecraft is own. Of course, Cthulhu is the most famous part of Lovecraft. Lovecraft's adventures and stuff. But, very little is made really of the dream cycle.
Oh, there is a full real dream cycle thing in H.P. Lovecraft.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of them myself. Like those particular stories didn't really resonate with me. But it is interesting to see that they're kind of tapping into that. That's not.
Well, it's the age-old dilemma. No one wants to hear about your dreams. It's not even real life. Like I don't even want to hear about your real life, let alone your dreams. Yeah. Okay, so checking in with the channel.
Yeah, we've got Jonathan Warner. We've got Matt E. Jonathan Warner, of course. We've got Jonathan Warner. He's the pillar, right? And
Jonathan is the OG.
He's doing his book club. He's got some link in there for anybody that wants to join that.
I should say, we are reading a book in Jonathan's book club that is one of my it's one of my favorite little mystery stories I've ever read. It's amazing.
That's awesome.
It's called The Case of the Poisoned Chocolate. It's famous from 1929. It's like an Agatha Christie, but there's like 5 detectives, and they all take turns giving theories about this one case and knocking each other's theories down. It's really fun.
You never really see there's always like that. My God, I can't say the name now. Say that, please.
Just Gregg has a full day of work before this. I just wake up and get on the camera, and I'm all
you got like Sherlock Holmes, you got Columbo,
canon of
all
people.
These people, and but there's always ever only just one of them. There's never like a competing.
I believe there are a couple of interesting movies that's tried to mash them up. Does anyone know any of those? I can't remember any offhand, but there are a couple of movies that try to mash up the two detectives. So, but before you switch to that, I wanted to say, I've set up a couple different camera angles for the two of us now, and we're going to try one of them here with the chat. So here we are both. It may take us a little while to get used to being in our frame, but here we go. Let's see. Anna's here and Tina.
Anna was the powerhouse last time we did.
Anna is our top detective.
And
Not
Tina,
for these games,
always great to see you, and Tina. She's not going to be able to watch too well today. That's unfortunate, but thanks for seeing us off. That's what I do every now and again. I just come on to give you like a little, smash the bottle on.
You've got another H.P. Lovecraft shirt.
I'm running out. I'm really starting to.
What are those creatures called? They're the water creatures, right?
The deep ones. Yeah,
that's right.
If I was a deep one, you can look that up on YouTube. It's a fun little holiday song. So shall we?
Yeah. Okay. Slumbering Solace.
I can't believe you did this to me. By the way.
The game did it to you. We have to play case 4.
This is like this is like.
I don't have any choice.
I was at work yesterday or the day before or something, and there was a nurse walking in the hallway, and I said, she looked like she needed some help. And I said, "Do you need some help with something?" And she said, "Can you badge into the scrubs room?" And I was on a floor. I do usually. I'm like, oh, I've never heard of this room before. I'm like, but I'm happy to help you. And she says, "It's up here." And so we walk a little ways, and she says, like, "Here," and I take my badge, and I go. And just before I click it, I say, wait a second. That says women's locker room. I'm like, I'm not badging into that. You did the old switcheroo, and that's kind of like what you did to me
Maybe
here.
Maybe wanted to get you fired. like when they look you up in the records. This is like
the Slumbering Solace bug-filled.
Well, we have to. It's not like we can skip case 4.
No, can't you?
I don't know. All right, Slumbering Solace. Now, who wrote this one? Remember, each of these are written by different people. Mythos Tales from 2016. So this is Hal Eccles, and
they're the last one we did, which was The King Cometh.
That's right. Hal Eccles is the main guy who was responsible for this whole book. So I guess he thought, I don't have to proofread this stuff.
Huh, that's interesting.
Okay, Armitage witnesses a bizarre ritual performed live. Oh no, that was The King Cometh.
Yeah, that's when we did last time, which was a mixed bag. So
I
I'm
liked
hoping,
it. I like the atmosphere.
I thought the
theme.
Flesh and Blood one was better, and they don't seem to have done another one on here.
No,
That's
they
really
just
all I've
did the
got on
one.
the system. So.
Okay, so Slumbering Solace.
Hmm.
It's just the guy sleeping, I guess. What is he working?
He's dreaming, obviously.
Well, he's got a gun by his bedside. Do you see that?
That's not going to help you in the... Oh, does he awake? He looks like a little bit like he's awake.
Yeah, I can't tell.
All right, and there's some... That's an ear, for
Whoa,
sure.
that's
Someone
a
is
person?
watching. Yep.
That's pretty creepy.
Yeah.
Okay, September 13th, 1929. Can you find us the newspaper for that? Anything else we need to start catch up on? I did my 8.5-hour Gen Con marathon. It was pretty rough. But if you're interested in, if you need help going to sleep,
it's interesting.
This whole channel is about helping people sleep.
It's interesting that you say it like that. Like you're like, it's pretty rough. What is it? What is it? Why is it rough, Jesse?
That means like if you watch by the 5-hour mark, I'm like slurring words. I can't fully.
So you couldn't could have split it up maybe a little bit.
I probably should have split
Maybe
it up.
next year you can do
I
a little
probably
split.
should have split. Are you found our
You
newspaper?
getting excited though? Are you excited about Gen Con?
I don't really get excited about things like that, but once I'm there, I'll enjoy it.
Anybody in the chat going to Gen Con? I'm not.
I keep asking them. I tell them, come up to me especially when I'm with my friends.
Matt E says he watched almost the whole thing. Shall we?
Mm-hmm.
So we need
All right.
little cubes there, right?
If you're reading this whole, yeah, I
okay.
guess you do. If you probably can.
You're gonna go for it or you going?
No, you do it.
All right, we've got the dreaming rule. For the duration of Investigation 4, Armitage will supply players with a bottle of Nocturne to access Dream Arkham located within the Dreamlands. Players may take the potion at any time. You think this is an over-the-counter Nocturne? Is
Over-the-counter.
Take the potion at any time and as many times as desired
Wow,
by
that's
simply declaring
weird.
they are taking it, and even immediately upon waking. However, be aware that taking Nocturne too many times may have a debilitating effect.
Wow, that's
Interesting
weird.
because so far there hasn't been a lot of like interaction in that way. It's mainly been reading, but there have been a few times when we've really debated about whether or not to go into a room or not.
It's true. I mean, they really
the
did.
time was a little bit, but this is really...
They tried to add new mechanics to this game. They absolutely
So
did.
this is very interesting to me to see how this plays out. I really like in the... I think I mentioned maybe even on the last time we did one of these with the lurker at the lurker in darkness, lurker threshold, or whatever they call it in the original Arkham or Arkham Second Edition or whatever, where you would give some power, like give up some, like you would get some power, but every time you took like power, you would get some kind of this corruption where it would just, you'd be sort of accessing this, this making this demonic pact.
You make a little trade-off.
Yeah, and essentially it just is, and I'm like that mechanism sounds so interesting to me. So kind of curious how this.
You like the idea of trading off.
Well, it's
getting
interesting in
cursed.
the game sense. I'm not going to do that in my real life, of course. When I'm not taking any Nocturne during this stream. When players decide that they are ready to enter Dream Arkham, turn to the first page of the Dream Arkham Dreaming section of this investigation and read the introduction. As with a normal investigation, each location has a reference number on the standard map as well as in the directory, and plus players can move around Dream Arkham, discovering clues to unravel the mystery.
So you dream, but you still move around the map, but now you're in Dream World moving around. That's pretty cool.
So is there a section, like a separate section? Like
it's a separate section of this booklet. So like if we go to a place, instead of looking up in the main section, we'll look in the dream section.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, that's pretty
Yeah.
Dream and waking locations that corresponded to each other, dream and waking versions of the same location, will count as a single location. In this way, you may read both without adding to the number of locations visited.
Okay. Because remember, there's time moving along.
That, but does that mean if you go there once in the dream world, then later or does it just give you the full information?
If you go to a place while you're awake, and then when you're dreaming, you can go there for free.
I see. Or vice versa.
A
little not quite clear, but that does
vice versa.
Seem to be the best reading it. Tracking time. Each time players travel with it, both Dream and Waking Arkham, they must advance one space on the time track. However, some encounters in Dream Arkham will end with the command that players must wake up, often followed with an additional time penalty.
Ouch.
Be careful when reaching... Well, we played really fast.
Okay, do you see the red light come on? That means they want us to pay attention to something.
Let's see.
John says, very nice to now see Gregg and yourself while we're reading.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. Adding the number of locations. Each time players travel with both the Dream and Waking Arkham, they must wake up. Be careful when reaching the end of your allotted time on the tracker. A wake-up command in Dream Arkham may push you beyond your allotted time of day 6 afternoon. That's really
No, we have a limit, but if we wake up and we pay a penalty, the case may be over before we even realized it. But we play a little fast and loose with the time.
Okay. Players visit locations in Dream Arkham using the same map for Waking Arkham. Dream Arkham is very different from the Waking world, though, and things are not only as straightforward as they seem. The residents of Arkham have shaped the dreamscape to their liking. Okay, that's pretty interesting. Despite this, locations remain fixed, and if a location has no corresponding entry in this investigation book, it is not pertinent to this investigation as per normal rules. Okay.
But notice this rule, which is an unusual rule.
Players may continue dreaming and visit any number of locations in a
Hold on, before you read that, up above that, it says if you go to a place and it's not there, you're supposed to still eat up the time, which I really don't like.
But that's the same as the rule in the other.
Not in Sherlock Holmes.
If you go there, sure.
If you go there and there's no entry, I don't think you pay a penalty.
Okay. Players may continue dreaming and visit any number of locations, and if players decide to wake, which players may do at any time, or when the players are instructed by the encounter to wake. If players are given items in Dream Arkham, they will mysteriously still be in their possession when players awaken.
Okay.
Text instructing you to wake up is integrated into the Dream Arkham encounters.
Okay.
They start on page 75.
Okay.
Do you want to show me? Is there
I can mark a separate mark. You got, you have a little.
There's a bookmark.
Here, give me.
I just created.
Give me one of those Post-its. That'll be a little bit easier.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, 75.
Yeah. Okay. And Armitage speculates. I'm not sure what surprise. Do you want to do your old man voice?
Armitage speculates. I'm not sure what surprises may be in store, so I'm hesitant to make a prediction on how quickly this matter can be resolved. However, we do not have long before this evil escapes Dream Arkham. You have until day 6 afternoon. I'm relying on you. All right, so I'm going to mark this. This will be the last time we ever use this, as Greg likes to say.
Completely useless.
It is pretty cool, though, with this magnet.
Check in real fast with the chat. It's my little job here. Dispamonite.
Hard to say that.
Dispamonite. I'm going on a different trip that weekend. Oh, for Gen Con, I'm assuming. And Tina says, now that you're a developer of a game, you should be more lenient with bugs. So that's true. Well, that could come back and haunt you, really, right?
It's another good reason to play this, though, because we're seeing how this system can try different mechanics. We'll see if any of these we want to steal.
Didn't you see when you were doing that Gen Con thing, there was some game that was completely about, it was like either a complete rip-off of
We did notice that. Micro.
Yeah.
I suspect they licensed it for them. I didn't check into it.
I would doubt
it's definitely a family. Did you see how it's family? It's like it's a mat for kids to lie on. You don't think they licensed it? Maybe not.
From point from the
that's all right.
From the game here, but it is interesting that there was some kind of judge ruling. This is years ago, like within the past 10 years, that you cannot copyright mechanisms in games, but you can copyright the stories and the the theme. And so that's why when you go, like we were in bed or Home Goods or something the other day, and it was like, there was like 4 different kinds of Jenga, and none of them called Jenga.
I see. You might be right, especially since Macro stole from the whole Where's Waldo type stuff. Not stole, but yeah. Macro is pretty amazing idea.
Thinus? I'm not quite sure how to pronounce that. Hello, everyone. Did you miss much? No, we're still screwing around. We've gotten not very far at all. And Tina fell asleep in the middle. And
of the Gen Con. Greg pays more attention to you guys.
Well, they're in here. We're all doing this together. All
right, so before we read the introduction, though, we should take a look at what the FAQ says.
What does this mean? See you both in the stream.
You've scrolled up. What happened? I don't know. I messed up. It's got old.
Okay. Well, I'm just nervous that means like we're not broadcasting or something.
I don't actually. That's Jonathan. I don't know. Okay. I don't know why Jonathan said.
And Tina, we've not played. She's commented on the Arkham LCG. We've not gotten that far. We were left in the.
I'm ready to play some more. You told me about the new case that's coming up. But the Snake People. That's the one that's
where we left off. With no spoiler.
I can't tell you the story, Greg.
Hello,
Greg,
Colby. Nice to see you.
But before there was Purgatory, there was the snakes.
It was the snakes. And Jonathan is just saying, okay, well, you made us nervous there for a second, Jonathan.
Okay.
So this is the bug.
Okay, let me just read you what this says here. Case 4. This is the FAQ and errata. Look at this. Unfortunately, case 4 is full of bugs and errors. As is, the introduction already has some key information missing, without which starting the scenario will be, or at least feel like, taking a stab in the dark. If you follow the instructions provided here carefully, you will get the most out of the scenario. There are 2 important bits missing from the rules page.
Before you read that. So we've had, well, I don't really think we should do this, but I do think it's worth considering for a moment.
Okay.
And that's the fact that, like, you know, like Jonathan, I think we were kind of on the same page with this last time. Our thoughts of how the mission went. I think we tended to try to avoid going like to certain locations because we wanted to have a more enjoyable investigation.
That's right.
And I wonder if this is almost like if you're missing those pieces of information and you start your investigation without them, like,
should we not read? You want to not skip it?
I don't think
I am totally open
that's
to.
a very good way to destroy the next 4 hours, by the way. Like, is to miss one thing that would be essential, right?
Yeah.
But I do think it's kind of an interesting thought to think about the fact that, like, you know, you could sort of handicap.
It's a great question when you deal with like errata or FAQs. Like, you have to trust the person writing that to not spoil it. All right, but I think we should read this rules thing. Okay, so it says 2 important bits missing from the rules. You will have to count how often we take Nocturne so that we can get punished when we finish the case. All right, so let's make sure we do that.
So it seems like we should probably, this is just, you know, a little bit of deduction, but it seems like they give you the rules that you can stay in the dream state. So it seems like we were just playing recently the latest 2400 of Chronicles of Crime 2400, and you can go online in that.
That's right, kind of similar.
And you know, we would try to save those up to go in online all at once and do those things.
Except there's one thing.
Similar.
There's one thing different here. You don't get penalized. It doesn't take you time to go into Dreamworld or come out, so you don't have to save up.
Nocturne.
Oh, you're using more Nocturne. You're absolutely right.
So we should consider that when deciding where to go. We should probably try to err on the side of not taking on Nocturne.
Try to take it less time.
You know, like do all the dream. You know, like, I'm not going to store 100 times here, you know, like just give
What's that from?
I just said it. Like, I'm not going to milk, and I'm not going to go back for toilet paper, and I'm going to go back and get cheese sticks. We're making one trip to the Dreamland. That's
okay, here's the second rule. Whenever a player enters Dream Arkham at a location in Arkham or returns, this change of situation will not move the time marker, except when a location tells you to move it. This means you can visit the same location.
Yeah, this is essentially what they told us already.
It is, but I think he's saying that, like, if you jump out, then you automatically are at that place, so you can read that other place. This last place is basically an interpretation of what is provided in the rules, based on the fact that you will most likely not be able to play this case adequately if this were not part of the rules. So it's basically saying...
That goes completely against the strategy of taking Nocturne one time and going through a bunch, because this seems like you're supposed to take Nocturne, visit the location, pop out, see what's going on in the real world.
Well, I still think your thing holds about not wanting to take it too many times, but it does mean we get one extra free lead if we move back and forth in a place we haven't been.
I mean, we'll have to see.
But we don't pay that way. We're loose and fast about the time, so maybe it doesn't matter. Okay. When you read or listen to the introduction, you'll find that a note is mentioned, but what is written on the note is missing in the text. Use this as text of the note. Yes, I read that somewhere.
Okay.
So here is we're not going to read this yet, but we will read it when we do it. The name of the priest of First Presbyterian Church, Father Murtaugh, is sometimes spelled wrongly. Okay. There are a few problems with names and locations. Read the information below only when you are at the pertaining location or have trouble locating it. Beware of -4. Okay, so if we can't find someplace, we'll go there and look. There's a whole. I know. But we're okay. We're just gonna try our best, and we're not gonna spend extra hours worrying about it.
Okay.
All right. So read.
Shall we?
Slumbering Solace. There's the thing. Oh, look at that. There he is sitting in a chair.
And Tina's Forgotten Age. That's the one. I remember you were excited. You played through a bunch of these. That's pretty cool. And then Thynus. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Mm-hmm.
This dream world, real world mechanism really does seem cool. Depends on how it plays out, though. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to find out, whether that's... All
right, let's read this introduction here.
You want to do it?
You can go for it.
You double check the crumbled note in your hand, perplexed that Armitage should summon you to an unfamiliar address. The note from the professor combined with his usual urgency with a distinct lack of detail, and you have been on edge the past week. With a sigh, you lift the large brass knocker on the door of the West Sultanstall home. Your jaw drops in astonishment as the door is pulled open by the celebrated occultist, Pascal Fenton.
He's one of our allies.
Yeah, and he does not like Armitage.
No, that's right, he doesn't.
Oh, don't just stand there with your mouth open. We have work to do. As he spins on his heel and heads into the house. You manage to regain your composure and follow him. He leads you into the master bedroom where your eye is immediately drawn to a grand four-poster bed in which lies an elderly woman. From a chair beside the bed, Professor Armitage stands addressing the occultist. She's gone, Pascal. Such a shame. Sophie was one of a kind. I can't believe you brought in outside help, Henry. Pascal snarls, referring to you. We can handle this. We don't need amateurs muddying the water. Armitage wheels on him with uncharacteristic anger. This is neither the time nor the place. We have to fix things quickly. So make your way and buy us some time. We'll handle this end. The occultist smiles, breaking the tension. Well, I can't say lie down will do me any harm. Just make sure you... Whoa. Don't look. Don't look.
Just make sure you get it right.
Pascal walks across the hall and into an adjoining bedroom and slams the door. Armitage says, sorry about him. You know how he gets. That I think I'm doing the guy's voice now.
That's hard to keep track. I know. I do the same thing.
You know how he gets? That dearly departed lady lying there is Miss Sophie Lillibridge, one of Massachusetts' rare watercolorist talents. She was a witch and one of the principal dreamers of Arkham. He lets the sentence hang, allowing you a moment to digest the information. A shadow has descended over Dream Arkham, and Sophie was on the verge of uncovering it. Do you understand what I mean when I speak of the Dreamlands? Unsure, you nod your head. You know only a little on the subject. Armitage gestures to a small pile of papers on her nightstand. Her notes indicated she was following the trail of a powerful 17th century witch by the name of Olathe Andrews. This foul creature managed to cheat death by existing in the dream reality, but her power has grown exponentially. Now she is in a position to threaten our reality. That is something that neither I nor Pascal will allow. Look through Sophie's notes. We must find out where Olathe is hiding and undo her evil. You must contact the other principal dream architects and tell them of the danger. I will eventually need their assistance. The list is complete. But unfortunately dreamers are a secretive bunch. The names by which they are known in the Dreamlands are all we have to go on, apart from the scraps Sophie has already pieced together. Pascal, Sophie, and I will do our best to hold back the tide until our strength is gathered. You will need to find out their real names. Okay, so we have, essentially, we've got Sophie, who is a witch, good witch.
She's dead.
She's dead. Oh, she's dead. Could have said it a little more delicately. She's laying right here. So Sophie's dead. She's going in the Dreamland trying to fight Olathe, the evil witch.
17th century witch.
Trying to take over Arkham. We have other dreamers who we know they're avatars, basically, or they're...
That's right. It's very much like virtual world.
Yeah, but we don't know, in fact, who they are. So he's tasked us with find where this evil witch is hiding.
Find her where she's hiding. Undo her evil.
And figure
the way we're going to do that is contact the other dream architects.
And find out their real identity.
That's right. Okay.
Okay. So
and then here are their names in her notes.
Okay. The dream architects: janitor, occultist, musician, historian, librarian, artist. What does that say? An artist? What is this? I guess Armitage is a doctor, so his handwriting is down.
Yeah, that's not very helpful, is it? I'm going to write down these names. So we have a janitor, occultist.
I would say it looks H-E.
I agree. That looks like an H.
That'll be interesting, actually, if we have...
This really is a little bit like the 2400 Chronicles of Crime.
Jonathan Warner has an interesting point here. He says, someone probably already said it, but all the bugs helps to simulate the madness.
That's true. That is a very good way to look at it.
And Anna says, a witch hunt. Great. Come on, Anna. You're not wanting to go on hunting some witches?
All right, can you read me the names? E. Smith is the janitor.
Yep. E. Smith is the janitor. P.F. is the occultist.
P.F. Okay.
D.R. is the musician.
DR. Okay.
Wilma S is the historian.
Okay.
Henry A is the librarian.
That's Henry Armitage.
Oh, yeah, that's interesting. Oh, and Pascal Occultus is, of course, Pascal Fenton. So we know,
PF. Good.
yeah,
Okay.
we know those two already.
Oh, and the artist is, we think it's H.
HE or and then Z something.
L. Looks like Z.L.
Be,
Z.L is the last thing. Z.L.
and that could be an H. That also could be a P. Something P.
Yeah, that's weird. We don't know. Okay. So,
Anna's an artist, so Anna, we might have to have you take some.
is it possible any of them are other allies of ours?
Yeah, that's actually pretty good.
DR. No, we don't have a DR. We have a Wilma. No.
Why don't you read off?
Can't see that.
Why don't you read their initials and I'll look at the screen and
CA, CD, CW,
slow down a little bit.
CH.
Nope.
CD.
Nope.
GM.
Nope.
HA.
Yes. Well, yeah, that's Henry Armitage.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm reading the last name
going,
first,
yeah,
by the way, so I should probably reverse it. SL. LR.
No.
ES.
ES. That's Jenner. What is it?
E. Smith. No. Amelia Sargent.
Now remember, these are not their.
Vincent Sutton.
So that's what's weird because he said they're not their real names necessarily.
Oh, that's kind of weird.
So we said they're not their real names, but
yeah, maybe some of them use their real names. That is kind of weird. You're right. Okay, but there's more.
Oh, but wait, there's more. There's also a receipt for a safety deposit box at the First Bank of Arkham, as well as a note that reads, "He sees your bemused expression. Don't worry, it will all become clear. Sophie may be dead in her physical form, but her consciousness will live on until it is time for her to pass over."
I see. She's still walking around.
So she's hanging around in the dreamland.
Dreamland, yeah.
Like so. It's like that's a helpful ally.
Mm-hmm.
Should you need to enter the dream Arkham, a dose of Nocturne is the fastest way there. He hands you a small bottle of viscous liquid. Remember, find out where the cankerous Andrews lurks and come back to me so we can finish her.
So note the first bug.
Hey, what?
There's supposed to be the note text is supposed to be right under this colon, right here.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not the note. Then he tells us some more stuff. So we're missing the note, which we're now going to read.
Also, it seems weird, like there's an evil witch who's like threatening all of reality, and he's describing her as that cankerous, you cankerous murderer.
Okay, so here's the note right there that Sophie has written for us.
"If you miss me, just come and visit me. We can stroll through the park on High Street, or have a nice chat in the shadow of the memorial on campus. I hope you don't let me wait too long." Okay, so
park on High Street. I'm going to try to take better notes this time.
Park
so
on High Street.
Read them.
Shadow of the memorial on campus. You got to write that down. That seems like probably the first place to start.
I think that's not a bad idea, and we can find out what information she has. I hope you don't let me wait too long. But remember, that's your Nocturne. You don't want to use up too much Nocturne.
That's true. That's very true. Okay, let's close this so I don't give it anyway.
This split screen's working.
Yeah, it does work.
My skills at OBS are paying off.
So,
all right, don't spend too much time on the chat. They don't need it. Newspaper.
Oh, me, Sophie. Anna's saying, I thought you were saying, Anna was saying that she was an artist, but she's saying it's me. So Sophie is the watercolor, she's the artist.
Oh.
And Jonathan Warner jumped in to say, good catch.
I see. Could I have another blue,
yeah. So you can talk to a dead woman far out. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
I see. Me,
yeah.
ZL, Sophie L.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense.
Good work there, Anna. Mm-hmm. You're living up to your lead investor, whatever you is that like a thing? Is that like a new thing?
That's what we call when
somebody does.
That's our thing. Although it would be nice to set up a little web page for who has gotten MVP each time. Okay, so we know Henry, we know Pascal.
You know, 3 names.
3 of them. Mm-hmm.
It's ironic that we're doing this Dreamlands one, and yet you've made like some very delicious coffee to drink. Jesse's quite the coffee maker.
Today we're drinking Papua New Guinea from Mad Goat. made with a Hario switch, which is an immersion blender. Looks like a V60. Looks like you would drip it through, but you actually stir it up.
Okay, so I think, yes, you say that we should not take the Nocturne, like that was kind of...
You said, and I agree with you completely.
Okay, so that's our general philosophy. However...
Oh, wait, there's something we missed, yes.
Oh, that's part of
That's the safety deposit box. Yeah, this is part of our initial thing.
So
let's see what it is.
I was going to...
Okay, you want to do your thing?
So I think, like, pretty clearly, unfortunately, that the first place we'd want to go, because we don't really have a strong...
We have no place to go yet.
Correct. Which seems that we should go and talk to Sophie. However...
Well, we got the safety deposit box,
box seems to be pretty good. Let's just for a moment maybe look at where...
You want to find some places? Yeah,
the locations are that she was...
Box 77.
We have that. Did you write that down?
1st of August. I did write them down. Oh, sorry. But I did write them down, yes.
So the bank...
Park on High Street was our first one.
And, before... Wait, let's...
We have the newspaper.
We should do that as well.
Also, I think... What's the date of the paper? September 13th? So just to make sure we understand, the safety deposit box is from 1st of August. So it's a month and a half ago that she got this safety deposit box. Maybe that's pretty recent.
Can you just...
in the history.
Because of the jumping back and forth, what was the safety? Can we just give a little refresher on the safety deposit?
We found in her hand, I believe it was, a receipt for a safety deposit box. And this just told us where it was, First Bank of Arkham, and when she got it and how much it cost.
So what's interesting is also, like, if we go into the Dreamland, she tells us where she is, but I don't know, is that like something like maybe she's...
Well, she gave us 2 places where she is. Now, what was the... we have until... Okay, it's Friday, September... So, in the book comes with these... There's a booklet that the game gives you of these, but someone else made it so you could download and print these out, I believe, or I scanned them. I don't know. Someone made this. Okay. So we can keep track of where we go. So we've got 3 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 15, 16, 17 days, 17 turns.
Yes,
17 turns. And look, you can mark when you've used Nocturne. I don't know, what is this dreaming first visit thing? So someone else prepared these.
Use Nocturne.
The place...
You're dreaming, and this is like first visit, meaning like, have you been there in the real world and not in the dream world?
Huh. Oh, I see. Did you visit in the dream first? Yeah. Okay, it's a little bit weird, but we'll get that.
That might become important. I don't know. Like it might say, like, have you been here before in the dream world? That's interesting to consider. So let's figure this out since you've got this up.
Okay.
Let's figure out where the bank is and then the school is, right?
Yes, good. And I've got little stickers here.
We've got 3
First
Bank of Arkham.
First Bank of Arkham, yeah.
I could probably just look under the F of that, right? This is
should be under F, yeah.
Late them all. I didn't know if they did. D14.
Okay.
So there's up here, there it is, right there.
Okay, let's mark it. Right there. There's our
very far north.
D14. I lost it. D14. Okay.
Good job. Okay. And then the other one was she said she was at the campus.
There's the shadow of the memorial on campus.
Okay, so I'm guessing that's just Miskatonic University.
That's right. That's going to be Miskatonic.
Okay, we've got Miskatonic Athletics, Gentlemen's Club, University, Garage, Valley Savings Bank, Valley Veterans Home, Fanny's Beauty. Well, that's good. Yeah, there's
where is
not a general
University?
Miskatonic. I guess I'll look under universities maybe.
Yeah, find us Miskatonic University.
University. I see. Okay, so here we go. Let's buzz through them real fast. Charles Tyner Science Annex Memorial Bell Tower.
Shadow of the memorial. That's going to be it near the bell tower. C14.
Is that what she said?
She said in the shadow of the memorial.
Well, there might be another. Let's just make sure. Hoyt Administrative Building, Edwards Hall, Steam Plant, Liberal Arts, Loxley Hall, School of Medicine, Science Hall, St. Mary's Teaching Hospital, Warren Library, Statue of Dean Halsey. No, Professor Armitage's office. It does seem like that.
C14.
Yeah.
She didn't. I don't believe she said.
I don't see it. No.
C14.
I don't. I do now.
Huh?
C14.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Okay, and then
there was the Park on High Street.
Park on High Street. Okay, let's try to find High Street.
There might be a listing for parks. You want to look for parks while I look for High Street?
Oh,
You would
that's a
think
good
it might be high up, though.
Hi.
West High Line. High Street?
West High Street.
West High Street. Okay,
Right
and
here.
where's the park? Upton Park.
Yes, that's got to be it.
That's got to be.
Especially since there's a sticker. So this is a little metagaming, but since this is like a bug and there's a sticker here, a bug-ridden thing, like that seems very likely the location. Okay, shall we do this one now?
Yes, let's take a look at the paper.
Do you want to,
Sure.
thought for the day: when you can't sleep and maybe you are someone's dream. That's very interesting.
Okay. Where did you see that? How come I can't
it's
see
up
that?
right up here.
Oh, I see.
Hold on. So, do we know who the newspaper person is?
You mean the newspaper ally?
Yeah, because like if they're writing this in the
He knows
newspaper,
something
that's
about
their
it?
way of saying, "Hey, excuse me, that's me."
The newspaper ally is... Star reporter for the Arkham Advertiser, Donnie Clark.
Would that be the person
It's possible.
or is there another like
Although we don't have a writer in our list, we just have a historian, so probably not. Right? Because we know their occupation.
that is interesting though, isn't it? Like
it is interesting. I think it's just like a little... All right, let's see. Now, I think recently I've not been reading the whole paper. I've just been sort of skimming it at first and taking breaks. So maybe we just skim it looking for stuff related to our case.
Rome, Italy, Benito Mussolini.
Dynamite Factory. That doesn't seem like they're related. Let's move on. Gifts for the hospital. We do have a... No, we don't have a doctor in our case.
The monthly meeting of the Arkham University.
Teaching hospital.
Hold on, Edna Wheeler. Do we have an EW on that list?
No, we do not. We have a Wilma S.
So he says that it's that the people have like you have to figure out their real names, but
these are.
But they're all.
We did find
But it
Wilma.
seems like maybe what each of them has a designator. Like I'm the occultist, I'm the musician, and then you have their initials, and then maybe that means like. So with that in mind, do we have an EW?
We do not.
Okay. Edna Wheeler of North Garrison Street. The members of the board voted to donate $200 towards painting and fitting a room as a nursery at the hospital. Pledged a further $350 to buy an ultraviolet array machine, 28 sheets, 18, blah, 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 blah. Okay. I don't think so.
No. But we do have a musician in our dream world. So is this possible?
Arkham's own commercial house music hall is holding open auditions for any interested in parties. Anyone interested in auditioning should arrive at the music hall this week between 10 and 5. That's kind of interesting.
We do have time. We don't have... Yeah, we could go there like in the... That would be afternoon.
Yeah, that's
morning?
pretty interesting. Yeah, that's morning/afternoon.
I guess so. I'm going to put music hall in the newspaper.
Just not evening. That's the only thing.
Right.
I'm going to keep moving on. Is that okay?
Keep going.
Sales clerk wanted, Bower's Apothecary, Lakin Institute, Sleep Research.
Whoa, Lakin Institute.
So
Sleep
that's
Research.
Okay. That's either very, very important or not important at all. Right?
Yeah.
Communism was a red herring. Telenews Cinema is in need of a projectionist. No experience necessary. Runwell Super Bicycle. Sam Wood. No. Apartments in rent for Simpsons. Low rates. I don't think so.
No.
But I'm like looking at everybody's name. Like check the initials. Arkham Choral Society is pleased to announce that the 3rd annual Choral Music Gala will be held next month, beginning on the 17th October. The gala is always well supported by local dignitaries, and this year's guest speaker is Professor William Dyer of Miskatonic University. Should we simplify our way of looking at the...
I've got my list right here.
I'm just saying, like, is there a simpler way to, like, check the initials very quickly?
Well, we can look in the directory, if that's what you mean. Or you just mean in general?
I just meant in general.
I see. I've got it here. I've got it.
Like my
You want me to make it separate?
My fever. No, you don't. No. I was just thinking, like, is that useful? Apparently, I don't think it's that useful since I didn't volunteer to do it.
E. Smith.
Do you mind if I keep reading?
Yeah, keep reading, please.
Okay. Walking with Fairies, a History. Dorothy Davis of the Arkham Historical Society will be giving a talk Monday night entitled Walking with Fairies, a History. Fairies of Folklore, Cottling Fairies. Fairies have a fascinating place in our culture.
We don't really have
So
any
do you
connection
remember
with
this
fairies
actually?
in our case.
Why so many people taking them by the cotton leaf photos? You familiar with that?
I remember that there was a
was like a
movie
whole
made
hoax.
about.
It's
They
like-
made it was a real, true life, real hoax by two sisters. I
Where
think
they
it
took
was.
pictures of fairies and
That's
they were
right,
like,
and they
"These
made a
fairies."
movie about it as well.
Huh. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay. Real side of the imagination or dreams.
Oh, where do you see that?
While they are fascinating, to have, they aren't real outside the imagination or dreams. To anyone who claims to have actually walked with fairies is obviously misinformed and would be in danger. Like I'm like, I need to dream. I'm like, dream? What is that something?
Yeah.
So I think we should consider that. Okay, but
was
we
there
have
a place
DD
to go
here,
to?
right?
No, we don't have a DD. Dorothy Davis, she's one of our allies, though. So that's a good reason. Okay, that's good, though. Look at this. History expert. So
What's the historian? William S.
Wilma S, but it could be her fake name. We might want to reread that because that was a little confusing. Real name versus fake name.
Yeah, well, we should keep an open mind about that. I'm gonna put in. She'll be giving a talk.
For sure. Now we should talk to her early because.
But we just go to the book, right?
We just go to her. She's one of our allies.
I'm gonna take a note that I'll never look at again.
I'm gonna try to take better notes today.
Want to read the next one, Justin?
Yep, sure. Dance event hailed a great success. One of the most successful dances ever sponsored locally was staged Tuesday evening by Arkham's Daughters of the American Revolution Society. Walker's Blue Bonnet Boys from Tucson furnished the music for the delightful dance program. It was the second appearance of the orchestra at a local affair, and as an added attraction, a lady singer performed.
Okay. Feeling mean. Is he good? Liver and blood syrup. Can you write that down? Not for the case.
Not for the case.
But just in case I need a little
liver and blood syrup.
That's what they call the snake oil. Snake oil sauce.
It seems like the Victorian England was full. I know we're not in Victorian England, but if you read the Sherlock Holmes advertisements, they're always full of people selling this crazy stuff. Boarding houses like a bad dream. Complaints by residents of Arkham's boarding houses have prompted an investigation of the conditions of these residences. One Arkham citizen who wished to remain anonymous spoke about the witch house in particular.
In the witch house.
That's good. It's like living in a bad dream. Not only are the conditions bad, but I'm convinced people are coming into my room at night. I haven't slept well since I moved in. Many residents are calling for a special session of town hall to address these issues. Traditionally, boarding houses in Arkham have been a haven for travelers and students, but are also the subject of many strange happenings and circumstances. Rumors ranging from cult activity to hauntings are prevalent, but so are other more tangible issues like pestilence, poor workmanship, and decaying structures. Our source had this to say: "We want to be heard. As a student, the boarding house is an affordable option for me. That doesn't mean I should have to share my room with rats or live in fear of someone being in my room at night." Okay. So it's just general boarding houses, though, so not specific ones, right?
Let's come up top for just a second.
Okay.
So this is a little more. So each of these is obviously inspired by a different story or Lovecraftian story. So one of the more famous Lovecraftian stories is Dreams in the Witch House, which I did not put together as the witch, and because I was thinking more of the Dreamlands, which is a different bit of a bunch of stories. So
but now we're tying into Dreams of the Witch House.
And for another very important reason, in the story. Spoiler, there's a little guy, Brown Jenkins. He's a little rat. Okay. He's got a little human face. He's
I've seen that. I've seen that.
And so they made a very point of saying something about rats in that sequence as well, which would lead me to believe, we're going to meet that. It's a witch house. We're looking for a witch. This place we have to go to while we're dreaming. Now, 100% sure.
We don't have a specific place, though. It's just a boarding house.
And look, and if you doubted me here, even Anna says, "Which haunted dream house? Just the place to go." Yes.
Okay, so was any specific boarding house mentioned anywhere
well, it says
yet?
Witch house. So I'm looking up and seeing.
You're not going to find the witch house in the directory.
Might be just
it's a well-known place.
That. Maybe people just.
You're right. He does have it capitalized here. He does talking about it as if it's a real place.
I know how to do it. Is to look up
about the witch house.
Residents of Arkham's boarding houses.
Yeah, look up boarding houses.
Here we go. We got Harding House, Lewiston House, Rennie's Boarding House, Simpson's Apartments. Boy, I'm not going to say that. And Witch House, F11.
Wow. It's a real known place. Yeah. Can you imagine you're calling up the directory guy? He's like, "What's the name of your house?" "Oh, just put in the Witch House. They'll know how to find it."
Hey, I'm looking for this. I'm looking to stay in this I'm looking for a new place to stay just for a few weeks. What's the name of the business? Like,
what's a good place?
Yeah.
Where would you recommend?
So this is another.
Well, you go to Sheldon's boarding house, or you could go stay at the witch house.
This is another little work story, real quick. But I was checking something in, and it was like grasping rat gator jaws was the name of this medical device. And then can you imagine, like, you're like having some procedure, you're like, doctor, I'm a little nervous. I'm just very apprehensive. That's no problem. It's very normal, very natural.
Nurse, hand me the.
I'll explain the procedure to you. Will that help? Yes, doctor. I think that would be very helpful. We're gonna first take the grasping rat gator jaws and insert them into your body. You imagine that's pretty crazy.
That's crazy. Now I have to tell a little side story here for a second.
Let's do it.
I've been working on these directories for my high and low detective game and complaining about how much work it's taking me. And one of the people in the Discord sent a link to a documentary on the linotype. You can watch this. It's like an hour and a half on YouTube. It's free, a documentary about the linotype. And you read about these machines that they used to typeset newspapers at the turn of the century in the early 1900s or so. It's this giant typewriter machine. It's so incredible. But the craziest thing is they would make every newspaper had to be printed on this. The guy sits, he types. It drops these little molds into a line. At the bottom of the machine, it pours hot molten lead, pushes it through a mold, and creates a one-time use slug that you use to put the ink that you use to line up the paper, and then that gets recycled. So, and the newspaper rooms were filled with dozens of these machines that kept this boiling lead at all times, punching out these little slugs to print each day's paper. It's insanity. Like, you can't believe that this was how they did it.
Yeah, you were telling me about that when I was here the other night, and I was like, that sounds so bonkers. Since we're doing tangents, right, let's go ahead and just pop in on and Tina real fast. One of her favorite books is called Some 40 Tales from the Afterlives, and one of them it is proposed that when someone dies, they just go on and act as extras in the dreams of the living. That's kind of interesting. Thinus jumps in on that too, and then and it also says it does help that Gregg can summon so much.
It does help. It absolutely. Gregg is the right person to play these games with. Okay, but what Gregg doesn't realize is time ticks by.
Let's go.
We don't have time to be spending on that.
What was with the lineograph or whatever?
How it normally works. Normally Gregg is allowed to do the diversions, but when it comes time.
All right, let's go to the editor. So we wrote down F11. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Which?
Oh, but I didn't mark it.
We better be very careful about going there. By the way.
Yes, that's a little dangerous. F13. F.
Oh boy, there it is, F11 right there on the corner. And I'll just push it off of that sticker off.
No, these are good. All right.
Okay, so this is...
I would like to implore the citizens of Arkham to send prayers for Father Murtaugh, who has been missing for a few days. That's important. Oh, that's the errata said that. We parishioners have spoken to the police. However, the police maintain that Father Murtaugh simply took a trip to visit his sister in the remoter regions of Maine. It is very much unlike the father to do such a thing, especially without notice to church elders and family. So we're very concerned about both the father's whereabouts and the unwillingness of the Arkham police to entertain any other possibilities. While this may be the case, we are deeply concerned about his absence and would like to know about the father's whereabouts. If you have any information about Father Murtaugh, we encourage you to share it with the police or the members of the First Presbyterian Church. We eagerly await news about our beloved father.
Okay, so
we have no reason to think him except for the errata.
Right. There is really nothing to connect this particular case except for the fact that, like, you could. I mean, it's definitely it's like police. It's like it's a person of interest because if the witch is attacking these dreamers, and if the father is one of the dreamers, she could attack him and kill him or whatever, right?
Absolutely.
And that would be important. However, there is nothing really to link him right now. And you know what I'm going to say next?
What's that?
Initials. Are his initials on the list?
Father Murtaugh, we just have an M. There's no M.
Can you help an old water boy, Father?
I wonder if we have to, we must have misunderstood that thing about their real names, right? I guess it was, we thought they were false names, but they're not. They're just initials to what he was referring to, right?
He says figure out their real names.
But I think it means figure out their real names from their initials rather than from pseudonym. We thought that he meant that they had aliases in the dream world because we were locked onto Chronicles of Crime thinking. Okay, here we go. One more you got.
A recent article in New York Magazine asserts that prohibition is causing more Americans to become drug addicts. Oh, I was just saying, so we have Nocturne.
Is this real?
Nocturne, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Refuted by the facts of St. Mary's Hospital in particular, has seen a marked decline in drug-related deaths or overdoses as statistical facts. Would agree, however, that begs the question. Typical. Okay, so that doesn't really sound.
No,
but we
it sure
should
doesn't. But it is a
mind.
specific place that's been mentioned, St. Mary's Hospital.
Okay, this says dreaming in the title, so I'm pretty sure this is going to be relevant.
Public announcement, are you dreaming? We're getting calls from concerned parents
Clark,
over...
initials?
Donnie Clark is not in our initials, but he is, I thought...
Come on, Donnie.
We're getting calls from concerned parents over a drug called Lantern. Another drug. I spent the better part of the last week investigating this new drug. After first speaking with the children who told only vague stories, I spoke to several professionals, including Garrison at the police department. No such drug exists as far as I'm concerned. It's made up. I know it seems odd, but teenagers do have a vivid sense of imagination. And with the influence of the fantastic things you see at the movies these days, it's just boredom or something like that.
Cutting in real fast. So, what do kids always? What if all drugs have in common? Like street drugs and whatever.
Kids like
they always have different names for everybody. Right? They
So
always have
Lantern, another name for Nocturne that kids call
very
it.
likely.
Or it's the opposite. Like Lantern and Nocturne seem like opposites, right? One is night, one is day.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah.
This should lay to rest the concerns of parents. I have one unnamed source who has always given me reliable information. This source states that Lantern is a drug you take while you are dreaming to wake up. Now, given that no such drug could possibly exist, I think we can all rest assured this is a rumor fashioned by our teenagers. I would chalk this up to errant teenagers playing pranks on their parents. So I wonder, it's fun, like we've got this vial of this viscous syrup that's Nocturne. Like when we dream, we're going to have a vial of Lantern. Like it's going to morph into in our dream world to wake us up.
I mean, we shouldn't just throw... I love the fact that the police, you guys, like, it's obviously not true. Like it's like, hey, buddy, maybe you need to keep a little open mind when you
remember those giant monsters? Maybe you should keep an open mind more.
But one thing that's interesting actually is that these teenager, like, I'm just wondering, like, is there a tangible place, like, right?
Is there a place to go? I mean, we can only talk to the police, but he doesn't believe it. So yeah, this doesn't seem like it's going to help us.
Teenagers, but I'm just thinking, like, is there like, should we go to the school or whatever?
Yeah, I think it's just, this is just setting the stage for us, setting a little storyline. Okay, and last thing in the paper.
In local sports, the Miskatonic rowing team takes gold in the state championship. It will advance to the national competition to be held at the end of the month. Anyway, that's our news broadcast for today.
That was well read. Yeah. All right, so...
Can we just do it real fast?
Previous newspapers? We don't have... This is... We're going to run out of time.
We got to bust through. We got to at least just do a bust through.
Okay, do a bust through. All right, well, this is the previous paper. And she got her... She did get her safety deposit box on 1st of August. Do you have a 1st of August?
Did I find something one time and you were like, good catch?
It's true. Yes. There could be, but...
Okay, well, let's...
Okay, well, here's August 19th. Here's the previous paper.
Tragedy befalls young socialite. This one, she was part of the other case, I remember.
Horse killed by truck, caves.
Socialist and fascist, Lakers.
Yeah, just look for anything that could be dream related.
Dream. Okay, I have no idea.
You have good...
Oh, yes. Look at that. Vindicated! We don't have enough time. Now it looks like we're going to...
Just remember that when you're like, when it's 3 a.m. and you're like, come, let's go. We got to get this done.
That is very true.
Okay, go ahead. Read your article that you got.
It's not often that the advertiser... By the way, I do remember this now. I did not remember it when I said that, unless it was in my subconscious. Right. But it is not often that the advertiser has to make a direct plea to the lawmakers of our town to make a change, but I feel it is our moral obligation to make the growing voice of dissent heard. The current laws covering drug trafficking into our town need to be appraised and updated. Take this new substance, Noctum, not strictly illegal, but it is certainly harming the moral fiber of our community, as evidenced by the research of Dr. Oren.
Okay.
Initials.
I don't think we have an O, but we do have a... No, we have a DR.
We urge the town council and mayor to prevent Arkham from sleepwalking into the kind of social problems affecting larger urban areas such as New York or Chicago. Okay.
But
so,
Dr. Oren might be someone to talk to. He might know
Possibly.
about Nocturne, but we kind of already know about Nocturne. This could just be flavor.
it does sort of seem like flavor.
Okay, Sophie Sig passed
Thank
away. That's not helpful. All right. You got a previous
I'm
newspaper?
seeing bring up Brown Jenkins and the witches in the circle, and oh my god, I'm that's exciting.
Now you want
All right, should we do? No, we're not going to go through all these. Are we?
No, we're not.
Okay.
If you have an August 1st
it.
one, then we can look at it. August 8th, I mean, this is editor,
This one was
Cab
from last
Company,
one. This was, no, we did that one already.
Night Watchman Dad, he was related in our case. Einstein Relativity, Local Matron, First Baptist Church, no.
This is all from other cases.
Nothing here.
Einstein.
was from
See Oppenheimer.
I haven't seen Oppenheimer yet.
We did. My wife and I went and did Barbenheimer.
And what did you think of both of them?
I thought Oppenheimer was fantastic, really, really good, and then Barbie was just ridiculous and crazy and surreal enough to be very entertaining.
I'm looking forward to Oppenheimer.
You got to do the double feature, Jesse.
We are going to do the double
There you
feature,
go.
it seems like.
Okay.
But I hated Mission Impossible 3. Oh
you didn't
my
like
God,
that
did I
chasing?
hate
That
it.
chasing was so
Hated
fun.
every moment of it.
You are turning
We
into
talked
an old
about
curmudgeon.
yeah, but we talked about there's one great scene in the Mission Impossible franchise.
We haven't even gone to a single location, and we've been on this thing for.
We're going to take a break.
We've been
before
on
we
the
start.
case for an hour.
All right, but we've got some good candidate places.
All right, what is
You got a
chat?
preference?
Speak up if you want something.
Yeah, the
Let's-
chat should know. Don't wait for us to ask questions. If you've got places you want to go, just shout them out.
Pretty clearly, I think one of the first places we should go is that safety deposit box.
I agree with that. That should be the first
Going
place.
to talk to Sophie's dream version.
But
Very important to go
I don't
there.
want to jump right into the
but I
dream.
think
Yeah,
jumping in. But I agree that
the
jumping in
witch house during dream time seems dangerous.
that
though.
seems dangerous. But I
I'll
don't.
save that for last.
You know, I like to
And remember,
Start
it's
right in.
morning, so it's safe now
go in the. I
to
don't know
go
if that
into the witch house.
makes a difference. The dreamlands are probably just going on and on all the time.
Safety deposit box does sound good though.
That seems like the best thing. Nobody is shouting out what to do, so maybe we'll.
What was the note say again though? If you miss me, come visit me. Oh, those were her 2 places.
Anna says bank, then Sophie.
Let's take it easy. One thing at a time. Let's go to
right.
the bank, see if it brings up all
Bank
these.
go.
You want to go there first? Okay.
Let's do it.
Okay. So our bank is at. We marked it, but I didn't write it down. You gotta look
did
it up
we really?
again.
I gotta look.
We marked it. I think it was D14, but I need to
This is not hard to look up, so
first.
I can't really be mad at you because you're taking all the notes and I'm doing absolutely.
I want to
nothing.
get better at notes.
Normally, I'm not actually good at. I think every time we do one a case like this, when you and I would do one, obviously not when you do it on air.
Mhm.
Like
You tend to be.
I start with the notes and then that's it.
It's
for
hard.
those.
Taking
It
notes
really
is discipline. I'm pretty sure it's I'm almost positive it was D14.
Wouldn't it be bank? Financial institutions. Here we go. That's why. D14. Yep.
Yeah.
Jonathan Warner, interesting question. Do you need to acquire some lantern to wake up before even taking Nocturne? Well, not according to.
I have a feeling it's going to be in our dream world. I have a feeling we're going to have it.
Otherwise, you
automatically.
might get squeezed in the dream Arkham for the lantern needed to wake. Yeah, that's an interesting question. I mean, like, if Armitage is handing us that, shouldn't. Okay, but let's explore that for just a moment.
Mhm.
Where would we even get lantern?
I think we're going to have it. I think when we go into the dream world, when we look in our pocket, the
gonna
vial
be-
that was Nocturne is now going to be Lantern.
Well, we're not going to go into the
But I
Dreamland
could be
just
wrong.
quite yet. But that's
No,
a good,
we're certainly not.
that's a good. That's a very good observation there, Jonathan.
Okay.
If not, like I have something
Then
to
we're
say to
stuck in
Armitage.
dream world.
Hey, listen, Armitage, do you remember how you
Mhm.
take this drug?
And let's not forget, we've got the historian ally who was writing in the paper,
If
who
there is-
knows about fairies and stuff. She might
that was
fill
the
us
other one,
in.
Yeah. I think that
And we can.
that could be a side thing. Although she did.
We
mention
should
joining us.
definitely visit Pascal and Armitage when we go into Dream World. So we got a bunch of places to go in Dream World.
Well, I think first, those are all. We've got a lot of good spots to go, but I think absolutely first is the bank. Yes.
Absolutely, first is the bank, but we're actually.
And if we need
here.
lantern, we should go to. schools and prisons. That's where
Where the kids
where
hang
the
out.
drugs are. Anna says they said Lantern doesn't exist in our world. I guess I agree with Jesse. We'll find it in the dream.
Can
Well,
you,
the cop said that. And
before we
this guy
continue,
seemed
can
like
you look up Dr. Oren?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, Oren was the one.
Orin. He was the one in the paper doing the research into Nocton. So we might. I don't think we need more information about it, but in case.
Orin.
Yeah.
Was it A Orin, or we don't know?
We don't know.
Okay, so there's only one Orin, and it's U24.
We're not going to visit.
Orin.
Surely we're not going to visit. I'm just writing it
Sure,
down.
it didn't say that. That was for the 13th.
Yeah, that was for August's newspaper. He was just a story about him. It's not important.
I want to take a look. Real quick.
Okay.
Well, that was a sleepwalk story. Dr. Orin. Yeah. Okay.
Here, give me the. You should have the real one near you.
A real newspaper.
Is that the August, September? It's the opposite of
All right, we can.
yeah, that's your real one. Those are the ones you don't.
They're all not real, actually.
All right. Okay, but we're going to take a break before we actually get started this case. So if this sounds like something you want to play, remember, you can only play through these once. So if you watch it, it'll be spoiled. If you're interested in Mythos Tales, you might want to leave now and buy it and play it. Otherwise, we'll see you in 8 minutes.
Dream World.
Okay, we're back. Let's go to the bank, yeah?
Yeah, let's just real fast check in with the chat. John Warner's concerned that acquiring a lantern in the dream world might have to do some unsavory things. Bring it on. Let's do some unsavory things in the dream world.
I don't think we're...
It is,
Little insight into how Gregg views his dream world.
well, I just in the game it's fun. But
Have you ever had those lucid dreams? I have a book on lucid dreaming. I've had some great lucid dreams talking
we should. It is a good
scientists.
point though. His other point here, Jonathan says it's weird that they would mention the lantern and not have it be, something that we need to acquire. So we should keep that.
Well, we'll find
keep
out.
that on-
we
on
will
our-
find out.
And Tynus also says that it could be just world building.
Yeah, that's how I read it, as just world building.
Yeah.
Okay, but D14, I just went to the bank. Ready to go to the bank?
Tynus's bank. Yeah, I think that's the place to go first, right? I mean, I obviously want to go to the dream world and talk to Zophie, but I think this is probably the thing.
Okay, I'm just
Write
marking
that
down.
down. Just read while you're doing it.
Yeah, you read it.
You wait in line for a few minutes before presenting the receipt for the safety deposit box at the counter. Thank you, says the young teller. Now, if you have your box ready, I'll ask you one of the junior managers to screen. Well, we should have.
We
thought
were
of that.
just saying, are they just going to let us waltz in?
Box key? Why, of course, you can't expect a reputable bank like the first to open up a box to just any customer bearing a receipt. Besides, all our safety deposit boxes require 2 keys, the master here at the bank and the one issued to the customer. If you have requirement card 1, proceed to that. Yeah, okay.
Okay, so we need box
so we wasted
key,
our first...
which is number 1. We could come back here for free if we wanted to cheat. Okay, so D14 bank, we need come back with 1.
Okay, so where can we find the key? Okay, that's probably going to be something we're going to have to talk to Zophie about. Now it's looking
Yeah,
like
surely.
more than likely-
Wait, it did say, the rule said if you find something in Dream World, when you come back, you have it. So she could have it and give it to us.
So either we see Zophie and she gives us the key,
Right.
or we come here and get the key
What do you mean come here and get
to the
key?
bank. Like it's in, I mean, you come to the bank in the dream world and you're like, I'm dreaming about the key. I don't know. I
Oh,
don't
you mean
know.
come to in the
bank
dream world,
world.
and then we don't need the key. But physically, you need 2 keys. I don't think the dream world can violate that rule.
No, but I'm saying like maybe that's where you could get the key. It's just a place
the
you
bank?
could get the key. I do think
It's
that,
her key.
correct.
It's not going to be at the bank.
Oh, that's true too.
Remember, the bank says you need
Well,
2
then that
keys.
be like,
But we could talk to
do we know where
what
Zophie's
Anna says.
location is here? We could also look in Zophie's location.
That's a fair point. No, we just know where we're at her house.
Right.
So we're already at her house.
No. We read the introduction.
That's
didn't
right. We know
look
where
at
she
it.
hangs out in Dream
What's her
World.
last name? Sophie what?
L starts. What last name starts with an L?
We don't know her.
We do know her her full name. Yeah, we told us. I think. But
Oh, that's Lilybridge.
but we can't like
Z Lilybridge.
yeah, possibly. U52,
only
is that
Z
where
in
we
here.
are? That could be where we are right now. But I mean, she's not, we're at her house. We could visit her house in the dream world if we don't find her, but she tells us where she hangs out. If we talk to her, she'll tell us where to find the key.
I mean, that seems to be. Look, we're going to talk
We're
to
gonna
Zophie
talk to her anyway.
so
She'll
we
tell
might
us.
as well do that, right?
Yes.
Rather than go to her house and waste a step at the house,
Agreed with that.
right? But Z Lily does seem like U52, someplace that we could go.
But now, I'm going to try a new strategy.
Yeah, Jonathan's essentially saying the same thing that we were just thinking, which is like, if we're at her real world address when we visit there in the waking world and the dream world. Yes, I think that's another likely place. What are you trying to do?
I'm just changing this over to this kind so I can mark that we went here. This was the bank.
Well,
All right,
think
we'll
back.
come back. Yeah, we'll come
Yeah.
back. All right, well,
Thank you.
where to now? Do you really want to jump right into Dream World?
I mean, surely that's the most compelling thing to do. The only reluctance is we're trying to not go into the dream world. Like, a
Yeah,
whole
we
lot.
started this case saying don't go to Dream World until we have a bunch of places to
does
go.
seem like-
Now we're just bang right in.
However, from a game design perspective, like, you would probably be like, here's this new mechanism.
Mm-hmm.
Let's have them use it right away to understand how it works.
Yeah, we could use it once right away.
And that's outside the scope of the case. That's more of a...
Now, the
you know,
way we read that FAQ is like, if we go to the Dream World now, are we in? I think the game was the suggestion was that we would go
No,
from the bank, like, and just we would instantly be in the bank.
I don't think that's true. I think we note that we're taking, we essentially say we're going into the dream world and then we go to a location. That's the way I read it.
Maybe you're right. Yeah. When you enter the dream at a location, or return, this change of situation will not move the time marker.
It is a little strange.
This means you can visit the same location. It is weird. It is hard to read this. I mean, it's hard to understand what this is saying.
It's weird that they like.
When you enter a dream Arkham at a location or return, the change of situation doesn't move the time marker. This means you can visit the same location.
Spending extra time. So that's saying like.
Basically, you will most likely not be able to play this case if this were not part of the rules.
It's crazy that they're basically like, hey.
Let me clarify something, and then they're not clarifying. Yeah, it almost feels like there's a word missing here.
All right, let's go on.
We'll just, because we are flexible at time anyway, we won't worry about this ridiculousness.
Let's say we're going to take some Nocturne.
Okay, wait, before we do, remember we've got other places. Let's just make sure there are other places we want to go first. There's 2 places in Dream World. That's the university there, so we're not going to go to those other than in Dream World. But there is the boarding house of the witch house, and it is afternoon.
We could physically go there?
We could physically go there during the day.
I'm going to make a pitch for this.
Okay.
There's something likely very important in the safety deposit box. Before we go to like the house that is like the conduit and the residence of the evilness, maybe go and see what weapon or item that we have that's like.
Yeah. Jonathan thinks he wants to go to Lantern. We're not going to Lantern before we find out if we need it.
So
surely.
So we could spend one day trying to follow up on Lantern or go to the Historical Society informant. Those are other options that we could do.
I feel like
because now the Historical Society person we think was
she
the
knows
fairy
about
person.
Fairies.
She was talking about dreaming. But her initials, that's Dorothy from the paper, right?
That's right.
But she doesn't necessarily.
Let's go right into the dream world. I think we should go right into the dream world. Let's see what it's like.
And it's always like, once again, it's like that meme with Bernie Sanders was like, once again, I'm asking you not to go into the place where we'll all be killed. You know what I'm talking about? The meme.
No.
There's a Bernie Sanders meme where he's like, it's essentially out of the fundraiser thing where he's like, once again, I'm asking you for like,
for money.
And so like, it's like, that's Anna always being like,
the voice of
hey, maybe don't charge right into the spot where we'll all be killed.
Okay, so we're gonna drink the Nocturne. We ready to drink the Nocturne?
Let's do it.
Okay, so we're drinking
Sorry,
Nocturne.
Jonathan,
I'm gonna mark this.
We are.
I'm gonna mark this as taking our first Nocturne. We don't advance time, but we did advance it for our last move. We don't need it.
Now, just for Jonathan's sake, do we even have any idea where we would go to find out about the Lantern?
I guess we don't. We could go to talk to the researcher in Nocturne, but that's not the Lantern. Yeah. We could stop by schoolhouses to see if there's any kids that know about it. I was going to mention something, but I can't because we need to do our top 10. Keep your eye open for our top 10 mystery movies that we're going to do on Gregg's channel. Maybe, although given the reaction from Gregg.
I'm trying to move things forward.
Okay, yes.
Okay, so.
Drink the Nocturne.
Yeah, drink the Nocturne. Okay,
now,
we're going to go. Now, here's the next question.
Where do we go?
Do we go to the memorial or do we go to the
I don't think there's any way to predict which one she's going to be at.
Maybe. Let's take a quick look at
I just want to see if there was... No, I thought there might be a...
Can we just look at what she says when she tells us about those locations?
Okay. It was a note, right?
Okay.
He says, don't... There we go. Go ahead and read that. Don't worry, all will become clear. Zophie may be dead.
By the way, it is Lily Bridge. So that was confirmed. That is U-52. Okay.
Well, we might want to go to her house in the dream world. That's actually a very good point that we could absolutely go to her house in the dream world.
I've got her house.
You do?
I managed to do something with the note writing.
Did you find where she tells us where she's going to be? It was in her note. It was a bug missing from the book. If you miss me, come visit me. We can stroll through the park on High Street or have a chat in the shadow of the memorial.
Okay, that's an and/or. However, like, doesn't it seem like weird that they would have 2 locations?
It does.
Like, which would make me think, like, don't go to the...
Well, it's a great point. Is there one that we would prefer to go to just for other
Right,
reasons? Like the memorial might have stuff.
To go to both. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Like the park is just going to be a park, but a memorial might have
unless the
something.
park has some significance that we don't know about.
I know, but I'm just saying, is there any way to prefer one over the other? Not really.
I think this is an argument not to go here yet, but I do think that this is the most essential thing to do.
She also says, don't make me wait too long. So I think we shouldn't.
All right. So, I mean, and you know, it would be nice if there was something in like, in these. Well, let's look at the location. The park is here. We have no other. The witch house is at F11.
Pretty close to it.
However, they're not really.
However, the Miskatonic might. We might want to go.
But we are going to be able to get a free search out of that place, whichever place we go to. If we're in the dream world and we pop back out, we're going to get a free
But we're not going
search.
to pop right back out, are we?
They might force us to.
That's true.
I'm just saying we should keep that in mind. So let's get rolling here.
All right, so we're going to which place did we decide to go to?
Well, we haven't.
I think we should go to the memorial first. Wouldn't you like you? Yeah.
The only other thing is, by the way, I mean, they don't really utilize this very well in either of the cases that we've used that we've played so far, which I think is we played the detective game and they had something about CCTV footage, and I remember like I was listening to some cases over the weekend, and I'm like, man, that's really like that would be so cool to be like. You
want CCTV footage in Arkham?
In Detective, we played that. And it was really underused. They really underused a lot of that stuff in that game. And this is something about this game where it seems like they don't really utilize that enough. But however, the park and the witch house are within sight of each other, which could suggest going there or not going there. Maybe going here would be better.
I think we should go to the university.
Okay.
Let's not go anywhere near the witch house for a while. Okay, so C14.
Brown Jenkins.
So actually, there looks like there's an introduction here before we even start. So we're taking our first drink of Nocturne.
Oh, more stuff. This is like a bit much. Shall we? Go ahead.
As the warm glow begins to wear off, your eyelids become unbearably heavy. Resting your head, you find yourself succumbing to a tiredness you cannot fight and imagine yourself climbing down to a cavern. The deeper you descend, the heavier your sleep becomes, and the more solid the dream feels. You find yourself emerging into a lush, verdant forest. As you make your way through the trees, you come upon a fantastical sight. Arkham of Dreams stretches before you, a golden sunset bathing the town. You stand to the north of the river, where a smattering of small forest communities is dwarfed by the vision as you look south. To your left, perched atop the heights of French Hill, is a castle, springing from the pages of a storybook. Even from this distance, the fluttering banners and glittering spires take your breath away. Beyond the castle, small fishing boats bob on the sparkling, sweeping Miskatonic. They plow the clear waters, heading to shore with full flapping sails. The tiny vessels aim for Rivertown, which appears in the dream transmuted into a beautiful Mediterranean fishing village. It's a whole different world here we've got. Where Arkham's University campus should stand, sprawling Hellenic-era metropolis rests, mellow and enticing. Its many columned plazas and gentle fountains make it appear a formidable seat of learning in the tradition of the ancient Greek civilizations. A tower rises gracefully to the skies in the center of the university, beyond which you can glimpse yet more trees. You take a deep breath, remembering the warning given to you by Professor Armitage. The line between dream and nightmare is a thin one. Okay, so if we were wondering where to go...
Every single time you enter the dream world, you have to read that.
Remember that we were thinking, go to the park or go to the university. Yeah. This is telling us a little bit about the university.
I was just thinking that, yeah.
Okay. Your investigator is now dreaming. You may visit any locations from the Arkham Town map in the same way as investigating the waking world. You may remain asleep and visit any number of locations until you decide to wake, which you can do at any time.
So you don't need the lamp.
That's right. And continue or conclude your investigation in the waking world. You may also return to Dream Arkham to follow more leads at a later time in your investigation. Occasionally, a location will force you to wake up, and you will need to take more Nocturne to return. So that would be a reason to, like, we want to minimize Nocturne. If you go to a dangerous place,
but it's a trade-off because, like, if you keep taking Nocturne, you can keep getting these free extra searches in those locations.
I guess so.
So that's a bit of a...
How are we reading the free search? Like we have a free search now?
I think that when you're in the location and you wake up...
Oh, you wake up, you get a free search at the waking place.
Basically see that.
I see. Okay, that makes sense. All right, so here we go. We decided to go to campus, which was C14, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's the memorial. Okay, read us, please, the memorial.
I see 14.
Oh, nice long entry.
The tightly packed buildings open into a broad forum. The covered arcades around the rectangle are adorned with hanging plants, their heavy blooms pungent and intoxicating. Groups of people sit or walk slowly around discussing literature, poring over manuscripts, or laughing quietly at their private jokes. Rising some 60 feet into the evening sky, the elegant tower is crowned with a large golden clock with intricate emerald swirling designs. Seated on a bench at the base of the tower, an easel beside her, here's your artist, is an elderly woman waving a greeting to you. You make your way across the busy forum and sit down beside her. Henry said I should look after you. My name is... I'm going to do this a little bit. My name is Zoph. How do you fix that thing?
Oh, we found Sophie.
Yeah, well, that's the whole point of what we're doing here.
I know, but she's the artist?
My name is... Yeah, I thought we already covered that.
Okay.
Were you... Yeah, because that was the whole thing about seeing Z, that her initials were Z and L.
Oh, you're right. That's right. That's right.
That was pointed out in the chat. My name is Sophie Lilybridge, or it was at any
Woman's voice.
I think I'll drop the surname as I won't be needing a file tax returns anytime soon. It's kind of a weird joke. Like, listen, that's not really an appropriate kind of joke here, given the end of the world. She smiles warmly and then, seeing her concerned expression, continues. Oh, don't worry, dear. I know that I'm dead. Well, at least my physical body. Can't say that I'll miss that creaking old thing anyway. Things are simpler in the dreamlands. Henry tells me that you are helping sort out the little problem we're having with Orlaith Andrews. I was in the process of visiting the graveyards of Arkham to find where her residence was. Okay, so we don't quite know.
But
graveyards.
She's mentioning graveyards, yeah.
Alas, I never made it to the Hangman's Hill before my heart gave out. So...
Hangman's Hill.
She didn't make it there. Henry tells me, if you can locate a street address, then you should be able to pinpoint where in the Dream City she is nesting. Henry says you are trying to contact Erastus, Darrow, and Wilma.
Oh, those are the other people. Yeah. Okay, so we've just given one of the first names for these people, Darrow and Wilma. So look, Erastus. That's our musician. His name is Darrow.
Which, did we write him down with the guy that? Oh no, we were going to go to the we were going to go to the music hall.
And Erastus is this guy's name.
An awesome name, Erastus.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I'm changing my name to Erastus. For the rest of the stream, please call me Erastus.
Okay.
Darrow and Wilma. We need to tackle her as one if we were to banish her spirit for good. So you shouldn't stop until you found them all. Okay, that's important.
Now we know clearly the progression. And then find these three people.
I have a box at the Arkham Bank. May we have the key, please? Yave? That may contain something useful. The old shepherd on the unvisited isle has been minding the key for me should something happen. Tell him that Sophie sent you and that she would love to hear his pipes play one more time.
Okay, so the old shepherd, unvisited
requirement
isle.
Card 3. Look at that. So this is our way to go over to the unvisited isle and get the key.
That's right. So we got item 3. Okay.
Oh, look at that. It's even going to start with that.
C14.
Okay. So now the next question is, should we?
That's it, huh?
That was it.
Okay.
Requirement 3.
Okay.
Okay, the next question should be, did you close out?
That's good. I just switched the thing. Okay, so we could pop right out now
and check
and go to the unvisited isle.
Or we could stay in the Dreamlands and check another location. Now, is it important to talk to Sophie in Upton Park?
That's an interesting point. Are we going to find her there? She seems like she would say the same thing. We have no reason to talk to her again.
That's true.
She had stuff to tell us. She'd tell us now.
But there's no reason to pop out and look here, really.
Well, we have to. It costs us time to go someplace else. You want to go to the witch's house in the dream world? That seems dangerous.
No, I'm saying, like, there's no real need to pop out. Well, although... Yeah, there's nothing that's saying stay in Miskatonic.
Right.
But it is free, right? We don't get any... There's no... Like, right now, there's no penalty for popping out and looking at C14.
I see what you're saying.
14.
So maybe what you're saying is if we wanted to go... If we're going to go to the... If we're reading your rule correctly, that the first place we pop out is free, and we're going to have to travel to the unvisited isle. Should we travel in the dream world to the unvisited isle and then pop out?
No, I think you can only look at the location you're in the dreamland for free when you come out. That's the way I read it.
That's what I'm saying. Like, we could now go to the unvisited isle in dream world and then pop out and get it for free rather than popping out and traveling.
Right, because we're getting both. I was suggesting, like, if we come out of here, then we would be able to check C14.
We would, but there's not going to be anything there.
Which is what
but there might be more likely to be something in the dream world that runs it.
I mean, that guy's there, but yeah.
I mean, if that's where we're going to go next to get our key, let's try going there in the dream world and then pop out. If we're reading that rule for free.
Yes, I believe that's correct.
All right, let's try it. I mean, it's a reasonable way to read it anyway. Okay, so we're going to go to M19 in dream world.
In dream world,
if it exists.
This thing right here.
Okay, it doesn't exist.
No, this is the regular world.
Oh, you're right. Wait, that can't be because no, that's dream world I was in.
No, this is the dream world here.
Oh, all right. M19, it doesn't exist.
Unvisited M9.
Oh, M9. Okay, this is why Gregg is good to have.
I don't know.
One of the many reasons. Okay, here we go. You leave behind the shores of the merchant district, the bazaar alive with the shouts of traders and the pungent spices of far-flung lands. You paddle across the still waters of the Miskatonic in a small coracle that the boy at the stone pier was happy to lend you. The waters of the Miskatonic of dreams are much wider than the river in the waking world, and you're weary by the time you reach the small island. Passing a herd of grazing sheep, you make your way to a small wooden hut with smoke curling from its chimney. The door is opened by a large man with a bushy beard who looks you over and grins. "Would you like a drink of water, traveler?" he asks, and you readily accept his offer as he introduces himself as Zalakas the Shepherd. You spend a few pleasant minutes chatting with him, and it soon becomes clear that he cannot help with your investigation. If you have requirement card 3, which we do, proceed to supplemental encounters on page 81.
Yeah. So this guy's going to give us the key.
But he can't help us, and yet...
Well, I don't know. We'll see. We're definitely doing that, so...
Yeah. Entry 3 on the supplemental encounters. Okay. All right. Read us that, please.
Remembering what Zofia told you about the shepherd's music, you point towards the man's wooden pipes on the rough mantle over the fire. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. That was probably a good...
Apparently we had to go here in the dream world. Like, if we had gone there in the real world, it wouldn't have worked.
I don't know why we didn't think about that pipes thing. Like, sure. We want to get this key. Like, yeah, okay.
Well, we were thinking physical key has to be in the physical world.
But I think we should...
Now we have to...
Can we hop back after this and reread what she said?
Sure.
Because this probably...
To see if there was a clue about whether we should be in dream world.
He nods, understanding you, and takes them down. Sophia Lilybridge says you would love to hear you play them one more time, you say. Then he rummages around in a box and produces a small metal key that seems at odds with the rest of the trappings of the hut. You thank him, and as you leave the island, the sound of a pipe melody floats through the air like a melancholy spirit. And we get requirement card number 1, the key.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, so get 1.
What was the last? Did you write down what the last location was that we went to?
Yeah, C14 was the one before that. So we went to the isle in dream world.
Oh, we went in dream, but we went to C14 in the dream world.
That's right.
Okay, so let's just pop back there really fast and make sure there's nothing.
See if there's any clue that she wanted us to go. Somehow we read it as her wanting us to go in the real world, but that's because it was a really physical key.
Buzz through here. Look out for you.
It's right at the very end.
I know, but I just want to kind of see. You know, we remember the thing about the graveyards. She was in the process of... Okay, so let's just... We really breeze through this.
Okay, all right.
Okay, but she was in the process of looking through the graveyards. And she never made it to Hangman's Hill.
That's right, I wrote that down.
So she died in the graveyard.
She died while she was in the graveyard. Pretty cool.
Maybe might be an important though, right? Okay. So that's... We really dropped the ball on this. So she never made it to Hangman's Hill. So now that means she was looking for Hangman's Hill.
That's right. I've written that down, that we'll want to go to Hangman's Hill.
Well, not necessarily, but it's definitely a place of interest.
What was she looking for? She was looking for the witch.
She's looking for where she's nesting. She's calling it.
Okay.
But we should also look where the graveyards are, because maybe that's a way of narrowing down which graveyard she was killed
I think
at.
we should. I bet Hangman's Hill is in here. I believe Hangman's Hill is in
graveyard is Hangman's Hill,
and
Christ Church Cemetery, Old Wooded Graveyard, Hangman's Hill, Old Arkham Graveyard, and Potter's Field. I'm going to put it right there.
Okay.
So you can look at, there are 5 different.
But it seems to me like she was specifically saying it's Hangman's Hill.
No, I don't think that's true at all.
You don't think so?
I think she's saying, hey, I was looking at all the graveyards. I didn't get to Hangman's Hill, and I got murdered essentially at one of the other graveyards.
Oh, that's
so if you're
interesting.
reading it one way, you could read it and say, like, out of the 5, you can cross Hangman's Hill off the list.
That's an interesting idea, but I think that's if she died.
She said I was in the process of looking in the graveyard. I was like, hey, I was in the process of shopping and I got murdered.
You could read it either way. I think that you have a good point, though. She's either saying I was murdered by someone before I got to Hangman's Hill, or as I read it, she like died of old age before she made it to Hangman's Hill. So she's cleared the other places. She's saying, I looked for the witch, I couldn't find her. The only place I haven't gone yet where she must be is Hangman's Hill. That's how I read it.
It is definitely worth considering both points.
Yes, I agree.
However, I would say that, like, if she's getting killed, like, so she could have just been like, oh, this was my time, I just happened to die of old age in the middle of this investigate, right? But probably more likely her life was ended by
here's the counterpoint. If her life was ended by the witch while she was at Old Wood Graveyard, don't you think she'd say, oh, by the way, I should tell you, I was at the Wooded Graveyard when I was killed.
Sure. Right, but
the fact that she's told us, here's the one place I haven't been yet while I was looking for the witch, seems like that's the information she's conveying to us. This is the important information.
This is an interesting part. I'm actually kind of curious. Can we do a little vote? We haven't done a vote yet. Let's do a vote and just see. I think they're both interesting points, right? And I'm interested, does everybody think that she was killed at one of the graveyards, not Hangman's Hill, or is Hangman's Hill the place that she thought she was?
Not the place that she thought she was. The way I put the vote is, which is the place that's going to have something useful for us? Is it where she was when she was killed, or is it the place she hasn't looked at yet?
So there's a lot of questions.
I still think she could be killed at one of these graveyards, but not related to the witch.
But we can agree that she was not killed at Hangman's Hill.
Right, and she hasn't been there yet. That we know, and she's looking for the witch.
So she's just killed at some random graveyard? This is what I'm trying to say.
She died, like she was killed in real life while she was searching.
She's dead in her bed.
That's what I mean. She was dead. She died in the real world.
In her bed.
While she was searching.
Her spirit was killed somewhere. Her dream self was killed.
I say. Even if she was killed at a different graveyard, that's not where the witch lives. That's my point.
Why would that be?
Because if she had found the witch's lair, she would have told us. Why would she tell us Hangman's why would she tell us Hangman's if there's a different place that we should go to?
Because she's saying I didn't get to that one.
So shouldn't she say, I was at the Wooded Graveyard? That's where you should go?
Well, maybe she went to 4 different places. And
the chief detective has already has made it clear.
Well, everybody's against me on this one. Okay. I'll
They know where their bread is buttered.
I do think it's it. All right, well, we'll see.
All right, so now, do we want to pop out, or do we want to go to the bank in the dream world?
We can't. Oh, go to the bank in the dream world.
Is the bank going to be there in the dream world?
It is weird because it doesn't seem like... So we have the key. There's no other reason to be at the Unvisited Isle. So we should not pop out here. However, we're going to go to the bank anyway. However, I don't think there's going to be any reason to do the dream world there. But if we pop out there, we get that extra little...
Should we just try it for fun?
Highness, I will absolutely be taking that into consideration.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Hugo's joined us. How you doing? Good to see you again. So bank it is, yeah. I mean, I think we've got the key. We should follow this thread to the end, right?
Let's go to the bank in the dream world just for the fun. By the way, we made a video. What was the video where someone commented and said, "You guys are not having fun. You're arguing constantly"? It was horrifying.
No, they said, they said something like, "Loosen up, guys. Have some fun. Like, stop being so like grumpy or whatever." And we're like,
This is how we have fun. Like this is the part that's so fun for us. This is fun. Okay, so we're going to the bank. What was the address of the bank? Which we already went to, D14. We're going in Dream World.
Yeah, well, I mean, just because it's pointless. We know they're probably not going to get any information.
Correct.
We're getting a free look.
Okay, well, look, there is the bank in Dream World. North banks of the Miskatonic in Dream Arkham are heavily wooded. The thick ancient trunks threaded with warm trails and dusty pathways. In a small glade, you discover a dozen or so thatched buildings. You're just directed to a small cottage bearing the sign of a trader, but the wizened woman there is unable to help you. She looks baffled at your talk of banks and safety deposit boxes. So we're back in time to like medieval.
So we should probably like take note of the fact that like there's a lot of woods and things. They mentioned woods a bunch. I don't know, like, is there some correlation? Like, maybe not, but maybe so. I think we should just keep that in the
yes, and we should keep in that we're back in time. Like if there's something that turned into something else in the real world, we might be able to go back to the dream world in the past. Okay, so there was nothing here, but now we're saying we can pop out.
We're just doing it because we can look there.
That's right.
Go back
according to our rules, which we're not 100% sure we're playing it right.
Even though they had
the clarification that didn't clarify. Okay, so this we're treating as a free thing.
We've already been here, and this we have to pay for going to D14 in the dream world, but this part of it we don't have to.
Right.
Okay, so we've already read this. They say we need a key. We now have the key, like this key.
Requirement card 1. All right, here we go.
Supplemented cards on page 81 and read entry 1. 81 entry 1.
81-1.
It's like Princess Bride, who's like, I don't have the key, the gate key, and he's like, does Zeke tear his arms off? You mean this? He's like, you mean this key? Go ahead.
No, you read it.
The teller signals one of the junior managers who smiles warmly at you as you produce the slim key from your pocket. The bolt is smaller than you expected, one wall lined with small numbered metal doors, each securing a deposit box behind. With care, using the bank's key and the one that you recovered, he removes box 77. Why don't we write down 77?
I already wrote it down. That was her receipt. Was for bank.
Escorts you into the private side room where he leaves you to inspect the contents. You wait for the door to click shut behind him before you unfasten the box and peer inside. Inside is a beautiful wooden coffer inlaid with many different hues of wooden strip. It is approximately 6 inches deep by 8 inches wide. You cautiously open it and a haunting melody begins to play. This is the second time we've had music related, right? The tiny figure of a princess in Arabic garb revolves elegantly before you, and you find yourself relaxing, the tension in your shoulders and neck slowly fading. Now that you have this vital artifact, you are ready to gather the dreamers and enlist them in stopping Orlaith Andrews' influence. A scrap of paper lies underneath the box. So it's a music box, essentially. The music box of Ilarnek. Ilarnek? From across the waters, a traveler brought me this music box, saying it held the key to sleep. The traveler came from the ancient and great city of Ilamek. The traders in that majestic city often strove to attain perfect relaxation. This way, they would restore the spirit after a day spent in markets and tented bazaars. I have since learned that in the waking world, the sound of the music box blocks the baleful dream sendings. The baleful dream sendings from Lang Kadath, and as I've recently discovered, the sendings of the witch Orlaith Andrews.
So this box helps block the witch from doing something bad to us, sending us into the dream.
Unfortunately, the melody also bars one's entry to Dream Arkham. Here it shall stay in safety until such a time when I have no need to walk the avenues of the Sunset Realm. So this kind of sounds like maybe you play it to keep everybody out, like you're kind of closing the door to the dream.
You're blocking the witch from sending you into the dream world. So like
it's like you're locking the door to the dreamland.
That's right. So I think what this is saying is like when we want to solve this case and confront the witch, we're going to have to bring this box with us.
And that means we don't go into the dreamland to confront her.
That's kind of what it sounds like. Yeah. So like maybe we go to the witch house to confront her.
I've since learned that in the waking world, the sound of the music box blocks the baleful dream sendings from Lang Kadath, and as I have recently discovered, the sendings of the witch. Interesting. So Kadath and Lang locations, obviously, in Lovecraftian lore.
I assume that.
Anna said we're like the two old men in the Muppets.
Really?
Okay, so Waldorf and Astoria.
So yeah, I know.
Waldorf and Sadler.
That sounds right. Okay, so it doesn't. That's where this ends. So it just sounds like we're just keeping the box.
We needed the box.
We needed
as an artifact.
It's weird that it doesn't say take a thing, but maybe it'll just say if you have the box.
So we now have. We need to find the other people. So that's the next order of business, correct?
Yes.
Just to find the.
That's right.
We now have the artifact that we need to fight. Now we have to find the
That's
people.
right.
Okay, so let's revisit our list of places to go. We've got Dorothy at the paper, right? But her name does not correlate with the initials, right?
Right.
So we've got the janitor.
Which we learned his first name, Erastus.
That's what you're supposed to call me this time. This is my new name for
the occultist. Now I have
so
a question.
Janitor, by the way, janitor.
Probably at Miskatonic
Probably
University.
Miskatonic. And that was another misstep because we should have popped out at C14.
But that's not going to be, he's not going to be hanging around the memorial. So that was not going to help us.
Well, the memorial needs to be clean, doesn't it? So how would we find, you know what?
I have a question for you first. Okay, so look, we found her in the dream world. So that's checked off our list, right? We
Correct.
found her.
Correct.
But now my question is, have we found Henry Armitage, or do we have to go find him in the dream world?
Well, I mean, we found him.
Like, we found him, we know
We're
him.
supposed to gather everyone, meaning we need to know their identity. That's my interpretation anyway. So I would think that we just have to be able to know who everybody is.
Okay, let's treat it that way for now, at least.
For now, sure.
All right, so there's 3 people that we need to find that
by
we
the way,
don't know.
there's 2 E. Smiths.
Okay, there's 2 E. Smiths. Okay.
So they probably did it on purpose, so you can't just go to ES. Right? Although we would have... Was when in her note, did it show his... I'm just kind of curious.
Ask me, see if I know the answer, though.
If it said Smith or not. If it just said ES.
It just said Erastus.
No, it did not say Erastus.
She says Erastus. In the original list, it says E. Smith.
It does say Smith.
Absolutely says E. Smith.
So, I mean, how do we use the Erastus part to decide which of these Smiths it is?
We don't. We have to visit both of them. Unless we hear from someone else where he lives. But he works at the university. Which one is near the university?
It's janitor.
D87. D87 is all the way in the other end. And what's the other?
U37.
U37 is right near him. Right near the university. So if you had to guess, you'd probably guess that...
I mean, that's a kind of an assumption that he's going to live where here it is right here.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it'd be more likely to be there than across the river. If you had a choice, you'd work closer to home.
If you had it.
I'm just saying, if we have to flip a coin, or should we just wait until we get more information?
Well, that's my point.
Sure. Okay, so but we've got 2 other people. A historian.
I agree. If you had to pick, if you had to, of course you're going to pick that one. I'm just saying we're not to the point where we have to make.
Agree. There is a janitorial service. Is there a janitorial service?
Good call, Jonathan. Churches, financial diners, local culture, newspapers. I'm not going to read them all out loud. I'm just going to look for private companies. Randall, the junk man. Not looking good.
All right. Well, the only other problem with...
Okay, hold on a second. Well, there's University Miskatonic. So there's a number of places there.
Okay.
Charles Steiner's Annex, Memorial Bell Tower, Hoyt Administrative Building, Jonathan Edwards Hall, Laundry and Steam Plant, Liberal Arts Building, Locksley Hall, School of Medicine, Science Hall, St. Mary's Teaching Hospital, Statue of Dean Halsey, Orrin Library, and Professor Armitage's office.
The Orrin Library? As in Dr. Orrin, who does the research into Nocturne?
Very good, Jesse.
That's interesting.
But we don't have an O on here, right?
We don't have, he's not one of our people. The only problem is Smith is the only one we have his last name. The others we don't have last names.
Can we,
what do you want to do?
Let's talk about this just for a second.
Okay.
We know about Lantern.
We should come, before you say that, can we say this? If it gets late and we're having fun and we decide we don't want to rush through, it's possible this will get broken up into 2 streams.
I don't think I have any more Lovecraft shirts. Okay, so anyway, Lantern was talked about and discussed, and we were only thinking about it in the sense of hey, Lantern will wake us up.
Orrin's not related with...
I know. Okay. Oh, I don't know.
Orrin was the researcher into Nocturne. In the newspaper.
Yes, I think that's
right. But I mean, he might know about Lantern, but we don't need any of that stuff now.
I know, but that's what my point is that we're only thinking, we're tunnel visioned and thinking do we need it to wake up? What happens if we say to the witch, here's a bunch of Lantern, right? That's
choke on this.
Yeah, right. That could be a compelling. I mean, I don't think we're going to need that, right? But we really got tunnel vision about the Lantern, right?
John says a laundry building. Did you read a laundry building?
laundry and steam plant.
Hmm.
Well, laundry is definitely related, although not.
But a janitor, you use a janitor to clean every building.
I mean, if you had to guess.
If you had to guess. Okay,
So-
but if we don't have to guess, the question is then how do we find these others?
This
'Cause
is a
he's
bit
the
of
only
a
one we know the
gaming
last
thing,
name.
but like, I mean, it doesn't seem like they would just be like, "Hey, look in the phone book for E. Smith."
That's not unreasonable. If you have two choices, I think that's reasonable to visit the two.
I just think it's. Kind
But
of
who else
weird.
would we visit, though? That's the question. Where else
yes,
would we
correct.
go? Because the other two, we don't know their last names. Wilma S.
Yeah, we do get E. Smith, janitor. That's kind of weird that they
Yeah.
kind of give that one to you.
So he's the only one we have the last name for. We could try to find the historian. At Miskatonic, is one of them a history building?
So here's a double reason to go to the historical society. It's because that's the Dorothy. No, that's not Dorothy.
Yeah, it
Davis
is.
Dorothy was historical society.
She might point us to
and
she was in the fairies, and she might know this
So
woman.
there's several reasons that make her
Yes,
compelling.
that's a reasonable
And she
idea.
could point us in the direction
I
of,
think that's a reasonable idea.
Jonathan Warnes.
Or a musician from the newspaper.
Jonathan Warnes is the musical halls and the historical informant. I thought, yes, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, that's
The
right.
music hall was to see if we could find.
That's right. Hey,
The-
we know his first name now, Diro. But he's not
So,
mentioned explicitly.
Everything
in this
that we
newspaper,
consider, everything that we consider, we have to consider in two ways: whether we should go in the dream world or whether we should go in real life.
Oh, that's true.
This is kind of weird because this is another one that's very similar to the last case, which is not let's solve this murder. It's more like find out who these people are.
Hmm.
That's kind
It's
of
like
odd,
busy work rather than understanding the mystery.
Like I like,
Yeah,
I
there's
like
no
looking at
mystery to solve.
I like looking at the case and saying, hey, like, how did this happen or whatever? Not like we're just trying to find these
It is
people.
true. This
Not
is
in
like
a sense, in a traditional sense, but just like where can we go to get this information?
it is true, and maybe we're overthinking it because there's no mysteries for us to solve. Okay, well, where do you want to go though?
I think the historical society. Let's do.
Let's do that. I like it.
I
Okay,
mean, it could be
historical
nothing, but-
society is L1, and we're going in real life.
I believe. Yeah,
Well, we're already back, so
I absolutely think that's true. I don't think we're gonna just be hopping into the dream world like every second.
Yeah.
Of the day. L1, is that what you said?
yes, L1.
Well, yes, we do have L1. Sinclair on the thing.
Mm-hmm. The diminutive figure of Dorothy Davis hurries over to you as you enter the Arkham Historical Society building. You tell her you're seeking a local scholar or historian with the initials WS. She scurries off for a few minutes before returning with a smile. According to our records, we have 3 people with the initials WS who have paid for membership in the past. I have a Warren Seabury Slocum. Warren's address is whatever, this bullshit we don't care about. And Wilma Slocum. Warren Seabury, Winifred Simmons, and Wilma Slocum. Warren's address is listed as Easttown, paid up to date. Winifred hasn't renewed her subscription since 1927. And finally, Wilma appears to have paid for 3 months earlier this year to use our archive for genealogical research. Okay, well, we know the woman's name is Wilma, so we know that's our Wilma.
Wilma Slocum. Is
Wilma
that right?
Slocum, yep. So we found her name. This was a good call to go here and a good call to put off going somewhere else first because this gave us what we wanted.
So now,
But there's more.
oh,
As you're about to leave, a thought occurs and you turn back to Mrs.
Oh,
Davis to
boy.
ask about witchcraft in Arkham and any locations that are particularly significant. Well, Hangman's Hill was used at the start of the 18th century to hang suspected witches, including the infamous Goody Fowler.
well, that's
Her restless spirit is still said to wander the hill. She indulged in her particular brand of evil here in the town until an angry mob apprehended and executed her in 1704. So, Goody Fowler.
I'm just gonna.
You're going to try to cross off Hangman's Hill? Okay, so, but yes,
No.
it's Hangman's Hill where she had her bad stuff.
So Goody Fowler, that's her name in the real world, and then her other name is
yeah.
I've already forgotten.
Yeah, the witch, her name is, we don't know.
Okay, so this does say Hangman's Hill. Boy,
Or Leif Andrews is her witch name.
yes. Okay, Hangman's Hill. Well, then Sophie Why didn't you go to Hangman's Hill like right off the bat?
She didn't. She was searching for her. She was searching all the cemeteries. She
looking for
didn't figure it out.
graveyards.
Well, she should have come here and gotten information. But now this is the past. So if we go to Hangman's Hill in the dream world, it seemed like dream world was the past. We might find this. Okay, but look, there's one more.
No, hold on a second. Okay, so yeah, okay. Well, I wanted to talk about that real quick.
Okay.
So, I mean, like, going into the dream world in the Hangman's Hill, of course, does seem interesting and has some potential. I think that's how we got to look at all these things, like things that have potential versus no potential.
Yeah.
Right. So there's potential there, but like, it's interesting because we know she died there. If she's nesting there, we'll know right away, but she could also be nesting at the witch house. So we're just going to stumble along to each of these locations to try to find her.
I mean,
right?
we
like,
could
so,
find
like,
her remains at Hangman's Hill, and that could be useful to us.
Why would she? Is that useful?
I don't know. Maybe her
another thing I
bones.
like about-
When we gather these people, maybe they'll help us. We know we have to gather the people before we confront her.
This is another thing I like about the other system, about the Chronicles of Crime system better. Because like when we went, no, seriously, because when we went to talk to like this Dorothy, you could have said like, I want to know about this initials. I want to know about, you know, the Hangman.
Oh, this is a different thing.
I'm just saying, I think it's kind of a neat, like, because it gives you a lot more leeway.
Apart from that, there is, of course, the Witch's House in French Hill. It's used as a boarding house for students who lack means for better accommodations. Back in the 18th century, while the town was focused on Goody Fowler, this was the supposed home of another terrible witch.
Oh, look at that.
She was called Kezia Mason, and she arrived in Arkham after mysteriously vanishing from the Salem jail. So there's two witches. It's saying we're not sure which of them was named Orley.
Kezia Mason was probably killed in a different graveyard. I'm still thinking of this. My desperation.
She's at the witch's house.
Vanishing from the Salem jail. I'll look that up.
Salem's going to be out a different place.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Going to be from the witch's trial.
Oh yeah. That's interesting.
So now we have two possible witches, and we're going to have to find out the genealogy, which witch became Orlaith Andrews.
Whoa! You just said that's interesting that you said genealogy, since the other one was looking for genealogy.
That's what I'm saying. I think that's what she was looking for. She's trying to find, and we ask about Orlaith, and she says, "I don't know that."
Go back up there because I'm. Because she said, Wilma appears to pay. Okay, yes, okay, yeah. I was thinking that was somebody that was like, I was mismatching them. So okay. So that makes sense. So she's trying to figure it. So Wilma was looking to try to figure out which.
And that's our next.
Which was.
That's right. Which witch, and that's our next stop, right? We should visit Wilma now that we know which one it is.
So Tina says that's a design question for discussion later. Which is better, getting murders to solve or a different type of puzzle like this one about discovering identities? Anna says Dorothy's a good idea. Wow, we're a little bit behind here. And Jonathan says, I do wish it was a bit clearer if we just need these names for final question at the end of the case, or should we visit Wilma and the gang?
Well, we're absolutely visiting Wilma.
That's like that was what I was going to bring up while you were reading, is that like, do we know who Wilma is now? We can answer the question.
Are we done?
But do we need
Didn't
to go
it
to
say we had to gather them?
Do we need to go to her and get like a requirement card? Do we need
Surely we need to visit
which
her.
means we would have to go to Pascal Fenton and Armitage.
That's a very good question. That's a very good
Well, we'll
question.
know after we go to Wilma.
We'll go to Wilma first.
And then you'll find out whether or not, because we need to go there anyway, because we got to find out what she knows about the lineage or whatever.
That's right.
Okay, in which case, if she gives us a card, then we'll know we have to follow the others by...
I think that's right. Also, don't you want to visit him in the dream? Because that would be a cool moment to talk to him. Okay, Wilma Slocum.
To go to the dream world to talk to Wilma.
No, to talk... I mean, no.
Well, that's an important question, though.
Yeah. I don't think she lives there in the dream. She doesn't live at her house. Like, all these places are different in the dream world. I don't think you can just go to someone's house in the dream world. Like, you go to what was used to be there. But let's just visit a woman in real life. We're not going to drink this dream world stuff right away, right? We're visiting her in real life.
I think. No, I don't know. I mean, I think that's an interesting, like, so if we know Wilma, like, if we go to her in real life, this is going to be a litmus test for the whole rest of this thing.
We're going to.
Because if we talk to Wilma, maybe she'll just be like, hey, I'm doing some genealogy. See you later.
That's right.
Or we'll be like, we go in the dream world and we're like, which is actually an argument to go in the dream world and then pop out.
We're not drinking that dream world just for a little visit. You are addicted to that dream world stuff.
No, but you know what I mean? Like
where does Wilma live?
She could say, go away. I'm not.
If she's not asleep, she's not going to even be there.
That's true also. So I wonder, I mean, I don't think it's going to matter the time of day that we go.
Yeah.
All right, I'm just sort of spitballing. All right, so
where does Wilma live?
Wilma Slocum?
Yep.
Wilma Slocum. Let's see. W. Slocum, F45. 45.
Okay.
I like that we always put these here and we never use them.
We are going to use them.
Okay. F45?
Mm-hmm.
We keep closing.
Look at my new note system that I've been using. When we learn about a place, I put these little brackets to make sure we fill in where it was.
It only shows the gulf between our note-taking abilities here. F45. Yeah, I don't know why it's always so hard for me to do that. Because I think it's just like thinking of stuff and then I can't write it.
It's hard. It's one of the real challenges. All right, go ahead. Read us F45.
Heading up the maze-like streets of French Hill, you arrive at the home of Miss Wilma Slocum. The building is quiet, and the drapes of the windows facing the street are still drawn.
Oh, she's asleep.
You knock at the door, but there is no answer. With a hasty look around, you slip down the narrow alley between buildings and find a cellar window that is ajar. You prowl around the darkened house, searching for clues until you arrive at the master bedroom and are startled to find the owner tucked in bed, soundly asleep. Backing out of the room, you accidentally kick an umbrella propped up against the doorframe and send it clattering across the room. Your eyes flick back to the bed, sure that the loud noise must have wakened the sleeper. She mumbles in a dream. The unvisited isle is just ahead. We must go there for the key. However, she does not waken. Listen, Wilma, we already know about the key. We already got it. We don't need that.
So this is what you said about how, like, this is our thing. Like, we're not getting her now.
Can we just also stop for a moment? It's a little bit creepy that we're, like, hanging around this lady as she's sleeping.
We just walked right into her room.
Yeah, I think we could probably get on the sex offenders registry.
What do we do now? It seems like we don't need her. You want to visit her in the dream world?
This is the litmus test. If she gives us some kind of card saying, like, yes, I'm going to join you, then we know we have to do that with all the other people. Otherwise, we know we don't.
It looks like she's headed to the unvisited isle, but
no,
we were already there in
the dream world thing.
You want to go to this place in the dream world?
I just think if we, first of all, it's free.
Is it? Is that how we're reading it?
I think so.
Okay, I think that's the right way to read it.
Okay. So it's free, and also, like, it's a litmus test to say, later, are we going to need to get, like, requirement cards for all these people to say that we're...
Should we just jump in there now to be...
Absolutely.
You're going to take the thing again?
The only reason being...
Don't you think we should find the other people first? Then we can get them all in one shot?
Free now. We can't get them all in one shot. We got to get them where they are.
It's free in terms of time, but it's not free in terms of taking the Nocturne.
If we don't go into the Nocturne and talk to this woman now...
Yeah.
Then we will have to go visit Pascal Fenton and Armitage, which we might not want to do, in order to, like, gather them to our cause or whatever.
You're really happy drinking that. You're Nocturne happy.
You want to make an omelet, you got to break some eggs.
Bad stuff's gonna happen to us.
Anna says Greg's already hooked on this stuff.
He is. Greg.
I can quit whenever I want to. And Tina says the sleeper must awaken.
Ugh. You think we're gonna find her in her house, huh? All right, well...
Yeah, Jonathan Warner says he's with me, too.
Okay, well, look.
Finally, something...
I am not...
They know where their bread is
I'm not saying we don't go visit her. I'm just saying, should we... Like, we have Erasmus
It's free right now.
But we still have to find... It's free right now in terms of time, but not in terms of drugs. So should we find these other people first and then go into the dream world and gather the three of them?
Because we have to come back here and spend time again.
You're more worried about time... All right, let's do it. Let's do a litmus test. Let's do her.
The best reason to do it, I think.
I'm not sure it's going to really...
Well, then we know we don't have to go into the... Because otherwise we're going to have to go to... Okay, think of it this way. We go to talk to Pascal Fenton for whatever reason. We feel like we have to go talk to him. He's asleep too. Do we go into the dream world and talk to him? Or do we just skip going to him, right?
I mean, he's in this house where we are. Can we go to her house while we're in dream world at least?
What do you mean?
Remember, you found that our woman's house, but we don't think there's anything good there.
What woman's house?
The woman who died, Sophie. You found her house. We could visit it.
We could visit her house.
I just am a little bit nervous about visiting. Okay, let's go visit her. And we'll figure out from there.
I think because it's free in terms of the time, not in terms of the Noctum. I think, like, it's worthwhile just to set up the next 4 people. Right? There's 5 people on the list. How many people on the list?
There's only 2 others besides her that we don't know.
We don't know. We need to know whether we have to go to gather.
True, but it seems like
here it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One is dead.
Well, we met her, yeah.
So we got 5 left. And actually, that's an interesting thing because she doesn't give us, but she's sort of a gimme already, right?
The woman that died, Sophie.
So that's actually an argument not to go into the dream world then.
This is what Greg does to me. Every time he gets me to agree, then he swaps it around on me.
No, I mean, I just like to put all the ideas out there.
Uh-huh.
But we should definitely take the drug.
Let's go check her out in the dream world, and then we'll decide. Maybe she's with the others.
Yeah.
Maybe she's with the others, and then we can get all three.
You got any more of that Noctum? You all got any more of that Noctum?
You're one of those teenagers who are addicted to it. Okay, if we visit Wilma in the dream, we might get genealogy on the witch.
Yeah, that's another. Like, there's a very valuable.
I'm not saying we don't visit her. My only question is the same reason why we didn't visit Smith. Right. Like, should we collect places to go before we jump into dream world? You just like every moment, like, go to the dream world, pop back out. Go to the dream world, pop back out.
You're agreeing that we should talk to her. However, 100%. You're saying like.
Should we save her up till we have a bunch of places in Nocturne? All right, you ready? You want to think about this? It's going to come back to bite you when we get our score. And it's like, how many Nocturnes did you take? It's like a couple dozen.
You're forever. Actually, it'd be really cool if like you were like.
That's what's going to happen.
Slipped into a coma. And
we are going to get stuck there. We're going to get stuck in there.
Price I'm willing.
All right, but let's go right in there. Maybe she can tell us about the other people.
I mean, like if you get stuck in the dreamland forever.
You know, it just seems like we're a little Nocturne happy. All right, let's go visit her.
We are not a little Nocturne happy. I think I'm a little Nocturne happy.
F45 in the dream world.
Everybody says take the Nocturne.
But this is free because this is how we're reading it, that it's free because we're already there.
Correct.
Okay, F45. If you could read that for us.
Mm-hmm. The vast gate of the castle on French Hill instantly reminds you of the Gaelic citadel of Carcassonne. Hey, look at that, another board game.
Wow, Carcassonne.
You make your way through the busy streets, stepping aside every so often to avoid people and horses. Wilma Slocum's house is a circular tower sprouting high in the evening sky.
Whoa, she's got a whole castle here.
Why not? Why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
You rap on the front door with a large iron knocker, and the door is opened by a stout woman.
This is pretty cool. That we found her dreaming, and here she is.
After hasty, hey, are you in the room with me while I'm asleep? Absolutely not. I'm in the next door.
Absolutely not.
After hasty introduction, the woman who turns out to be the historian Wilma Slocum invites you inside warily. That's different, very much different than warmly. Mm-hmm. What brings you to my doorstep? Her manner is a touch brusque, until you tell her that you are here at the behest of Armitage. Well, why didn't you say so? Come in, sit down, and let's talk properly. What can I do for you? Every surface of the cozy interior of the tower creaks with the weight of antiquities, and the smell of musty books fills the air.
I just thought of something important.
What?
We're not done reading, but in our introductory scene, right? Mm-hmm. We walk in, there's Pascal and Armitage. And Armitage tells Pascal, go have a nap.
Yeah.
And Pascal says, yes, you're right, I need a nap. So we should visit Pascal in the dream world.
I think that's true. Good thinking.
Thank you. Teamwork.
You explained to Miss Slocum. You explained to Miss Slocum that the professor has tasked you with locating the principal dreamers of Arkham, and also with finding information out about the location of the witch Orlaith Andrews. You go on to tell her about the witch and her intrusions into the waking world. The historian is shocked and leans forward, listening intently to your story. No, that will not do at all. As soon as we're done here, I will head over to meet with him so we can plan our next step. I have no knowledge of the other dreamers, I'm afraid, though I would guess that the occultist will be Pascal Fenton. Yeah, we already figured that one out. Yeah. Useless. She steeples her fingers, thinking, I did hear a tale that you may find helpful. A young girl called Annie almost fell victim to a witch's malign influence in the waking world. She managed to escape the witch, but only because of the fortuitous intervention of a nearby church. Okay, this is going to be the church in the paper.
Mm-hmm.
In the waking world, she lives on the edge of Independence Square. Speaking of the church, there's also the matter of the lost shepherd at the Franklin Place Hotel to attend to if you have time. You drain your cup and leave her, intent on finding the witch. Okay, first of all, there is somebody called the shepherd, right?
We met the shepherd.
Can you back up to our list? Isn't there somebody? No.
We did.
There was something about a shepherd somewhere here.
It might have been in the newspaper. It's not in our notes.
Do I have the 13th newspaper? Yeah. Where do we see?
Hold on. Let me just get the rest of this. So, the lost shepherd at the Franklin Place Hotel. Okay. So we know where this is.
Nothing she tells us is useful until this last paragraph. Agreed?
Yes.
There's a young girl, Annie.
Mm-hmm.
So the witch is basically coming into the world, which is why we have that music box to stop her from being able to come into the world.
Right.
Okay.
Or
It's sort of like it's sort of like a possession.
stop her from sending us, from grabbing us and bringing us into the dream world.
All right. Well, she's be able to push her influence into this world, whatever that means, whether she has some physical manifestation or whatever. So there's a nearby church, which we found out what was.
Well, she's saying nearby church. She's in F45, so we should be looking for a church near F45, right?
No, she managed to escape the witch, but only because of the intervention of a nearby church, meaning it's nearby to the girl Annie, not to us.
Maybe.
So, but there was something we saw in the newspaper, something about the church, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
Here it is. To the editor. Let's look at the. Was that everything?
Franklin Place Hotel.
Okay. Let's move on to the. I don't want to get too far from that. Annie in the church.
I've written down Annie near the nearby church, and Franklin Place Hotel is the lost shepherd who helped her, right? So these are both related to Annie.
We heard there was some shepherd talk somewhere.
Okay, all right.
Do you remember what it was? The chat remembers?
I think it was just we passed a sheep herder.
Tina says, yes, we met the shepherd in the dream world. He played the pipes. That's right. Okay.
Yeah.
But he wasn't helpful other than playing the pipes.
He's done. He gave us the key.
Okay. And, okay. So let's go back to the prayer. The father sings, so the father's been missing for a few days. Okay. So he combats, essentially, probably if the witch is trying to get into this girl, Annie, right?
Right.
And the church stops her. And she's like, well, maybe I get rid of the church and then I go back to Annie, right? That seems like it makes some sense. She went to a trip to visit his sister in the the police maintain this. Okay, yeah, thanks for nothing, police. So it's members of the
First Presbyterian.
Okay,
so now let's look up where that is. Yeah.
And then we can find out where Annie lives based upon the location of that church, correct?
Well, she lives near Independence Square, so we could be able to find Independence Square right away, even without locating the church.
Okay, so First Presbyterian is U6.
Okay.
So let's take a look at U6 and see. The only problem is we don't have an ability to. We don't have like a reverse directory. Where is U? Here. So do you see Independence Square? You found U6.
There's U6 there. Okay. Well, look up Independence Square. You think it might be in the directory under Independence Square, or you don't think it's going to be listed there?
Well, I just think that, like, this girl, we really would love to find this girl, Annie, wouldn't we?
I'm just saying, she was near Independence Square.
Near Independence Square, but there's no other way to find out where it's just a nearby church. We'd have to start looking at all those locations.
I think,
however, we go to the church,
visit the other people who might know where she is,
or visit the church.
Visit the church, yeah. But where is Independence? But see if Independence Square is looked up.
Where do you think it would be under?
In the white pages under Independence Square.
I just thought it would be like listed under like.
Well, it might be listed under parks. There's a landmarks or parks.
Doesn't look that way, but
see if it's in the white pages.
Independence Square, D11.
Okay, so she's near there. Let's see.
Which is interesting because this church is nowhere near. This is D11.
Yeah.
That's it. Look, it's
well,
right
as you said.
It's
huge.
There
it is. Okay. Well, as you said, you were right in reading that the church wasn't nearby. That we just thought it might be this church, but it's not this church. It's not the First Presbyterian church.
So there's two. So the missing priest is from this church, U6.
That's right.
And this girl is in Independence Square.
So see if there's another church near there.
Okay, so is the missing father, is he a red herring?
Could be.
Communism was a red herring. So we're just going
to go to Independence Square and find her.
No, we're not going to go. We have to
find. You don't think it's going to be? You don't think
there? She was near there. I think we should go to the church that's near Independence Square.
I think that makes sense.
Right, and then they'll tell us, oh yeah, it's Annie, whatever.
That makes sense.
Right. Okay. By the way, are there any other A's on the initials? I forgot the initial game.
No.
Okay. All right, you ready? U17 is Arkham Reserve.
Nope. We're looking for something in the D neighborhood.
Oh yeah, that's right. Oh, we were in U for the other ones. Okay. D6, Ashbury Church.
Okay, that's pretty close by.
That is fairly close to the Independence Square. Well, there's no other D's, but there are some
E's
E's
nearby.
Yeah, okay. All right, so E2, First Unitarian Church.
That's very close.
That's too bad. Huh?
Why is that too bad?
Because we'd prefer there to be just one.
Yes, you're right.
All right, E5 is Temple Baptist Church.
E5 is pretty much further away.
Okay, but I should also look for N's because N's are very close.
No. That's in a totally different
You think
area.
that's too far? Let's
that's
just
too far.
be thorough.
That's not nearby.
There's no N, so it's really
okay. All right. So, but the same logic before means we're not going to visit there. But Anna's reminding us, let's go visit Pascal since we're in the dream state.
Yeah, let's just take a quick look. So Jonathan Warner says, maybe we don't need to visit all the dreamers and just need their names. It does look that way since we did not get a requirement card for Wilma Slocum.
It technically looks like we don't technically need to visit them.
We didn't get a card.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And then Anna's asking when we're visiting Pascal. And then Jonathan says, do we need to visit him? Like, you got some info but didn't get any requirement cards. I think that's true, actually.
Like, we don't need a card from him, but surely he's the occultist.
Okay. We know that already.
And she mentioned him.
Since we should. Get it, so if we didn't get a requirement card, certainly we don't need to go see him and talk to him.
But he's got good information for us. He knows about this case. He's the occult expert. How can we not visit him?
Well, here's what we could do. We could do the things. We need to find the location, right?
You want to? You're just popping out of Dream World, pop back in.
Well, I'm not saying no. I'm not saying popping out right the second. I'm just saying in general, we're trying to find her location. So that's the thread we're following. Also, covering the names.
The expert.
We already know him.
And we know
I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm just saying, like, in terms of like, it doesn't have any immediate. Sure, he could just tell us some potential information that we need.
We've gotten several hints about him though. She mentions him. I really think we need to visit him.
I think that, well, because you were very good about noticing that Armitage directs him to go to sleep and she mentions him. Those are both good reasons to go look at him. However, I do kind of like this thing here.
Well, we're going to pop out and go there soon. Can we please visit Pascal?
Yeah, is there any other way, just to, before we leave this Annie thing, young girl Annie.
Well, we had another address we didn't find, the Franklin Place Hotel, where the shepherd helped her.
What did it say about the Franklin Hotel again?
Yeah, that's where he says a shepherd helped her, and he's at the Franklin Hotel. So let me just...
I'll look at the Franklin Hotel.
Okay.
Franklin Place. That's
Franklin Place. Yeah.
U1.
Okay, U1. That's near the first. That's near the First Presbyterians. So F45 says, "I did hear a tale you might."
Yeah, let's go. Let's look at this again because there's a lot of information here that some of it seems a little bit contradictory. Not contradictory.
Okay. So she escaped the witch only because intervention of a nearby church. She lives on the edge of Independence Square. We found the edge of it, so that seems like we know what church that is now. Okay. Speaking of the church, there's also the matter of the lost shepherd, the lost father, Murtaugh, at the Franklin Place Hotel, if you have time. Totally separate case.
Okay, got it. Okay, no. Okay. So he is from the First Presbyterian Church, and the hotel is near there, meaning what, he went missing near the hotel?
That's right.
So that's if you have time.
If you have time, that's a side case.
You think that?
I think that's a side case. Okay, that makes sense. That makes complete sense.
I hate those side cases.
I don't mind them as long as they're solvable.
Well, I'm just saying, like, it's completely an antithesis to the point that you're supposed to use as few clues as possible.
Well, that's true. That doesn't work
really
together.
Like that.
Now, okay, so now we know though. But look, it didn't just say near; it says on the edge. So now we know that's her church. That's her church because look, it says at the edge of Independence Square. So doesn't that?
Well, it could be this edge.
Oh, she lives at the edge.
She lives at the edge, which means, and she's still a nearby church.
I see. You're right. It's nearby church. It's not. All right.
I mean,
we're making good progress.
Waste of time.
Now, should we go visit Pascal before we pop out of this dream world?
So this is an interesting thing because we have the two currencies, and this is saving us on the nocturne, but it's dinging us on the
it takes us a little bit of time.
But I think I mean, it does seem to be there's multiple indications. This is something, again, I'm a little critical of this system, but like it's like we know who he is already, and we talked to him already.
He's got information.
I understand.
For us,
I'm just saying, like,
he's not like a random
in one sense,
busboy.
you would skip this, but they have given you a couple of clues, meaning like saying, "Have you talked to him?" So it seems like we should talk to him.
But also, he's the expert.
Yeah,
he'll know about how to defeat her. Let's go to Pascal, then we'll take break.
Yeah, I think that's
okay. So Pascal is
I don't like it, but I
at L4 in the dream world.
In the dream world.
Here we go.
Anna says we could go to the hotel and dream as well to find the lost priest. Yeah, but
that's an interesting
that is a
idea.
side quest. That's not part of our main case. It's what I'm reading that as. That's kind of how you take it.
Yeah. You find the occultist leaning against a cracked tombstone. Oh, you. His greeting is dismissive. Please don't waste my time. The clouds gather, and I fear there will be a storm soon. He gestures to the skies overhead, where low-lying black storm clouds blow quickly in from the south. You try to push Pascal for further details about the dream architects. As I'm sure Armitage told you, the dreamers are secretive and don't look kindly on people seeking them out. He shrugs his shoulders resignedly. I suppose if you were looking for a historian, there are clubs for that kind of thing.
Completely.
He waves you away and continues his focus on the sky. You swear that the concentration he is applying is actually slowing the progress of the clouds. Okay, that was completely useless. Yeah. Not only that, but we found the historian, didn't we?
It was a historian that gave us another clue to go talk to him.
God damn it.
That's
right, so I was wrong about that one.
That's a knock against. I don't like that. I don't. That's part of.
That's the way the games work. Now you've cemented your theory, though. There is no reason to visit people on that list if we know where they are.
Unless we went there and he told us something we were to complete.
No, that's how these games work. That's how these games work, Greg. We know you've got to complain about it. That's how it works.
Let's just stop for just a moment.
We don't have time.
Because you are Mr. Negative when it comes to movies and games and things these days, and I'm like, so the slightest bit of like pushback.
No negativity allowed on these games.
Shutting it down.
Okay.
Also, steepling your fingers is like a supervillain thing to do, and Slocum was doing that. And I think we should keep that in mind. Isn't that like?
Jonathan says maybe we should go to where Annie is in the dream world, and the chance she's asleep.
Well, I'd love to.
We don't know where her house is. We just know she lives around there.
If we're going to go to break, we got to remember that we're dreaming.
Yes. Okay. In fact, it's a good idea when you go to break to remember where you are, because we frequently.
I'm writing dreaming, and I'm going to put it right here, and then we'll remember we're dreaming. Yeah, I think when we come back, we should try to see what we can do about finding Annie
in the dream world.
I just mean like find her period.
Find her period.
Like just do a little bit of like maybe look at some.
We go to the church nearby and see if they know where she is.
There's 3 nearby.
It feels like this one is the nearest.
Feels like what? It's the nearest, a nearby church.
We got to take a break. We'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, sorry about that longer break. We had to get coffee. Greg had to break the coffee maker. We had to repair it.
Well, we were having some delicious coffee, but yeah, that was my fault. Let's just hop back to the chat. It's been very active since we were on here.
That's it. Let's hear the theories.
We could go to the hotel and dream as well to find the lost priest. That's what Anna says. But I think that we're really feeling like that's part of a side mission. But we should keep that as a thing. Jonathan says, but we can go to where we think Annie is in the dream world, only off chance she's asleep. Well, yes.
But we don't know where she is.
That's going to be our number one thing I want to talk about when we get back to discussing that. But the priest helped that girl against the witch, so maybe he could help us too.
Different priest, we think, though. Because Annie lives in an area where the church helped her, and then it's a totally separate issue.
I believe that's true, yes. Yes. Priest might be more than a red herring. He might be helpful too.
Yeah.
The priests help Annie. Okay, so this is what they're kind of discussing here.
That's what they're talking about.
Yeah, so I think the difference is that there's one priest that's gone missing in the newspaper, and then there's a second priest that helped from the church that's near Independence Square.
That's how I read it,
so that's the double thing. Okay. Hugo is working on a foam core insert for Arkham Horror 2nd edition. That's awesome. Yeah, I've made one of those before. It's kind of neat because you just use the little hot foam cutter, and then you like.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you gotta put them together with like toothpicks and hot glue and stuff.
We have played Arkham Horror, the latest edition.
3rd edition.
Third edition. Yeah, only once or twice though. I really want to play it more.
Kindness, man, you were like knocking the jokes out. He says, sounds like your drug of choice. He said the summoning thing before. That's pretty good. And Jonathan just letting us know, thank you that you're still on the standby screen. That was my fault.
All right, so we have no other place we know to go to in the dream world because we don't know where Annie lives. That would have been a case for not going into the dream world until we find it.
We're still dreaming. Thank you for putting that note there.
You did it. You did it. You're thanking.
Thank you, Pastor. All right, let's just take a moment and see, because yes, we would absolutely like to find Annie, period, right? And
correct.
We're still in the dream world. We could do so. We could get do a double, right? See her in the dream world and then in real life.
If we knew where she was, and if she was dreaming, we've got no reason to think she is dreaming, and she's not a dreamer. Like we know there are 5 dreamers.
Okay, but why did the witch target her?
That's a good question.
Okay, so let's take a look here. Independence Square. The nearby church helped her, and she lives near Independence Square.
That's
okay,
right.
And so the only resources that we have at our disposal are this paper, the directory, and we can't look Annie up based on that.
Correct.
We could try each of the churches in turn, which isn't going to help us. However, we can try to see if maybe there's some other related thing in the newspaper as well.
About a different church or Annie?
It's just Annie in general, right? Like, I mean, I just want to know if she's okay. Like, Annie, are you okay?
I feel
Annie,
like
are you okay? Are you okay,
the
Annie?
most likely church is here. We could go there and hear about her, or we could just go to Independence Square in our dream world. And I guess
that seems a bit of a. You didn't like my smooth criminal joke? Did you know what I was on?
No, I don't.
Annie, are you okay? Are you okay, Annie? He says it like 15 times. I actually really like that song. Smooth Criminal.
The Smooth Criminal by what's her name?
By Michael Jackson.
Oh, that's what it is.
Yeah.
I thought I was thinking of the song "Bad Guy" by what's her name?
I don't know who that is.
Who knows what the song "Bad Guy" is? It's quite catchy.
So,
by a girl with green hair.
Should we? When did this attack take place? Maybe check the other newspapers. Look, there's no way that it just wants us to just basically stumble around in the dark looking at the
I really disagree with that. We have a definite disagreement. My general rule of thumb is like if you can narrow it down to like 2 or 3 places, then you visit those 3.
That seems like a huge waste of time. All right, can you hand me the other paper though? Because I'm actually kind of curious if there's like, or were there any other things like close by? Right?
You know, we cannot possibly finish this case tonight.
Yeah, it's probably not
at this speed. So just I'm warning everyone that we're probably not going to finish it. And then we can take our time. Once we accept that, we can take our time.
August 19th. Okay,
did it say? I almost got the impression that it was like way in the past. But maybe you're right. Maybe it was reasonably close.
Boy, this probably doesn't make for a compelling like view. I put it on the overhead so at least people can look through the papers with us.
Notice for the two of us, I've also got a wider inset so you can see both of us.
Missing in Dunwich. Here's the Sleepwalker thing.
I do think you make a good point. We might be able to find a mention of Annie.
October 29th. That's not... No, because we're in September, so October is no good.
Oh, and why am I reading a 1940s paper?
1930, so we don't need this.
No.
So maybe just the
we
one
don't need that either. Okay, previous week. This could be useful. Cab company. Businessman, woman arrested. This is all from our previous cases. Saucer, night watchman, previous case.
Baptist Society. It's churches, Church of Arkman.
Mm-hmm.
What does that say? Miss Tilton was honored with a party. Missionary Society. Okay. Well, it's a church. It seems like it makes kind of sense, right?
We would be looking for something like a missing person, Annie.
All right. Well, that's not looking too useful.
No. Woman attacked? That's not Annie, is it?
I think that's from the last case.
Yeah, I think so too.
Okay. So let's okay, so let's I think this is a choice, I think. Right now the most compelling, well, Orrin is someone we can talk to because we had him on talking about the drug and the sleepwalking or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And we have him listed somewhere else.
He was in the directory. That's all, though. In Miskatonic directory. He did, other than that, he's not related to our case. And we don't need to know about Nocturne. So we have to find our people. Was there not a musician case? What was the musician thing? Fairies?
What was your June reference earlier, Titus? I don't remember you were making the June. So we have Zolfi's house. We've already taken a look at Dorothy at the paper.
Mm-hmm.
We've already been to the bank. There was a mention of the Salem. Oh yeah, we have the two witches.
That's right.
The idea of both witches.
And we don't know how to narrow those down, huh?
Wilma Slocum we talked to. Warren Seabury was a red herring.
We do have an ally that knows about historical expert of Miskatonic Valley and well-versed in folklore.
That does seem useful. I don't like the fact that, like, last time we went, we could have, like, one of the ones, we could have just gone down every one of these.
Yes, we could have. Mm-hmm.
However, what was U1 Franklin? What was that one? Franklin...
U1
church.
Was that?
It's here. That was that church that the priest went missing in? Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, U1 is, U1 is the
the hotel.
shepherd,
The hotel where the guy went.
Franklin Place.
Okay. So I don't think he's useful in terms of, like, the main case. Again, we're looking at two different priests here, right?
Correct.
Okay.
We think so.
All right, so we've got Annie, which we could just take a stab at E2, nearby to Independence Square. It is the most, using your logic.
Or we've got the two E. Smiths. Those are only two places.
That's true, too. I hate to burn up those, but yeah, I mean...
We could visit them in the dream world.
Coming out of the dream? Oh, we should, actually.
We could visit the dream. He is a dreamer, and he is a dreamer.
Yes. All right, you want to try both E. Smiths?
Yeah, I think we should.
That seems so... I wish there was, like, a way to, like, have narrowed that down.
This is going to be rough, yeah.
So D87 or U37. I mean, we really don't have a good compelling... I mean, the two places that I find to be the most compelling places to go right at the moment are trying to find Annie and E. Smith. And neither of them do we have the ability to narrow down any further from what I can see.
It seems like it's just going to be a choice of which one of those we take a shot at.
Get a blind luck on one of them. So now, you were saying it would make more sense if he lived closer to...
Where he worked at the university.
Which was...
Unless he's a janitor in the church.
Which is U37.
All right, let's try it. Let's
U37? All right.
In the dream world. We're not waking up yet.
In the dream world.
Seems like at least it's safe to have a dream in the church.
Are you excited about the new Dune?
No.
Not at all?
Not really. Okay, U37 isn't in the dream world.
Okay.
But we're supposed to pay a penalty for that according to the rules.
Well, we just have to get docked time, right?
That's right. That's what I mean. But
So
now,
does that
do
mean
we
when we
pop
pop
out?
out, do we still dock another time?
No, we wouldn't dock another time. But the question is, should we pop out now, or should we go to the other E. Smith before we pop out? Like, would there surely be an entry for him if it was the right place?
Well, that is if he's asleep or not.
Yeah.
So the problem is that we will now eat up 3 time.
If it's wrong, we're in trouble.
So if we go to the other one and it's nobody's there, then we'd have to pop out there and then come back here and pop out here.
Possibly.
Where was the other E. Smith? Where was this other D87 on here? Up here. The other thing that's strange.
We could also go to Hangman's Hill in the dream.
Yeah, we could.
Or the witch's
but
house.
Those are both dangerous.
Those
However,
do same
I think let's throw danger to the caution of the wind here.
Oh, really?
Well, I don't know. Like, I don't think we're going to go to Hangman's Hill and she's going to be there.
She is in the dream world.
But I mean, like if that's her nesting place, like, isn't that a little on the nose? Right? Like,
when you're dealing with evil witches, I don't know if that's how you want to risk your life.
D87 was the other location. I just wanted to see if it was close by, like, to like
D87. That's his other. That's the other Smith.
Yeah, which is sort of close to. You want to put the top down on for a second. That's very. That's in the neighborhood as Here, you want to?
No, don't worry about it. It's up here somewhere. It's a little bit.
It's very close. Here's the location for Independence Square. So if you look at, here's the location, Independence Square, which is she's near. She lives in this area, and these are the 3 churches that are associated with it. But this is D87, so it's not. That's where the other E. Smith is. I just didn't know if like that meant, you know, that they could be.
I just wanted to check U37. All right.
So Jonathan Warner is saying, actually, we already know all of E. Smith's names, so maybe we don't have to actually find him. His first name really is what we got from Sophie. By the way, that was on check, and it didn't.
Oh, that's Jonathan telling us about that. Well, you're saying we do know his name, so we don't need to find him anymore?
Unless he has information. That's the thing. It's like you already have it, but do you go and get?
But that's what your idea was. Why we found Wilma, and she didn't give us more information. So maybe we don't need him.
All right. So you want to pop out of the dream
Let's
world?
Let's pop out and go back to and find the girl.
Find the
Annie.
girl.
And why are we doing that? Because she knows about the witch, maybe?
Because the witch tried to get it, like,
But really, we're trying to find the name of the other person. In the dream?
Yeah, let's do it.
What does the chat think about this idea?
Let's put it to a vote, because we really,
All right.
Where should we go? I think we should go to the Hangman's Hill while we're in the dreamland.
Wow, that sounds risky.
Or the witch house, but she's probably there.
Well, I'll say this. I want to go to Hangman's Hill in the real life. So we could go there in the dream and then pop out.
Why are you going there in the dream world? Or in the real world?
Because her bones are there. We're going to find out what her real name was on her gravestone.
I think we should go over where the most likely place is to find more of this Noctum. That's what I think.
Music hall in the dream to find the musician, but we don't know if he's in the music hall.
Well, we do have the clue from the... But he's
Wouldn't he be sleeping at home?
That's what I was going to say. He's not going to be sleeping in the music hall. That's the problem there. But it's a good idea, Jonathan, to track down the musician.
I think our next strategy should be to find Annie. Surely we need to find her.
We need to see if she's
So we could pop out, but we could go to Hangman's Hill first in the dream and get ourselves killed.
Well, I mean, again, we have 2 currencies that we're spending.
Yeah.
How much time have we eaten up so far?
In real time?
No,
Clock?
on the thing. A lot. Like
half the game.
Like half of it. Oh my god. Well, Jonathan is the only one to have voted.
All right, so then we just call it a day with the vote. And Jonathan, we're not doing that. So we're gonna.
Well, I don't think it's a good idea to.
We can't go dreaming to the music.
I don't think I think it's a good idea to try to find him. But what do we have on the musician so far?
Just that he's a musician. We know his name is DR. We know R. Actually, you could look up R and look for a D. Darrow is his first name.
Oh, we have his first name?
Yeah.
But we won't have his...
We just know it's an R. How many DRs are there?
All right, I'm looking right now. D. Rice, which is U25. Can we see where that is here? D Rice U25.
Is that the only one in there?
I'm going some more. Yeah,
That's the only one.
That's assuming that that they're in
Assuming we won't find him in a music hall.
Well, Tynus and Anna, you can still, if you miss the vote, you can still throw in your 2 cents here.
I think let's go to Hangman's Hill. I mean, we're going to do it eventually. Let's just go there now and see what happens.
Let's do it.
Because then we can pop out and visit in real life, which I want to do. And we'll.
And hold on, Anna, cover your ears for a second. Let's go to Hangman's Hill.
Oh yeah,
Anna's not going to like this. She does not like to take crazy risks.
Okay, where is Hangman's Hill?
Yeah, Tynus. Hey, what was the Dune quote you made earlier? That's what I was curious about.
Hangman's Hill. Where is Hangman's Hill? Can you look it up for me again?
So Jonathan, throwing some cold water on her. He says, I don't think we need to visit Hangman's Hill because we already think it is the witch's hideout. I think it's like the Dreamers just need its name.
It's true. We shouldn't go there.
Tynus says Hangman Hill. I don't know. It is interesting. Like, I mean, this is the kind of thing why I don't like about this particular thing is that, like, any one of these locations could be everything or nothing.
That's the nature of these things.
Yes.
But we try to enjoy it. We debate it. I think that's the way you get enjoyment of it.
For the reason we went to Pascal Fenton was because he was mentioned several times. Hangman's Hill has been mentioned several times. Ergo, we should go to Hangman's Hill.
And we're in Dream World. We're trying to...
Oh, the Sleeper Must Awaken. Yes. I was thinking because that's all. Sleeper Must Awaken is also... Sleeper's Awakening is also from another sleeper. There's a lot of Sleeper Awakens thing.
Okay, this could get us killed, or it could break the case wide open. You love it when I say that.
I love that meaningless phrase that you do. Go ahead.
At the foot of the hill stands a small cabin. We're in the dream world. We're in the dream world. That's the whole point.
Like dream.
Oh, well, you're right. We're not in the dream world, but we are going to come in the dream world, so it's okay.
What was it?
M2. Okay, there's no entry for M2 in the dream world.
Okay.
So that's weird.
Well, it's not necessarily. There's nobody here dreaming.
Okay, but now we're popping out.
Are we?
Yes, we are. That was the whole reason I was agreeing to put us in danger, because I wanted to pop out and visit it and look for her bones.
Okay, so are we going to pop out and look at the bones?
Yes.
Or we don't want to go to the witch house while we're in the dreamland?
No. That's for sure.
That's pushing my luck.
At the foot of the hill stands a small cabin. A middle-aged man with a hair whip.
Wait, hold on. We get docked for that.
We don't get docked.
Yeah, M2.
I gave us our time in M2. We're doing both in dream and real.
Okay.
I took the time up. Okay, it's Mr. Davenport. I seen you wandering around looking at the graves. Something I can help y'all with. He's not in our initials. You explained you're looking for information connected to Orlaith Andrews. Well, I reckon you'd be in luck. He beckons you inside the cabin, where he shows you a fat ledger. It happens that, as well as being the watchman for the graveyard on Hangman's Hill during the day, he's also a keen amateur historian. Indeed, Dorothy Davis of the Arkham Historical Society would be proud of the meticulous way in which he has recorded the legible graves and researched them. He turns to the start of the book and points out Andrews O.
Nobody thought to go to Andrews O at this one. The other thing is
here's the details.
Can we ask him if he has any Noctum?
Here's the details, though. It says she died in 1705 right here on Hangman's Hill, just like Goody Fowler did. Or, we found which it is. Yeah. Orlaith Andrews, resident of East Saltonstall Street, Lower South Side, Arkham. It told us we were supposed to find her address, and now we know it.
Wait, stop for just a second.
Mm-hmm.
Goody Fowler dies. And there's an Orlaith Andrews in real life?
Yeah, I guess they're both.
Earlier it told us there were 2 witches.
That's right.
And now he's saying Goody Fowler died in 1705 in Hangman's Hill.
And now this one did, so you think this is the other one?
It's unclear. He's pointing out there's a grave for Andrews O. Right?
That's right.
And she's saying she died in 1705 right here in Hangman's Hill, just like Goody Fowler. So there's 2 people, Goody Fowler and Andrews.
I think you might be right. So maybe she's the other one. Let me write down her street, because that he told us we need to find her street. Lower South Side.
There's a few buildings like the churches and the boarding house that have been there for that kind of time. I hope that helps you some. So churches and boarding house, meaning like
Churches and boarding house on East Salton
which means
Street.
we have to look down those locations, which is kind of cool actually.
Is it going to be the witch house? Is that what that's going to be?
That's probably, I mean, we can look here now. Is that the end of that?
Mm-hmm.
I hope that helps you some. Yeah, okay, that's it.
That does help us.
So that's a little weird and a little unclear though, is the idea that like there's two people and they both die.
It is
Goody Fowler is killed. Where did we find out about Goody Fowler? That was from Dorothy Davis. What was the what's Dorothy Davis on this thing? Dorothy Davis.
She is L1. She says Keziah Mason.
Yeah, but I mean, I just want to see how. Will that do it? Whoa, boy, didn't like that. What about that area? So, here we go. Goody Fowler here. Hang suspected witches, including the infamous Goody Fowler.
Mm-hmm.
The restless spirit is still said to wander the hill. So they executed her in 1704, according to Dorothy Davis. He said 1705.
Buried. Maybe they executed on Christmas Day. Supposed home of another terrible witch, Keziah Mason. I think you're right. That Goody and Keziah were buried, and Keziah is buried under the name of Olive Andrews.
So the timing also is the fact that they're like, wow, we killed Goody Fowler, good job there, and then all of a sudden some other witch shows up.
There was a Salem witch trials. They killed them all. In fact, there may have been 3 witches.
So are we meant
we might have had Olive Andrews and Keziah and Goody Fowler.
Okay. According to this thing, we have Goody Fowler gets executed in 1704. The guy in the hangman,
buried in 1705.
The Hangman Hill guy says killed in 17. We're gonna have to go look at that entry again.
Okay.
Because she's saying while the town was focused on Goody Fowler, this was the supposed home of another terror witch called Keziah Mason, and she arrived in Arkham. And she's not familiar with Olive Andrews. So either we're dealing with 2 different witches, or the same witch that is picking up a different alias. Like, you didn't really kill me. Or we could find out from Annie that Olive Andrews is inhabiting, like, sort of vessels.
It's possible, but I liked your reading before. Like, they buried Goody and they buried Orleath.
Here's my theory for a second. Okay. They kill Goody Fowler. Okay. We have a device, the music box, which essentially bars Andrews from getting into our world, right?
It doesn't say that. It says it bars her a power to bring us.
No, to come into our world.
I don't know if it said coming into our world or sending us to the world, but whatever. It bars her power.
It bars her. So she comes in, she inhabits Goody Fowler, it possesses her or whatever, right? They kill Goody Fowler. Then Andrews is like, whoa, guys, that was the body I used. And then she's like, tell you what, I want to come back to Arkham to do my thing that I'm planning on doing. So I'm going to jump into this other person whose name I just forgot. Keziah Mason. She gets killed or whatever, right? And now, or something happens, and now we're here in our contemporary time, and Andrew says, hey, I'm going to go find this girl, Annie. She'll make a great conduit, and she's jumping into her body, and she gets repelled out. And we have to use the music box to keep her from, like, coming in and possessing people.
It's an interesting idea. So you think the 2 witches that are buried have nothing for us? I mean, they're not her anymore.
What I'm saying is I think there's only one witch. She just is jumping into different bodies. And we'll only know that for sure if we can find Annie.
And that's a fair point.
And see if she's okay.
Well, let's go find Annie.
Let's take a look here. Hey, the Invisible Man popping in. We have been a mixed bag. We're not sure if we're enjoying the game or not.
Yes, we are. We're enjoying the game.
Yeah, Anna says, look at that. Anna, you got it. You're on my side.
You have to be mistaken.
I lost
any argument
I lost some ground on Hangman, so now I'm regaining it on me.
Okay. So Can you look up Keziah Masons? Just make sure she's not in the directory.
Yeah, this is kind of like an interesting thing about this style of game. Is that the problem is that anything is possible in the Magic world, yes, versus the real world. But I think that you have to have, in a game like this with deduction, you have to have some clues and somewhat rules set up. The last name again, Jesse, sorry, was Mason.
Mason, yeah.
M-A-'s, what's it?
M-A-S-O-N.
Was it S?
Yeah.
Mason A and Mason M.
Whoa, that's not what we want.
What is it?
Keziah with a K.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, she lived in the 1700s. She's dead for 120 years. 1705, right?
Not
We're in
likely.
1929. Yeah.
No, but here's the other thing. We were told we have to find a street address, and we just got told where Orlean Andrews used to live.
Yes. Which is going to be, oh yeah, let's go.
So can we find if the boarding house is there?
Yeah.
It's on Stalton Street. Where is our witch's house? Is that U6?
No, that's the church.
There's Stalton Street.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, this is the church.
Whoa, that's the church.
Yeah, we
did say churches and boarding houses are still there.
That's the witch house.
That's the witch house.
Yeah.
But this is where she lived.
No.
On Staltonsdale Street.
Correct, on the street.
And is that the church where the father went missing?
Yeah, but let's go back to this again because what was that entry? M2?
Yeah.
Was that that was in the real world, right?
Yeah.
This is now getting a little more interesting for me. Because now I feel like we've got some meat to chew on.
Okay, here.
It was only at the end. So
he looks for Olioth Andrews, who we're fighting for. Oh, we're looking for. And what does he find? She died on Hangman's Hill.
1705 right here in Hangman's Hill, just like Goody Fowler did.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so they both... So it points out Andrews. Oh, okay, so that's what's weird. That was the other thing that's a little weird. Resident of East Saltonstall Street.
East Saltonstall, not West Saltonstall.
Which... This is west.
And here's East Saltonstall. So actually, she's not over there. She's over here somewhere.
There's a few buildings like the churches and the boarding house.
That's
okay, yeah,
right.
that's what you're saying. Okay. All right, so let's take a look. Can we go back? Whoa.
But now, East Saltonstall is over here, not where the father went missing.
Right, and if this is the witch house, which was F11, is in the book, right? We found that as a...
Can you look for church? Yes, but can you look for churches and boarding houses that are on this street?
Correct, yes.
Yes, that seems like the right
I mean, but the
do.
witch house seems like...
I know, but the witch house isn't where she lived.
But somebody else mentioned the witch house.
Yes.
Where we saw that in the newspaper.
In the newspaper, yeah.
Well, what did the newspaper say?
It said the guy was complaining about bad conditions for student housing.
Yes, that's correct.
So we jumped to that conclusion.
Can we take another look at that? And
Sure
we've got
can.
the board. I don't know why I'm like thinking of too many
There's
things.
the boarding houses about the witch's house.
All right, so let's buzz through that just real fast again. What is it? Not only are the conditions bad, I'm convinced people are coming into my room at night. I haven't. Okay, so that would be like dreamers coming into the room.
It's true.
Even for travelers and students, all strange.
But this could all be red herring. Now that we know where she lives, we should look for boarding houses and churches in the L neighborhood.
All right. So can we look on the? Let's yeah. There you go. Let's expand it out a little bit. Right.
Here's East Saltonstall.
Okay. Boarding houses. NF L11.
L11.
There's 13, 10.
L11 is not on Saltonstall. Nope.
Okay. L7.
L7.
The band L7.
L7 is.
Yeah.
That's a boarding house? What's it called?
Sizzle Manslow. I don't know. I can't. It's too.
Sizzle boarding house. Okay.
It's SZY Man SLD. And then everything else is F's and an N.
Okay, so let's put a mark there. Now can you look up churches that might be there too?
Yep. Okay, so we're looking for only L's, right?
Yeah, only L's. I guess potentially not a
U17.
Not a U. Because this is going to be the east and west.
I think that's true. All right. L10. That's Denison's funeral home, actually.
Okay. Not adjacent to.
L9. Nope, it's up top.
Okay.
L6. That's on East High Street as well. High Street.
That's it. Okay.
Oh, hold on. There's abandoned churches. Yeah, but there's not there.
All right. So we've got a very good candidate location for this woman.
Well, Jonathan is saying, go back to the real world again, track down the musician's name, which we do need to do. However, this is a
We don't know how to find the musician, but we do know how to find Annie.
We should go to.
Oh, that one person we found?
No, go to the music hall and see the.
What about DR? We found the one person with the right initials. There's only one DR in the phone book.
Well,
25.
I don't think that's going to be it, but I think you got to. I think you got to use the. It could be, but that would be kind of dumb. I think it's. We should go to the music.
Go to a random music hall in the newspaper?
Yeah, the auditions.
All right.
However, this is kind of interesting.
Well, we can't waltz right into her. Well, I guess
go
we
into
could.
L7. I don't know.
We could go there if we wanted to. It seems like that's where we go in the end, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say.
All right, well, let's say this. We've got 2 more people to find. The janitor, which we tried one of his houses and
we didn't try
find
the other one. No, we only tried one of his houses in the dream world.
Didn't we pop out? No, I guess you're right. We didn't.
I don't think because we popped out somewhere else.
Yeah, we popped out at M2. Okay, so we could try going on another East Smith's house, or both of them.
Well,
we could try visiting Annie, or we could try finding the musician. Those are our 3.
Yeah. Chat wants to go to the musician, so Jonathan's been wanting to do that for a little while. Let's
okay. Musician it is. How do you want to try to find?
I think we should go to the
You want to go to the music hall, huh?
Yes.
I'm going to make a prediction. I'm going to
could be everything or it could be nothing. I already like
my prediction is that he's going to send us to this guy's house, but I'm okay with going here. There's the music hall.
Commercial house, Arkham's own commercial house. Did we look that up?
Well, I don't think we did. No.
N31.
N.
Yeah.
31.
Nancy 31.
All right. You want to go there?
31. Let's do it.
Okay.
If we can't find that, then we can chase down the other. Like if we had to answer the questions, we could just be like, it's here and here. I do think that this interest, that this like.
Whoa! It looks like you found him.
The system is much more interesting than I think what they're doing with it. Is my. Like the concept of this.
Take a good look at this guy, though. I think we're gonna find it. You found
That's
something.
our guy.
All right.
Which is actually
your instinct was right.
is not here now because this is like what there's a character in the Arkham.
That's right. There is.
Arkham world,
and he's got a trumpet.
He has a. Yeah.
All right. Read this.
The slate gray sky seems to press down on the town as you arrive outside the commercial house music hall. When you step inside the foyer, you find the atmosphere to be relaxed with strains of different instruments and songs reaching you. A bespectacled receptionist directs you to a large rehearsal room where you find a young black man in a neat suit blasting out toe-tapping jazz on his trumpet. He sees you and cuts off his impressive rendition of Sweet Georgia Brown, looking a little perturbed. You're a little early to hear my audition. I'm still warming up. Could I have 5 more minutes? You reassure the young man that you are not here to hear him play. After confirming that he is indeed Darrow Rice, you tell him about the problem in a circumspect manner. Darrow frowns and is quite open. Had I known that things in Dream Arkham were getting as bad as that, of course I'd have acted sooner. Sometimes the needs of the waking world come first, and I might not have been as attentive during the night as I should have been. If this witch has her claws stuck in deep, then I gotta act quick. I can tell that that my friend is on your list. Erastus Smith. He lives on North Peabody Avenue, the road out of town. It's the last but one house on the left. You go and tell him, and I'll finish up here, and then do what I can do. So we probably should do that. So Peabody, it's right here. It's this one.
It is his house.
87.
D87. That makes complete sense. All right. Well,
just hop over there.
Yeah, but well done, group, for figuring out that we should go to the newspaper music hall. That absolutely did it. So we've located Nero, or Darrow, and now we've got our last person.
Is that really it?
Our last person that we didn't know how to find. Yeah.
You got D87 on the list?
D87.
Want to read the thing? You want me to do it?
Let me do it. You ask a paper boy which house belongs to Erastus Smith, and he points out a small basement apartment. You descend the steps from street level and rap on the door. After a few minutes, an elderly woman answers, and she invites you inside for a drink. You ask if Erastus is home. Oh no, he's most likely at work keeping this roof over our heads. He works over at East Public High School and keeps the place clean and tidy. The staff and children love him. She proudly points to a wall in the hall where certificates from Arkham's school board hang alongside dozens of children's pictures showing fantastical scenes and creatures. Oh, they often paint for Erastus in their art classes. He takes pictures that look like dreams, especially the ones with boats and the sea. You finish your drink and thank the old woman before leaving the apartment. Okay, so where does she tell us to go?
We have to go. It's
to the high school. We have to go.
It's a specific high school though.
East Public High School.
Okay, we have to go back to the bank.
What are you talking about?
We're gonna go because they don't have ATMs. We're gonna go back to the bank, get some cash. So we're gonna go to the high school. I need to buy some more Nocturma. Right? We got a little skrill, a little cash.
Okay, so we're just about to find all these people.
So Jonathan Warner says, I don't know if we need to keep tracking down Erastus. If we have all the complete names now, maybe we're done with the dreamers. But why would they tell us where he is? Again, this is one of those things where like it's like they've told us where to find him. So we just say, fantastic. We know which Erastus Smith it is. We don't. Like it seems like intuitive that you would found him, you would go talk to him. But again, if you're going to just go for the,
it's a good point. But might he know Annie? Is it possible Annie's a young girl? Is it possible Annie's one of the
students there?
Yeah.
Yeah. So hold on. So where is? So let me look it up. Let's find out where it is. You want to do the top down thing? I'll look up schools.
I think you make a very good point.
So it's not a university. Oh, the university.
You make a good point that maybe we don't need to find him.
It's East Public High School, is that correct?
Yeah.
R8, which is down here somewhere. It's right there. I mean, it's nowhere near as there, but it does seem like...
You make a good point. Like, do we even need to find... Now that we've located him, but what else would we do?
So
Are we ready to solve it?
Useless to go talk to him.
Correct.
What's
each one of these other people seemed to point us to another.
Slocum did help us to get some information.
She did, but she just pointed us to one of the other people, right? Do they just point to each other?
She gave us a little bit of information about Hangman's Hill and the
yes, she did,
and some information about the witch.
Yes, she did.
And then
but this guy's a janitor. What does he know?
This guy helped us to find the janitor. I think we should just do our due diligence and go talk to this guy at R8. I don't know if it's going to be any use, but it certainly seems ridiculous not to be like, where can we find this guy that's like super useful? That's the part with this game that.
I'll
stop being so.
Yeah, no. You make a fair point. I think it feels like we should do it, but I wouldn't be surprised if he points us to one of the others that we've already found.
It's like you find this, like it's like you found the witness of the crime. We know who he is. Fantastic. Are you going to talk to him? Absolutely not. Right? It doesn't make any sense.
Where else do we have to go though? We could look for Annie. Like if we're worried about time, could we just wait and not go see him till we find Annie?
We want to confirm that this L7 location is in fact the place, and we still are not sure about like the lineage, which like if there is this possessive body hopping thing.
That's true. That's true.
I think the best way to do that is of course to talk to Annie. So I think why don't we talk to him? Maybe he'll give us some information about the girl. This is a high school.
Annie,
and the girl is a younger girl.
We've got the janitor. We've got the
L7,
witch's house.
Starts with an S. It's
L7
like
boarding house.
Yeah.
Okay, and we've also got Father Murtaugh. That's a side case. Are those the total of the things that are in our to-do list, sort of?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, and we've got like 6 more times.
V1 Franklin, or U1 Franklin. That's where the guy went missing. That's the place where the priest went missing. Right?
U1 is the shepherd that. No, that's the person that helped her. Or
that's the shepherd. I think that's the side mission. Yeah, Anna says go talk to the janitor. I think we should.
All right, let's get that. Let's cross it off our list. It's our last little person.
I mean, who knows?
And he's not going to be asleep, so we won't have to go to multiple places.
Well, we say, because we're not going to go to the high school and be sleeping at the high school.
No, if it's a realistic janitor, he might be.
Hey, that's pretty. That's not good for. That's a little stereotypical of janitors. Whoa, you're in the dream Arkham.
Okay. Where is it?
You don't think it's a good idea to take some more Noctum just to be safe? All right. Whoa, what are you doing? D87. I thought that was R8.
Oh, D87.
No, D87.
Oh, that's his house. That's the one we already went
to his house. Okay. R8 was the school, right? Is that right? Yeah, R8, I believe, is the school. Because look, it's down. We marked it.
Why didn't I write it down?
Because we marked it right here. Look. R8. See, it's right here.
I just don't know why I didn't write it down.
I don't know. You're slacking on your note taking, Jesse. I got news for you. Oh, there it is. Like that.
All right. Well, there's a nice long entry. Okay.
The East Public High is a modern building
Put
with
out your
neatly. I'm just reading that's in the bottom corner. Neatly. Whoa, about that. Trim lawns and neatly painted fences. Everywhere is quiet now, but it's easy to visualize the paved yards filled with teenagers. You head to the main reception area and ask where you can buy Noctum, and are unsurprised to find it empty during the weekend. A small card directs you to the janitor's office down the hall. You find the door with little trouble and knock and wait. A man in a neatly pressed janitor's overalls opens the door with a perplexed expression. Oh, I'm sorry, the school is closed. Was there something I could help you with? Noctum. He begins to walk you back towards the exit as you stop and ask if he is Erastus Smith. That's me, all right. It appears that you have me at a disadvantage. You apologize and explain to him that you've been searching for him at the behest of Professor Armitage. You tell him of the witch or Lath Andrews, and his mouth falls open. I just can't believe it. The professor is correct. She must be stopped before the rot has spread too far to be cleaned out. My friend Morris Moffat. We've not heard that name yet, have we?
No, we certainly are not.
Told me of a dream in which a crone tried to entice him further into her lair. 3 nights she came to him, taking him further each time until I gave him a talisman to hold evil at bay. He never mentioned it again, and alas, I did not investigate further. I will travel to the dream realm as soon as I am able and help where I can. You thank Erastus for his time and allow him to return to his duties. Okay.
So useless, except he's mentioned this
Morris
person.
Moffat.
But this is just another person he gave something to. I don't see how that helps
if we talk
us.
to Morris Moffat, we could find out like where the lair is. He's been enticed to the lair 3 nights in a row.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, like that seems like a no-brainer to me.
He had a dream. She tried to entice him to the lair. That's an interesting reading of it.
In Grindhouse, he's like, it's a no-brainer. He's like, what do you mean? He turns the guy over his head. His back of his head's open. It's no-brainer. It's a no-brainer.
This is Quentin Tarantino.
That's the half of the. That's Robert Rodriguez. Robert Rodriguez is half of the Quentin Tarantino Rodriguez movie.
I see.
Grindhouse. Moffat was his last name, right?
Yeah, Morris Moffat.
Yeah, M. Moffat, U9, which we should do check and see. There's a lot of U's. There's 8. Where is a 9? 5.
There's U9.
That's the Legends of Andor way of labeling things.
Mm-hmm.
Which is close to this park.
Is this really the thing to go?
So Jonathan Warner says, but his description will be based in the dream world where we'll be able to convert it back to real world location.
And we already know where she lived.
Do we? We aren't sure.
L7.
But certainly,
go there.
Certainly, this
you think Morris Moffat might have some good information?
I think it's insane not to go talk to this guy.
Well,
however,
I thought it was useless, but you point out that if he was trying to be lured to her lair, he might know some description of the lair.
Correct.
All right.
So,
but we haven't found Annie. We're running low on time. I agree.
Jonathan is saying a dream world will be able to convert back to real world location. Yes, that's true. But I think that we've gotten this guy's information during pulling this thread. I think absolutely we should follow this up.
Because of the lair reference, I think I agree with you. It may be nothing, but if he knows something about the lair, he's also the last person who's had interaction with the witch.
That's correct.
Right? Okay, let's do it. U9.
U9.
Is he going to be asleep?
No, we're only going to talk to him in the real world. He's not a dreamer, right? So we don't want to do that.
All right, U9. This looks worthless.
Well, there you go.
The clouds scud overhead in the freshening breeze as you arrive on West Pickman Street. You find the apartment building and are stopped by a smart concierge who insists that Mr. Moffat is at home but is sleeping. He has left strict instructions not to be disturbed under any circumstances. The concierge confirms that Mr. Moffat suffers from migraines and often needs to take a full day of rest to recover.
Yeah, I also am having a little bit of a migraine right now, Jesse.
But shouldn't we wait?
To take some Noctum? Why wait? We're already here. Already here.
Should we try to find Annie before we go into the Noctum?
This guy could help us find Annie. I'm saying
he's going to help us with the.
No, I think just we would be spending.
Do we get a free?
We get a free look at this place in the dream world, but we spend we save on the time currency, but we spend on the nocturne.
And it says, I have to go now. Do you think you'll break this case in 2 parts? How long do you continue then today?
I should. I don't think I should go more than an hour because I worked all day today. I got work tomorrow, and I got to be at. I'd like to be in bed usually by 4 or 5 a.m. And it's 3 a.m. now.
Well, we could stop now. This is not a terrible place to stop.
Jonathan Warner's like on top of it all the time. Look at this. He's like, check Jesse.
I know, he's great.
Nothing's getting. I'm gonna try to slip one by him at some point here.
All right, what should we do? Do we? Well, I think we have to finish out this block.
I think we should finish this. I think we should go into the dream world.
Well, you are just nocturne happy.
I'm saying that you're spending one currency or the other.
It's true. Maybe time is more important than nocturne.
Oh, Titus has to go as well. So it's morning in his part of the world.
You're trying to test.
Just testing Jonathan Warner for a second. You gave it up though. I was like, you went along with it.
The delay. We don't have time for this. All right. So, do you want to drink your nocturne and go visit this guy?
That's what I think. I mean, it's splitting hairs on which currency you're spending.
It feels like we could. We're okay with having a worse ending, but more time, right? And if that's true,
I think that's
okay.
True.
Let's do this. Let's go to U9 in the nocturne. It's not going to be. Let's go to U9 in nocturne world. We're drinking the nocturne. And here we go.
I did get Jonathan there. I lost the Hangman's Hill, but I did get you on that. Shall we? You got to do this part.
Okay, go ahead. Read your. No.
A street party seems to be in full swing as you turn onto East Pickman Street and make your way to the front door of the ground floor apartment owned by Morris Moffat. A smiling couple apologizes as they jostle you while twirling to the music. You bang on Mr. Moffat's door. A middle-aged man in a patterned cotton shirt greets you warmly and invites you inside away from the noise. Sorry about that. I can get a little crazy here at times. So you're obviously coming to ask me something? I can tell from the look in your eye. I thought that was it, and I was going to be like, no. Oh, there's a lot.
Yeah.
You ask him what he knows about the witch Orlaith Andrews. His demeanor instantly changes. A cloud seems to cross his face, and he waves you to some large cushions on the floor. Now then, that was a bad fix. 3 times she came for me when I was dreaming. She seemed to have a power over me that I cannot explain. Each night she seemed to be able to draw me further from my house here to her lair. Goodness knows why she wanted me, but it felt as though I wasn't in control of my body. I was aware of what was going on, but I couldn't move until suddenly I could, and then I ran. The 3rd night she almost got me, and after that I went to my friend at the East Public High School, Erastus Smith. He is a master dreamer, and he was able to give me this. He holds out a bronze amulet for you to see. It is carved with a stylized 5-pointed star. After that, she hasn't bothered me, he says. You ask Moffat where it was that the witch was trying to take him, and he shrugs with embarrassment. Thanks for nothing, Moffat. To be honest, I was aware of my surroundings, but it was hard to concentrate with her voice whispering poison directly into my brain. I walked out of my house to the east, passing the park on my right-hand side. Okay, that's good information. And you just move this a little bit. So
out of house, east.
Okay.
Past the park?
To the east, passing the park on my right-hand side. I honestly thought it was to be dragged into the witch house, but it went straight by it. See, that's
yeah.
I went across an intersection right past Sergei's Eatery, and then down past the Institute on my left. I went over another intersection, past the social parlor and that immigrant church, before ending up on the corner of a block. She mustn't have had the mojo to get me inside that horrible place. I honestly think she had to work up to it. But that's it, and now I've got this.
Okay,
word.
let's walk this. Yeah. Leave it here.
I'll read it.
Okay.
I'll read it, and then you do the top down.
So where is his house again? At U9. He's at U9,
which is over here. Here.
Okay, go ahead. Let me. All right, the channel can see it. I'll go top down so we get a wider view. Okay, starting U9.
So ready?
Yeah, he walks out of his house
to the east, past the park on his right-hand side.
Park on the right, so he's here.
Correct.
Okay.
I honestly thought I was going to be dragged into the witch house,
which is right there.
But I went straight by. So that's actually kind of cool.
Very
because
cool.
That's a red herring.
That's right.
Communism was a red herring. I went across an intersection right past Sergei's Eatery.
Okay, so we need to look that up. So can you get me the square cube?
Hold your finger and I'll look up Sergei's Eatery.
Get me a square cube, Greg.
Oh, sorry.
Any excuse to use the square cube, the metal cubes we use.
Sergei's Eatery.
Well, it's going to be like at L1 probably.
Okay, Sergei's restaurant is L12.
So he went past it. Okay. All right.
You see L12?
Yeah, right there. It's got a sticker on it.
Yeah, I saw that. Okay. Right, I went across an intersection, right past Sergey's Eatery, and then down past Institute on my left.
Institute on his left. Okay.
So let's look up schools, right?
Well, just look up Institute on the white
Oh,
pages.
financial institutions?
No, just look up Institute.
It's probably one of...
It's probably like Institute of X.
I think so.
Yeah, look for an L Institute.
Nope.
Okay.
So financial institutes, I'm going to look through L for L's there. Okay, negative on that. However, let's think about
schools. Or you could just keep reading.
Yeah, that's probably right. Hold on, let me just think. Are there any L15 Hazley Public School? No. Okay, well, let's move on for a moment.
Doesn't say what institute.
I went over another intersection past the social parlor.
Can you give me another cue? Sorry, because he either went this way or it's possibly turned down here. Okay. Social parlor.
Down past the institute on my left, I went over another intersection past the social parlor and that immigrant church before ending up on the corner of a block. So let's look up churches, and this is still L, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the more the easy one that seems like a little easier to find. L10, that's Dennis's funeral home again. I keep doing that. L9, Sacred Hearts Church. L9, yep, it's right here.
Where? So what does it say?
Institute on it, my left.
Okay, that would be one of these purple.
So that would have been F.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I went over another intersection past the social parlor and that immigrant church before ending up on the corner of a block.
That would put him here.
Social parlor. What would social parlor? Would be F or L? Is what we're looking for F's or L's actually.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm looking under diners, local culture.
This could be something that could be in the paper.
Morris Moffat is a bibliophile. He's in this thing.
Mm-hmm. There is a dance hall in the paper.
Local lifestyle, speakeasy.
I'm confused because surely she's taking him here.
Well, then, I mean, it might. So maybe... It says he goes past. This is this the Sergey's?
This was the L12 Sergey's. That's right.
So it says, and then down past the institute on my left.
So is he continuing this way or is he going down this way?
I mean, he says corner, so this has got to be it.
That's gotta be it. Yeah.
So what is the institute and what is the?
It would be
past the social parlor and immigrant church. So we have.
Where did you think the immigrant? Yeah.
Institute on the left, right?
Yeah.
And then past the social parlor and the immigrant church.
Past the social parlor and the immigrant church. So I thought you found the immigrant church was all the way over here.
Good night, Anna. We'll see you. So I mean, there's multiple churches. Let's look at this again. So.
Look for something that says immigrant. Nothing?
So U17, where's U17?
Not in this area.
Yeah, this is U right here.
Okay, so, but U17 is not, you wouldn't have walked past it.
I know, but I just want to make sure because some of the numbers are in weird spots.
Mm-hmm.
Like
we could check in with the errata too.
I was thinking about that as well. But look at this, there's no U17. Where do you see it?
There it is.
Okay, which is nowhere near whatever. That's okay. D6, that's way up north. M48, where's M's up in here? So that's not there.
Yeah.
L10.
L10 is here.
That's the one we just.
That's true. What's it called? Funeral home.
Funeral home. Sorry.
Okay.
F15. Where's F? F15. That's 16 right there.
14. 45.
I really dislike when they don't have the numbers next to each other. It seems, why even have numbers? What is it? That's Old Arkham. That's 12. F15 is right here.
Okay.
Lich Street.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Unless they went up. Unless they went up.
U6. There's U. 2. U2. 5, 6. That's one we already know about.
Yeah.
Kind of. E2. That's up top there.
Uh-huh.
F5. That's a funeral parlor. L9. That's the one where we found it over there, right?
Sacred Heart Church.
F18.
Here.
Can you write down F18? There's another church.
Mm-hmm.
And then L6, which is in the same kind of area.
Oh, there we go. That's it. Stanislaus. That's it. Okay.
Yep.
So that makes more sense. Okay, past the immigrant church and then into the corner block.
I wish we could, like, yeah. So I wish we could just, I mean,
That
what
makes sense at
institute?
Stanislaus.
Like, I don't know how else to find the institute.
Yeah.
But yes, I think that's right. Because this
Okay.
is, we already, yeah.
We were for certain that, pretty sure that that was where he was leading us to.
I think that's,
Okay.
I mean, other than the fact that, like, institute, I like to
You like to confirm?
I would like,
You'd
like
like
to
to get
confirm
that confirmed, but boy, that part sounded right. All right, past the social club, immigrant church, before ending up on the corner. That's it. Okay,
Yeah, I think
so that confirms that's her lair. Okay, that was a lot of work, but we really do
Which is cool.
have confirmed. That was, yeah, that was fun. That was a confirmation. Okay, so that's the witch's lair. Be careful about going here during Dream World. That sounds very dangerous. Good we didn't try to go there. And we've confirmed that the witch's house is a total red herring. You're trying to find Institute, huh? You should be looking for, like, it's either L3, L6, L2, a very low L.
I mean, I could just, like, buzz through.
All right, but it's not important, Greg. This is for sure where we have to go.
I know. I just like to.
So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 turns left. We haven't had any danger.
All right, let's go over our goals real fast, because this is a good wrap up if we're going to wrap up.
Yes.
Okay. We need to. Our goals were to find the people.
Right, which we have.
Let's go to the list, please.
Mm-hmm.
Janitor, Erastus Smith.
Right.
Occultist, Pascal Fenton.
Right.
Musician, somebody.
Darrow Rice.
What?
Darrow Rice was his name.
Rice. Okay. Yep. He was the trumpet player.
That's right.
Right. And then we've got the historian was Wilma Slocum.
That's right.
The librarian Armitage, right?
Right.
Armitage. And the artist, of course, we know, which is
Zophie
Lily Hurst or whatever.
Uh-huh. We've gone to the safe deposit box and we've gotten the thing that we're going to use against the witch.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
And we found her lair.
And we found her lair.
The thing we don't know is what we don't know. There's still the mystery of Annie, and there's still the mystery of the
preacher.
Just the fact, yeah, the Annie.
But we have solved the witch's mystery. We have solved the witch because we know her address.
Which witch is it though?
What we know the address of this real person.
Do you feel like you have a strong understanding of the three witches?
No, but I don't. I feel like we know her name. We know where she lived. This is where she lived. Don't forget, this is the actual address of Orliath Andrews. So I mean, like, what more do you need to know?
Look through Zophie's notes. We must find out where Orliath is hiding an undoer evil. You must contact the other principal dream architects and tell them of the danger. I will eventually need their assistance.
Wait, let me stop you for a second. That's different than identify their real names. It does say there we should contact them. And now we have contacted all of them.
Except for Armitage.
But he already knows about the danger.
Are we sure about that?
Musician we did, Wilma we did, janitor we did. So we did actually tell them.
All right, the list is complete, but unfortunately dreamers are a secretive bunch. You need to find out their real names. I thought he said... Yeah, I guess that's... I felt like it was more forceful about saying... Okay.
Whoa, wait, John says true identity of the witch.
I think we'll be asked for the witch's real name. Yeah, I do think like
What
that,
makes you think her name's not
because there's three different
Oriath
names.
Andrews?
There's three different
Yeah,
names.
and what makes you think her name's not Oriath Andrews?
I think that I think there's something, obviously something there with the fact that there's three different women,
A
three
little
graves,
coven of witches. What makes why?
I think this finding this Annie is going to be the thing.
Well, I'm not opposed to finding Annie, but I guess my point is,
really,
what makes you guys think that the person's name
there's
isn't
a mystery
Oriath
around
Andrews?
the three witches, and I'm not.
That's fair. That's fair to say. Well, not really. I mean, they were all killed in the same place.
It's a little weird, the whole thing.
It is a little weird, but I mean, we've got a name of someone. Her name's on the grave. There's a record of her with her name living here. So, I mean, I don't know why we should assume that that's not her real name. No one has told us that's a fake name, right? She's got a registered house
address. There's you in the dream world, and then there's you in the real life. And I think she's luring people and trying to do something with them. I think she's possessed.
I agree. What about, John says, I thought at some point it was implied that Andrews was not the real name.
Yeah, it's because we went to there was two separate moments that we found out there was
multiple witches.
It was the historian Doris or Darcy or whatever, and then there was the graveyard keeper that was an amateur historical hobbyist. So I think between the two of them, there were three different names floated, and I really feel good about the idea, especially since she was luring this guy to her lair. I think she's jumping into these bodies, and I think she must have a.
She's luring a guy, not a girl.
I mean, maybe she.
I don't think I mean, it'll be interesting to vote on it, but I'm not convinced. And I don't know why we won't just have three different witches. I think when we find Annie, it's going to be another weird way to find out about her lair. I think if we meet Annie, she's going to say, yeah, let me tell you about where her lair is. It's down here. Like, I think we've solved Annie's information.
Look, I think if we had to answer it now, we know, in essence, we know what Armitage has asked us. However, there are parts of the mystery that are still unclear. And it seems to me like, I mean, I have no idea how to find that information other than through Annie, right? Like we've gone to the graveyard. We could go to her house.
Annie and the father as well.
The priest? Or the
missing priest.
I think that's for a side case.
It is a side case. I think you're right. But should we solve it? But do we want to rescue this guy?
How long have we been since the last break?
1 hour, 2 minutes. You ready to take our break?
So, are we coming back?
Or should we stop here?
What are you thinking? It seems weird. It seems like we're almost. I think it seems like
we are almost done, but we've got actual 1, 2. We got 4 more turns. Do you want to play for an hour more, or do you want to stop here?
If we could finish in an hour, it seems like we should.
I think we could probably finish in an hour.
Well, let Jonathan say we should go back and read the first Historical Society passage. I think we did do that. We can certainly do that again. Linus, thank you very much for joining us. It's very entertaining having you in the chat and stuff. We might finish it up.
I'll tell you what we'll do. Let's take a break here, our hour break. We'll talk and we'll figure out whether we want to continue playing or come back. Wait, Martin says, a quick work to Gregg. Phineas says, before I go, I watched you and Jesse play Pandemic, Star Wars, Warcraft, Flashpoint, Fire Rescue like 15 times. You guys make it great.
Well, thank you very much for saying that. Well, it's great to be able to play with you as well.
There's no one that I enjoy playing board games better with than Gregg, more than with Gregg.
And he's saying he finished September Pandemic Legacy 1. Yeah, that.
No spoilers, no spoilers.
Is that Pandemic Season Legacy?
Doesn't matter, no spoilers. I'm not saying don't spoil me. I'm saying don't spoil the audience. That's our one of our favorite board game series of all time.
Jesse's got to play Season 0 yet. I'm glad you're enjoying it, and I hope you continue to do so. It's great to play with you.
If you like those playthroughs, I hope Gregg and we both want to play more Subterra 2. I'd like to get a Subterra 2 video playthrough on the channel just because it's so good. Okay, we're going to take a little break.
You can talk to Jesse about that too in the Discord.
Yeah, we'll take a break here. We'll come back in 8 minutes and we'll decide whether we're going to try to make a run for the ending or wait. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. I'm here with Greg.
Thanks for having me on your channel.
And what's happening now? What have we decided?
So we think we're going to push through and finish this up because we're pretty close to the end, and I think we could probably do so in an hour. I feel like this is a little bit of like, I mean, we're missing Tinas, and Anna has left us, so we're kind of like, Yoda's like, have fun facing Vader, and I think that's what we're going to do here. So we're gonna miss those guys, but we do have Jonathan Warner. Yes.
Okay, so what have we decided we're going to vote on? What lead we pursue next?
I think we were kind of talking a little bit while we're having some more of this delicious coffee about the idea that I think the mystery we don't quite understand is the idea of the three witches, and I think the Annie is the best. There's two avenues we can go. I think Annie is the best route to kind of find out some more about her, maybe about her experiences as she directly dealt with the witch. But that's a little weird because we don't quite know which church to go for. The other avenue is to go to one of our allies here, like Silver Twilight Lodge, or someone that might have had some interaction with where are your cubes over there? Someone that might be able to give us a little more on the genealogy or the history.
And then the other avenue you haven't mentioned is the missing father.
Right, which that's where we agree as a side
if one was convinced that there was more information to discover about the witch, then we should check out Annie. But we don't know. The father could be kidnapped by the witch, don't forget.
So we also didn't, like, there's this
been to
person
any of these people.
well-versed in folklore,
That's
historical
right.
expert.
That absolutely could be a reasonable place to learn about her. See what Jonathan says, though.
He says, I guess part of my confusion is why was Zophie going to Hangman's Hill if Andrews was the witch's real name?
She was trying to find her address.
I think
that's
she didn't know where she was
that's
nesting, right?
That's right. And now we did find her home
now we
address.
know where she's nesting.
So, like, my gut is to go to the father and see if he might be a side case. We might be able to get him, but I can certainly see, like, let's just let him die and let's find Annie.
I think.
So shall we find Annie?
Listen, he's lived a long and healthy life, and there's no possibility we're getting knocked him out of this guy. I mean, this, by the way, to me, like this historical expert of Miskatonic Valley and well-versed in folklore, that seems like she could. I mean, I hate using these. I really don't like using because they feel like
if you wanted to find out more about her.
But that seems to be like a really good.
Well, we have 4 turns left, and at least one of them we need to go to the house.
The L7.
Right. So we basically have 3 turns left.
So we could go to the house
right now,
dreaming, just to look at it and not do the dreaming part of it.
That's an interesting idea.
Using both of our.
But we'll want to do that when we're ready to dream, right? Because.
Yeah, Jonathan Warner wants to go save Annie too. I think let's at least take a stab.
She's already saved, isn't she?
Well, she's saved. But she could have valuable information to help us to understand who the witch is. There's a reason she's mentioned.
What we should have done is look at the FAQ, but you know what? We're playing without it. We're off our training wheels. All right, let's try to find Annie.
This is going to be the thing that really drives me nuts afterwards is when you tell me, like, oh yeah, by the way, there was like this and this that should. Okay, so
remember that Annie could be like 3 turns of just hunting for her without luck. I think I'm going to make a prediction.
Out of the dream world yet, by the way.
No, we haven't. My prediction is that Annie's going to help us find where she lives, which we don't need.
Well, that's true too.
But
she could provide. Well, that's
could. If we're hunting for information, maybe we shouldn't take a chance.
Here's another way to do it. The 2 L7, the 2 houses, the boarding house, right? That's one location.
That's right.
Because you get to go for free.
We'll go into the dream world for free.
If you got 4 left,
right?
We could go
3 left. Other than that,
okay. Then we can go to the historian.
Okay.
And then eat up whatever time we have left looking for Annie.
You want to go to the historian first? That's your most primary thing?
Well, I'm just saying you could go to her and then eat up whatever time you have left looking for Annie. Or you could do it the other way.
What's your favorite lead to go to now?
Well, I don't.
Historian, Annie, or
there's
father?
No possible way to know.
Don't worry about looking behind the curtain. Just which is the one that you're most interested in hearing about?
Well, I'd like to find Annie, but I mean, like, I want to know about the thing is, I want to know about the witch's history. right? And I'm like not sure whether we can get more information about the witch's identity through Annie or through the historical society. So, I mean, we could do both. We could do that and then use the rest of the time looking for Annie.
Feels like Pascal should have told us, but let's do it. Let's go to Leonora Robinson and let's learn a little bit about her history.
You did these and you didn't go to the bottom.
So
C17.
Leonora Robinson C17.
Okay. I don't see it.
And then we'll try to save Annie. Although, wait a minute. No, I changed my mind. Stop for a second. Like, if we're going to waste 2 turns on Annie, let's not have to abandon her because we run out of time.
I see.
Let's do Annie first, if that's who we're going to try to save. And then...
And also Jonathan Warner wants to save Annie.
Okay.
Which I agree. I think that's the best.
Although she doesn't need saving. All right. So how are we going to find Annie?
Let's have a little look.
We know she lives adjacent to Independence Square.
Okay, we're not going to find Annie herself looking for her house.
Right.
That's impossible.
Although, actually, you would guess that she's in one of these now.
Okay, but we know she went to a church.
That's right. It seems like we've got to go to the church.
To
and this is the closest one.
So we could, I mean, in absence of any other information, E2 does seem like the best place to go. So that could be a complete waste of time.
All right, let's do it. Let's
we're
go
going
to
to try. E2 is the most compelling one.
And if we don't find her there, maybe we'll cheat on time.
So E2. Nope.
No. All right.
Well, don't close it completely.
This could be totally. This could be. You might not be possible to find if we're obeying the rules.
Okay.
Let's just go to all the churches for free.
E5.
There's no more E's.
There you go.
E2, E5, D6. Okay. Nope. Okay, so Annie's a lost cause.
Lost cause.
What about, is there a D11? No.
Okay, well, that was...
So Annie can't be found.
Well...
Unless she's living right here. But you'd have to go to all of them.
That's
cheating.
It's like you take a little, like me with my knockdown. You take a little bit of...
Okay, so Annie's done. Annie's not part of the story.
We don't know if she's okay.
It's so weird how it told her... Oh, maybe it's
errata. Good job, Jonathan.
But we don't know.
Well, I think maybe it is a good time to take a look and make sure.
Okay. Run out of time. Read us when you decide you finished the case or run out of time. That's not us yet. Scoring. Finish the case. That's it. Really? No. Doesn't look like there really is.
Okay. All right. So let's go to the C17.
You want to talk to the historian? Okay, go for it. C17. And then let's try to find the father. Hold on. We got some comment by our channel.
Maybe that is an errata.
Maybe it's in errata. Yeah. I looked. I don't see it.
There's no C17.
Wow, are we in the right place?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so that's a bad design that this woman isn't in there. We're definitely not penalizing ourselves for that. Okay, now we get to solve we're not penalizing ourselves for going to an ally.
Solve the father thing. That's going to be like a whole bunch more stuff.
Maybe he's related to this case, Greg. We're not like going early, like, oh, we got nothing to do.
Well,
this guy's dying.
We just visited like 6 places.
I penalized ourselves for one of them.
One of the 6 places?
What do you want to do? Penalize half the
go to the L7? That's what we should do if we're
going to do L7, but let's go. Can we please check the father? You really want him to die. You really don't want to.
I just don't like the side quest.
Maybe it's not a side quest.
It is. He's in a completely different church. U6. Oh, man, I should not have said that. All I did was set myself up.
What's Franklin Place Hotel? Why is he related to that? There's the church.
That's where he went missing or whatever. There was something about that. Yeah, U1.
It's just weird that there's 2 entries for him. Like, why is that?
That's his church, and he went missing in U1.
So should we go to U1?
Yeah, I think that's the one.
Okay, where's U1?
I don't know. It's not next to U3, 4,
there
and 5.
It is.
There you go.
All right, let's go to U1.
All right, we're now entering Bizarro World, or whatever you want to call it, the extra innings.
Extra innings.
Like I'm like the last person to make a sports reference.
Okay.
Your attempt to question the busy staff about Father Murtaugh and whether he checked into the hotel or not to no avail. The Tower Lake staff merely shrug and tell you that a lot of people come through the hotel. especially this time of year.
It almost seems like it wants us to go to sleep. Your tired-looking staff. All right, but not. We're going to U6.
Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, that's his church.
Okay. Elegant First Presbyterian Church cuts a striking profile against the gray skies, where a number of parishioners at prayer inside and a harassed-looking curate hastily lighting candles. When you tap him gently on the shoulder, he turns and his misty eyes look you over, assessing you. I don't recognize you. Are you here for a service? Evening masses from 6 until 7:30. You explain to him that you are looking for Father Murtaugh because his disappearance didn't sit right with you, even though you know that it's part of a side case. He immediately brightens and leads you to the front pew to discuss the matter further. Of course, we were all shocked when Jonas disappeared. I consider him a close friend. We had made plans for the week after his disappearance, but that's why I don't think the police have it right. Been working hard out in the community against the vices of alcohol and drugs, especially Nocturne. He spoke about it in his sermons and even visited parishioners that he believed were using the drug. I don't know much more, I'm afraid. I did speak to an Inspector Garrison at the police station. He took a statement. Garrison also talked to our organist, Alan Goddard, and the parish warden, Mabel Dunbar. If you have a requirement card too, which we
don't.
Oh, boy. Excuse me.
So that's supplemental entry 2 if we have 2. And he mentioned Alan Goddard and Mabel Dunbar, or we could just go to the cop who's talked to both of them.
But he doesn't care. He's terrible.
But he's got their statement.
But he does have their statement. That's true.
Jonathan says, I don't know if we have time to finish this side case. We don't. We basically don't.
All right,
we have to solve it now. It's our last turn.
Is this what we want to do? What do you want to do, Jesse?
I think we're going to have to play the game. We're going to have to solve the case now. And then if we wanted to look at it later some other time.
Did you do that before where you went back and did some side cases?
Yeah, it's not, there's the church, by the way. It's not crazy to do that. I mean.
I can't believe, usually you're like, no way are we going to finish this thing up. But you are really, I think we're out of time, so we have to do it.
That's not why. It's just that I think we've got a good idea of it. And the mechanics of this game only work if you accept the tension of there being a time limit.
Yeah, well,
we made our choices. We bent the rules a little bit.
We is definitely
you were sitting in the car with me when we made when we robbed the house, robbed the
generous
bank.
Term. So let's, for a moment before we go to the house, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's no other avenues other than the father, right? Which is, I believe, is a side case.
Well, he was railing against Nocturne, so there is a connection to our case.
So he's really the only other lead to follow up. And I don't think he's going to lead us to figuring out more about, like, the genealogy or the identities of the 3 witches.
Yes, except he may be actually captured by the witch.
That's true, too. Boy, that sounds like an awful lot of leads to track down. What do you think?
Can we do one more lead and go to the cop, and then?
That's 3 names.
But the cop, if the cop took this, I'm just saying, like, we should solve the case.
I'm not opposed to it, but I'm saying, like, he's given us 3 names, and there's a requirement card to come back to this church. That's a whole side.
Yeah, we're not allowed time for that.
So I think unless you're going to do the whole thing, I think, like, let's go to the church, because that sounds like a lot of.
Let's read the questions. Let's read the final. Oh no, we're going to go to the church.
L7, and then we'll do the questions.
I think we've made our bed. We chose to go for Annie. So
you're
thinking of some what?
The Fatal Attraction, where, like, Michael Douglas.
There's a great scene in Fatal Attraction where she's hunting him down and terrorizing him, and he goes to the cop. He goes to the small town cop, and he explains this whole story, how he had this affair. This woman.
No. He doesn't say that it's him.
Oh, he says his friend. That's it. He says, my friend had this affair, and the woman's a stalker. And the cop goes, well, he made his bet. Your friend made his bed. He's going to have to lay it in. And Michael Douglas is just like, he knows he's in trouble. All right. If we had been pursuing this lead of the father and we needed a couple more turns to resolve it, then I'd say do it. But we made our choice. We went for Annie. Father might be sacrificed.
I think he's a side quest anyway. again.
I told you he's related to Nocturne, but yes, we're not going to get a great ending here. That's okay.
Finding his, like, it's like he's gone missing. Go find him. It is true. He could completely tie into the whole thing, and that's what we're completely missed. And now,
but we have enough to get her, so maybe we'll save him.
Let's go to L7 and see what happens.
Okay, so we're going to go to L7.
If we're playing the game, that's the game says to end.
I think that's reasonably right. Okay, so we're going to go to L7, the boarding house where she lived originally, and we're going there in the daytime, right?
I think we're going to go in.
Then we'll switch to nighttime. We'll take the Nocturne when we're there, right?
As long as we.
So we get both shots at it.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
That's free, right? So
the way we're playing it is, yes.
The best understanding of it.
What is the thing about read this when you decide you finished the case? Okay,
we're not finished.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
L7, you read it.
Okay.
Oh. There it is. There we go. Whoa.
The dingy boarding house sits on the corner of South Parsonage Street and East Saltonstall. A middle-aged woman kneels on the steps outside, weeping gently while scrubbing them clean. When you move to comfort her, she introduces herself as the widow Sismanals.
That's the boarding house's name.
The owner of the cramped but clean and tidy boarding house. She speaks with a thick Polish accent, and you ask what has upset her so much. My brother Rogers have moved out. I don't know how I'm going to get by if this keeps up. They complain they can't get a decent night's sleep here anymore. They hear scratching in the walls, and the caterwauling of the local cats has driven them to distraction. You ask if she's heard of Orliath Andrews, and she crosses herself feverishly. The ghost of the witch Andrews has in the past plagued these streets. I'm thankful to say, though, she has gone from here now. Father Casimir from the church next door has banished her spirit from this plane, and no longer is she to be seen shuffling down Arkham's alleys and lanes. Perhaps the cloud over my house is her legacy, a curse she's laid on my home. You promise the old lady you'll do what you can to help lift the curse. Father Casimir from the church next door has banished her spirit from this plane. So is this not where she is? Because she's been banished?
No, I think that would have been nice to talk to the priest. But
sure,
let's go into take the nocturne. Let's do it. By the way, caterwauling. I love that term, caterwauling.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta use that more often. Caterwauling. Let's do it.
What about this
nocturne? Heat it up.
But are you sure she hasn't been banished? This is bullshit. I just want to hear what your theory is.
I just think that this lady's like, she's been, she's come back. This witch has got something going on.
Mm-hmm.
This lady doesn't know. She hasn't been investigating this case for the last couple of days, like our investigators have. She doesn't have all the information.
Sure, it would be nice to talk to the father, though.
What do you call it? She's, when you're like, theorizing. She's theorizing. That's all she's saying.
She seems pretty sure. She knows this guy's name, though.
I mean, again, are we playing the game as intended, or do you want to just go and pursue the father and all this other stuff?
Let's go in the dream. Let's go in the dream world, although I wouldn't mind talking to this father first. Can we just shout out to him without changing locations? Do we know where the church is?
Well, yeah, the church was the
was it L6?
Remember the guy went by?
I think it was L6. Right, let's cheat a little bit.
No.
Yeah. No. We got to cheat a little bit. We still got a little bit of time. L6. This is important, Greg.
I don't think it's L6.
It is.
It is L6.
Okay, we're just shouting to the guy next door, the church. The squat gray building before you practically glows with goodwill. Organ music drifts out of its open doors, welcoming you inside. A priest with large, wistful eyes approaches you, and you ask if he knows Father Casimir, which causes him to smile. I am Casimir, he says. How may I help you?
To you? We went to the high school. You're like, listen, young Billy, do you have any of this nocturne we can buy? Well, I'm 16 this year.
You continue reading to a young voice from. Go ahead, go. You ask.
Go, because I want to be able to laugh at you more.
Orliath Andrews has been exorcised from this plane, as far as I can tell. Unfortunately, she wields a power which some claim allows her to exude influence here despite her exile. He's exiled into her dream world, so she's still.
Which is why we have the.
I haven't seen much evidence of that until lately, when the widow Sismazald began losing customers to, well, mostly annoying occurrences in her boarding house. Nothing dangerous or overt, but still suspicious and mildly malign. There was also a woman, Miss Annie Hogue, we got her last name now. Something had most certainly possessed her and compelled her to come across town to this area. When she was where she was going, I cannot say, but she crossed paths with several of my more superstitious constituents, who all claimed to have been able to see some presence occupying the same place as Miss Hogue did. They performed several small rituals, which I'm always trying to wean them from, but whatever it was that had Miss Hogue must have held the same superstitions as they did, because it retreated. You thank Father Casimir for his time and buy several votive candles to light in reverence as well. Okay, so that's it.
I believe.
Now we've got her name.
So we have her name, but I think that this is another way, I bet you, to just find out where the location of the house is.
Okay, so I have a completely different theory now. I believe we were meant to come down here, think it's here. Now the priest kicked her out of here and gives us the name Annie. And now I'm afraid we're supposed to visit Annie, who knows where she really lives now.
All right. John the Warner says, we say we'll confirm if there is a witch or not. Slug the nocturne and flaps into sleep in front of the lady. Listen, I know you're sweeping these steps, so can I lay right here where you just dusted off? Just don't do anything to my catatonic body here.
What's our theory now? Is she at this house, or does Annie know where she really lives? I suppose we could just take the dream and find out if she's there.
I think this is where the other guy led us. And I don't think you have time to probably do both. My guess is that it's two different ways to find the same information. Of course,
again, but why is he telling us about Annie when we've made it here? That's weird.
There must be another avenue to take to find out.
You might be right. Okay, let's go into our dream world. And if she's not there, then maybe we'll visit
and figure out how you would find...
yeah, it is.
How you would find Annie.
All right, we're taking the Nocturne. We're at L7. We're at the steps of this woman's house.
Jonathan Warner used the term "slug the Nocturne." Slug it.
Jonathan thinks she does still live here. Yeah, it did sound like he kicked her out of the waking world, but she's in. Okay, let's do it.
She's nesting.
All right, you ready to read this?
Let's do it.
If we don't see her here, no, I want you to do it. But if we don't see her here, we might have to visit Annie. Okay,
so
here we go.
Rush the end of this. I feel like we're playing the. We have played a little fast with the rules, but we're still
within the range. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, not.
That's how I feel like we are.
That's how you are.
We're going into the dream world. Take your drink, your thing.
Love it.
That's your third one.
This is the only time I feel good anymore.
All right, go for it.
The light in I guess I shouldn't make so much light of drug use. It's probably not a very.
It's a fictional drug. It's okay.
Yeah. The light in this part of the dream.
Although. I mean, sleeping drugs aren't fictional. They're real. People do get addicted.
Okay. Light in this part of Dream Arkham has an odd quality. The shadows seem unusually long, and the golden sunset seems pale and sickly here. The sprawling necropolis of the lower south side is disquieting and makes you feel uneasy. Here, tombs and mausoleums stand high, choking off the view of the sky. Save for the wind, there is little noise here. You stand at the end of East Saltonstall Street and regard... the wormy building standing where this boarding house lies in the waking world. The building stands 3 stories tall and in parts is overgrown with dark weeds. If nothing else, it certainly looks like a place from which a long dead witch would haunt the streets of Arkham. Steadying your nerves, you gingerly make your way forward. You have to be sure this is the right place, and the witch is here. Armitage and the others are counting on you. Pushing to the front door in the moldering hallway, you find yourself standing at the foot of a staircase. Strange objects line the shelves, bottles of liquid and dusty portraits with the faces scratched.
Oh, that's creepy.
Yeah. There are also many small cases, not more than a foot square, twisted together from twine and with sticks. More still are suspended from beams in the ceiling. Strangely, they do not seem to contain anything.
Remember, the safety deposit box had a small wooden box that was 6 inches by 8 inches that the thing was in, so it sounds like they might be those.
Each step towards the attic door seems more difficult than the last, and you feel increasingly weak. You lay a hand on the doorknob and, steeling yourself, push it wide open, half ready to turn and flee. The room is bare. You breathe a sigh of relief and enter slowly. A dirty painting of a family hangs on the far wall. The The face is scratched away by cruel fingernails. Hoping for a clue, you lean forward to examine the painting and spot the figure of a black-dressed woman standing, half obscured behind a tree trunk in the background.
I wonder if there's going to be some relation to Annie.
Hearing and feeling a ragged breath from behind, you whirl around, but there's no one there. You look back at the painting, but the woman is no longer there. A hand grips your arm like a vice. Frozen in terror, you look downwards to see dirty, broken fingernails snake around your upper arm, digging into the flesh like the bite from a rabid dog. Were ye looking for me? You hear a hoarse, breathy whisper that carries the stench of the grave. Everything fades to black, and you awaken screaming. You are now in the waking world and no longer dreaming. You may take another dose of Nocturne at any time to continue in Dream Arkham. Additionally, you notice you're sleeping longer than usual. Advance the time tracker 1 additional space.
Okay. So...
Well, I don't know. I mean, I didn't get a good look at her face, but I'm pretty confident that was the witch.
But we didn't find her lair. I think that's what we learned. From...
That's
no, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think she just... All right. Well, I mean, that's a good one. All right, so it's kicked us out of time. We've run out of time.
Out of time.
I wonder if we have found her lair or not. I'd like to hear what the channel thinks, but we have run out of time. So first, let's read the FAQ spoiler when you run out of time. Can you read that with your good eyes?
Read this one. Oh, oh my God.
It says, take out the cardboard sheet from the box. The questions on the sheet are the ones pertaining to this case. The page is missing from the case book. Yes, I know about that.
Oh my God.
It's weird because it came officially with the box. They just forgot to print it in the book. Normally the end questions are in the book, but here they are here.
But there's the answers are in the there's your normal like little case 4 questions. That's Jesse's always got everything labeled with his little label maker and stuff. Last night you awoke from a stirring nightmare. On your nightstand, you discover a note in your handwriting that only you could have written. A series of bizarre questions communicated to you from Dream Arkham. You have no idea of their meaning, nor do you remember writing anything during the night. Do not lose these questions any time during your journey. If you think you know their meaning, immediately write down your answers for safekeeping, lest you forget. So actually, it's thematically described as we should have had this from the beginning. Okay, where is the witch Orliath Andrews? All right, we think she's at the boarding house? Yeah, okay. Boarding house of...
What are the names of the 3 architects of Dream Arkham other than the ones we know? All right, we found their name. Erasmus, Darrow, other. Okay, where in Waking Arkham is the lost dreamer sleeping? Who is he? That's the father, Murtaugh. We never found him.
Huh.
What is the significance of the music box? Okay, that's the thing that we know prevents
keep her from coming back into the real world
or affecting us.
Yeah.
What is the name of the shepherd on the unvisited isle in the Dream Arkham? We met him.
Yeah.
Well, so we'll just have to look him up.
We didn't write him down. I say we like I've taken any.
How did Oni Hogg escape the witch?
Any Hogg? We don't know. Wow,
that guy saved her, but we don't know more details.
Yeah.
What is stored at the witch's house in Dream Arkham?
You're looking at me. I don't know what to tell you, Jesse. We've really not done well this time.
Well, what's stored there?
At the witch house? Hold on. We didn't need to go there because, like, it's not...
Oh, we weren't at the witch house. We didn't go to the witch's house.
We did not go to the witch house.
Could be the father is stored there.
Yeah, that's a little annoying. Again, like we figured out that was.
What color is the clock in the forum? I'm trying to remember if we saw that clock. We did see a clock at some point.
That's not.
What is the name of the mysterious new drug reportedly used by teenagers, but for which there is no direct evidence? That's Lantern. All right, so we know some of these, but not others.
So is it like we weren't supposed to go to the witch house though? We learned that was not...
Unless that's where the father is. But these are some mixed questions.
The system seems to like to ask lots of side case questions mixed in with the main.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. It's true. They aren't separated between main and side cases.
They should separate it.
They should separate them.
All right, so the Annie... Okay, so let's go through them. So we answered what we can, essentially.
We answered what we can.
So... Where's the witch? We understand that. What are the names of the...
We're not 100% sure. I'm not sure, but I think you might be right. I guess she is at the house. But
Where's the Waking Arkham is the last dreamer, so we did not find the last dreamer.
That's right.
right?
We could try to guess where he might be. I'm going to say the witch house. Like, that's what's stored there. That these are both related to the witch house.
It's the father. So that would, I mean, it's probably that father is the.
It wouldn't. That's kind of what my guess.
It could
was.
be anywhere. I mean, it doesn't.
Yeah.
You could guess, but it doesn't.
And what color is the clock? I feel like we might have heard about that clock.
What is stored
in
in
the
the witch
dream
house
world?
in Dream Arkham?
I think the father might be there.
No, in Dream Arkham. Meaning like.
Maybe that's where he's stored. That's where he's gone missing. He's locked in dream world.
All right, should we?
All right, we're gonna read the solutions now.
And here.
Mm-hmm.
This seems like very, like.
I don't know what you're complaining about. We had an adventure. Okay. Where is the witch Orliath? In Dream Arkham at Sismald's boarding house in Lower South Side.
You got that finally. The 10th time reading that name and you nailed it.
Simsald?
Got it. Good.
Simsald. It's not right. Okay, but anyway, you guys got it right. I always had my doubts
about it. You should have quit while you were ahead. Just.
Okay.
I mean, she grabbed our hand.
She grabbed our hand.
I mean,
okay. All right, you were right. Okay. What are the names of the 3 architects of Dream Arkham?
Darrow Rice, Erastus Smith, Wilma Slocum.
We got those all right. 1 point for each full name. First and last you got correct. All right. So should we be adding up our points? 5 points.
One
and then
additional
we got
point for
6
each
points.
vast you spoke directly with.
Oh, look at that.
We did speak with Darrow Rice.
We did speak with all of them.
That's 6
Okay,
points.
so 6 plus 3. Okay.
Hold on. 1 point for each name, first and last, and 1 additional with a max of 6
Oh,
points.
max of 6,
6
when you do that. Okay, so actually that was fun. That speaking to them had an
That we
advantage.
talked to them.
Okay. Where in Arkham is the lost dreamer sleeping? Who is he? First Presbyterian Church minister Father Jones Murtaugh. We were right about that. Who began taking Nocturne. He's asleep in his tower room at the church. You must get both questions and at least the last name of the minister. Well, we did get the last name of him. We knew he is, but we didn't get. All right, so
You're like maybe we got that thing that
I'm
we
going to give us 2 points. That, that it was him. That it was him. We knew that. We figured out that it was him.
No, you must get both questions and at least the name of the minister.
Well, I didn't give myself a full 5 points.
0
What is the
points.
thing?
It says
all right,
there,
0 points. You let him die, and then you won't even give me a couple points for wanting to save him. All right, what's the significance of the music box?
It
gives sleepers immunity from the dream spendings of the witch.
Yeah, which we knew. That's 4 points.
Okay, next up. What is the name of the shepherd on the unvisited isle? Zalekis. We
didn't. Well, we could have gone
we
back.
knew it. Yeah, we
just
knew
didn't write his name.
Okay, now, how did Annie escape the witch? A funeral procession passed by and saved her. All right, so if we had visited her, she would have told her.
We ran out of time. I mean, it's
okay.
So.
Now, this is a weird one. What's stored at the witch's house? Grain.
So it's probably just nothing. It's probably like
it's only 1 point. It's if we wasted our time going there. It's a little. What's it called when you give someone a consolation? That's right.
Nobody likes.
What color is the clock in the forum? Golden with emerald inlay. We did see that. We did read that entry.
We did.
I'm giving ourselves a point for that. What is
there was a point in this where we were like following the rules, and then we were like, let's look at a whole bunch of places.
We said before we read that. All right, so should it be? We don't play games memory. We don't play games with memory. Like if we didn't have to remember it, what the chat can come down and say whether we think. Okay, what is the name of the mysterious new drug? Lantern.
Yeah,
we got that right.
Although I think it's not spelled that way in that way. Jonathan Moore says, no one looking for the missing father in his own church.
Yeah, he's right upstairs.
Hey, listen, they got a lot going on there.
Can you imagine you go to the police? I'd like to report a missing person. Have you checked their room in their bedroom? No, I haven't checked there yet.
Have you checked every room of the church?
Have you checked the bedroom?
Well, we checked everywhere but the tower. Did you think about checking the tower? It's kind of, it's the whole thing.
All right, so, and now sanity penalties. Let's see how much points we lost. If you are lucky enough to meet the witch at the boarding house, deduct a 1 point penalty from your score.
Yeah.
So we paid a penalty for that, -1. Okay. Using the Nocturne potion has a gradual debilitating effect on your sanity. The first dose does not cost you sanity, but each subsequent dose, all right, we took it 3 times total. So we get a 2 penalty for taking it those 3 times.
That's not enough.
If you took Nocturne 5 times, you ended up needing medical assistant and pay an extra 5. That was you. You tried to get 5, but you didn't.
But I was hoping you'd get lost in the dream world forever or something.
Count the number of locations you traveled that contain a written encounter. Oh, this one only penalizes us for the written encounters. Travel, deduct 1 for each point beyond 11. Visits don't count against you. What?
So how many points we have
Count
right
the
now?
number of locations you travel that contain a written encounter. Deduct 1 point for every waking location beyond 11.
Well, this is where we got a little
1,
fast and
2,
loose with the
3,
scoring.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Did you keep track if
15.
they had a thing or not?
I didn't. Yeah, well, these are the only two that
This
didn't
is
have
the fast
things.
and loose part.
This is fast and loose, yes. But okay. So we went over 11 by 3. And so that's minus 3 points. Minus 3 points I'm giving us. Yes, it's fast and loose. We're not going to... When you go to heaven and die, he doesn't get out his book and check how many cheating did
5,
you do.
6, it's 11, 15, 16, 17. Minus 2 is...
18, 19, 20.
No, is that a minus over there?
No, these are all positive.
20.
20 minus 6.
6 is 14.
Okay, so here we go. 14 plus points, you win. For this investigation, there were no vital questions you had to answer to be successful. You only needed
If we
to
were
score.
doctors, we'd be like, listen. We got most of the organs back in your body. I mean, that was...
All right. And if you scored 22 points, he says take the morning off. Okay.
Take the morning
is
off?
there a little...
We get one morning off for stopping a
Right.
witch from taking over
Now
the
you
whole-
got to read this.
Does that mean?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, boy.
It has to be done.
The heavy skies seem to be filled with foreboding as you walk back to Sophie Lilybridge's house. Professor Armitage is taking off his hat and coat in the hallway as you are led into the house. Armitage smiles weakly at you, and you sense that he is immeasurably tired. I can tell by the expression on your face that your investigation has concluded. Come into the parlor, and Stanley will fetch us a pot of coffee. I need to rest for a while. As you sit down, Armitage gently lowers himself into the seat opposite. So you're able to track the witch to her foul lair at the boarding house, I presume. I found that delightful young woman, Annie Hogue, most helpful in that regard. Okay, well, we didn't need her. We needed somebody else. Her memories weren't perfect by any means, but with a copy of the city map and a wander around the neighborhood, it quickly became apparent where to look, especially when taking the proximity of the St. Stanislaus Catholic Church into account. Luckily for her, that Father Casimir's constituents are superstitious and knew verbal words that would affect Andrew's influence on her. So it's weird that they don't talk about the other guy, which is how we found the location.
Yeah, it's an alternative way to find her.
But you don't really get points for that on the...
That's a good point.
Huh. Stanley arrives and pours you all steaming cups of coffee as the librarian continues. As for the dreamers, they were easier to track down once I'd visited with dear Nicholas over at the public records office.
So we could have just got the public records and given the address of all of them.
He put me on the right track, and I was able to spend a few moments with Erastus Smith at East High School. So is that really what we could have done is one of the public records office? That's ridiculous. Then the bartender at the speakeasy was able to set me on the right path to finding our musician Daryl Rice after his audition at the Commercial House Music Hall. That's how we found him. Finally, I found my old friend Wilma Slocum at her house in Dream Arkham. I honestly had no idea she was a dreamer on par with Fenton and I. You can imagine how happy with that has made me. You're probably wondering what transpired after you brought us the music box of Ilarnek. Well, we gathered together at Zolfi's favorite place under the emerald and gold clock tower, and we played the music out loud, using our powers of dream to project its magic out over the town. As we did so, we could feel the evil weaken and retreat. It will be quite some time before Orlaith Andrews has the wherewithal to even enter that realm again. And so you saw Dream Arkham. Incredible, isn't it? At the witch house, there's no fear. They store grain, mundane as you please. The vagrant Zalicus is a shepherd and a fantastic musician in his own right.
Him.
And I and my lovely wife are younger.
In that world, they're younger, okay?
Zalicus.
Yeah, that was his name.
What was Zalicus again?
He was the shepherd who we got the key from.
Oh, I see. Now here at the end, there are two small items that need taken care of, but you'll be glad to know I don't require your services for either. We must begin the arrangements for dear Zophie's funeral, and of course we must help Father Murtaugh understand the effects of Narcomherm and Gregg and his full potential in Dream Arkham. It doesn't get lost there anymore.
See, he's another one of the dreamers.
Thank you again, and congratulations on seeing something most mortals never get to see. Path of
that's how he
Armitage,
solved
we
it?
don't care.
We don't care.
So, no, but there was one point I was kind of curious about this. So, that he mentioned something, I don't know, I can't remember what it's now. I think it's weird that they didn't really, it's like they really went in on the Annie path, but not the other guy.
Alternate paths that we could
you kind of get less for the one path.
The path we went on, you didn't get.
Oh, I thought it was that the church was down here. The Saint Stanislaus.
Yes, that's right. It was L6. That was Stanislaus.
Right, but I think that's the church that helped her, even though she lives, which is like.
Oh yeah, we couldn't find her up here. She was down here. Maybe that's in the errata.
That'd be interesting to know what that.
You make a good point. That church was all the way down here, and we were told it was nearby where she lived.
Let's pop in on Jonathan Warren. First off, I do enjoy Gregg joining the streams in the horror theme mysteries, but I think this case ranks the lowest for me so far.
Of the Mythos tales, I
think Gregg made a great point that it's weird that you put two cases so similar, so close together in 8 cases. And I also think the dual worlds was a very cool concept. I do think it could have been developed more. Yeah, I think that ultimately. Are we moving?
So we're going to talk about our thoughts here, okay?
Well, that's Jonathan Warner's thoughts, which I've been saying that kind of thing. I think this dual world thing was really a cool concept that you have to decide when to go in the dream world and when to not. But ultimately, we went in 3 times, and we kind of were told we should. Like we were told we should enter the dream world on the unvisited isle. We knew we were going to have to go in the dream world to find the witch. You know, there wasn't really a compelling mystery here. We were mostly just like running. And if we went to the public relations office, we could have found it. I'm actually can we look at that real fast?
If you want, sure.
I'm really kind of curious.
The public relations office.
If it just says
it's civil servants documents. I think it might be D21.
Let's just read just to make me.
Well, let me give you some thoughts while you. Well, okay, go ahead. Why don't you look at it?
D21 is that what it is?
Yeah. Erastus Smith's occupation is janitor.
School janitor stuff. It's unfortunately the rest of the old tenement block demolished in 25.
Pascal Fenton. DR.
Look, I'm the historian.
But he doesn't know DR.
She lives in French Hill on the corner of East College. So he gives you a little bit. Which I guess it makes sense, like, right, because you'd be like, hey, I'm trying to find these people, let me go to the public. So it does seem like a reasonable
And he didn't give you all the information, he didn't solve it.
Yeah. So
let's see, John says, dual worlds with cool concept, it could have been developed more. That's what you said. If the dreamers did have aliases, we could have had to deduce. Okay, so I'm going to agree with one complaint. I do think, like, this wasn't, it's a lots of missed opportunities, but it's a missed opportunity to not have more of a mystery here.
Yes, I think
we basically had to track down these people.
That's it.
Rather than solve any mystery. We didn't have to figure out what to do with the witch's box. We didn't have to figure out her identity. We unveiled her secrets a little bit. So that was a missed opportunity. I guess I want to disagree about the dream world a little bit. I mean, sure, it could have been developed more, but my approach to these things is don't look behind the curtain. And what it succeeded in is it really succeeded in creating a tension for us that created interesting debates and discussions. Like we were worried about, is it going to be dangerous in the dream world? Is this house, should we be visiting it in dream world or wake world? And how many times do we have to take Nocturne? For me, like, that's a win. Even though in the end, does it really matter how many times you took it? Not really. But believing it did it when we were playing was fun. Like it was fun debating and arguing, like, should we take it? Is the danger? So for me, it served its purpose. It created these dilemmas that we struggled with, even though when you look behind the curtain, there were no real dilemmas there.
So I liked the part when we were using the map because that's part of the game. Oh, that
was fun, yeah.
So that was kind of cool, right? But ultimately, like the most interesting part for me was when we were like, hey, Annie, like, could we find her and try to track down? And we were trying to figure out like that was one interesting thing to me, but ultimately completely useless.
Yes.
Okay, that's not. Then the other thing that really started making me think like, oh, is when the historian and the 2 historians were like talking about several different witches.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that sounds really interesting.
That was the interesting
And I'm like,
history.
here comes an okay, finally we got a little mystery to solve. And it's just like, no, that's not anything.
I agree with you.
I mean, ultimately we're like tracking down, like, it's like, here's a bunch of initials. Like, here's like, you got to find 5 people. 3 of them you know right off the bat, right? Or 3, you're only finding 3 names. And you have, it's like, who is this E. Smith? Well, there's 2 E. Smiths in the phone book. I mean, come on. Like, that's no mystery. That's really kind of like...
Yeah, but as you say, there were some interesting points where it was fun to be diverted to the witch's house and then figure out it wasn't it. And then finding this location where he said, turn right past this, that was kind of fun. But I mean, I agree with you. The parts that were most tempted us, most interesting, like the witch's history. It's not just that we didn't need to resolve the witch's history. It's that there was nothing to figure out for us. Well, we were told her name, and then we were told her address.
To dangle a mystery that is way more interesting to me than, like, where do you think? Do you think E. Smith is this E. Smith or this E. Smith? Interesting. Or, hey, there are these two deaths on the same time, and then there's another person that came in front of town. Which of the is it a possession thing? Is which of the mystery? Like, that's interesting. And then like, no. Try to figure out which E. Smith it is. Yeah,
and I think probably you could say more about the fact that, like, we didn't have any real interaction with her. She wasn't super interesting for us. So I agree. This is probably of all the Mythos tales, it would be ranked at the bottom. I still enjoyed it, though. I mean, I enjoyed playing these games with you, and I enjoyed the discussion.
I think Jonathan kind of hit the nail on the head too by saying, like, why would you put these two right next to each other?
Why are they next? What?
Because like the last one was like, hey, these people were in the play. In the front row of the play, like, and they gave you part of their names, and we weren't solving a mystery. We were going around and finding those people. So you're essentially just finding the people twice in a row. That's a bit weak. I mean, and to have this fascinating idea of, like, the dream. There's two locations for everywhere. It's so interesting. And they really don't do anything much at all with it. Yeah, you make good points. Like if you went to that witch's house at the end and you do the normal one and then you go in the dream world. Like if it said, like, do you want to go into the the cellar or whatever, and then that same thing happens, that would have been fine. You would have not thought about it. But the fact that it's supposed to be this whole dual world, they really don't. I don't know. Well, you make a good point. I mean, I very much enjoy the atmosphere of these worlds and this H.P. Lovecraft world being in there. And everything you're saying is true about the problems and missed opportunities, really missed opportunities. It's like there's a lot of good ideas here, but it's like somebody comes to you and says, I got this great idea. These are my ideas for this thing. And you're like, that sounds awesome. And then you take that as a jumping off point. I feel like that's kind of like most of the mysteries in this one so far. But I do want to make this final point once more, because where I agree with everything you're saying. The only thing that I think really needs to be given credit for here is that this mechanic creates tension. Like, it must be said that the time limits and this worry about taking the Nocturne too much, and if it could hurt us, it does add to the experience of playing it. It's a little bit of a letdown in the end, but it does serve a purpose. It does work. Yeah, I wish that. Yeah, I was going to look into John in just a second, but I mean, again, that's another like missed opportunity where it's like missed opportunity. They're like, you become a little too. No, like you're like wandering, the plains of Lang for like
other than 3 points.
Like something like that would have been.
I agree.
So Jonathan says. One more in other dreams had aliases. We could have had to deduce clues from the dream world and figure out their real identity.
Yeah, it would have been nice to have some mystery back and forth.
Unfortunately, that's not where it went. And they agree wanted more mystery, probably why trying to add more by some of us trying to overcomplicate the witch's history. And I guess the dream world ties in with the mystery for me. It would have been nice to make more deductions based on how things between real world and dream world. When I remember in the beginning, I was like, well, there's a lot of trees. Maybe there'll be some correlation about trees or something. This would be a great time to point out that Gregory Pravat's Bureau of Investigations in Arkham is a spin-off of Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective set in H.P. Lovecraft, much like Mythos Tales. Lots of similarities. That's that one right behind us there, the black one. That absolutely does have a case where you're jumping back and forth and things are changing. You have to pay attention to how one relates to another. So actually, Gregory Pravat pulled off what you're asking for much better. Jonathan played that with me as well. Also pointed out the fact that they brought up that other drug and it really didn't mean anything. So lots of teasing and missed stuff. And he's agrees that the game does do a good job of creating tension. I do agree. Like, I think, it did have an interesting story in terms of like, hey, there's a dream world in the witch and stuff like that. And I like that. I just think like it didn't really, I guess it was like, here's this trailer for this great movie. A good trailer, but not as good. Yeah, I think there was a lot of interesting things here. They just it just seemed half baked.
Yeah, missed opportunities, but I still enjoyed it. I still very much enjoyed the game, and I like being in this world. Like I have fun even if we didn't have an ending. Like if the page was missing from the book, I still enjoy being in this
How
world.
much of this was? I mean, it said a lot of bugs in this, but
we didn't seem that many bugs. Yeah, maybe
I think interesting. Like maybe you could do a little addendum episode of this where you
maybe
like
if we
look up
finish
some
this book,
like
we'll look up some of the others. All right.
You think that's it?
Yeah, I think that's it. Jonathan says, being a bit negative on this case, I'm still on board to see more. Yes, I feel the same way. We'll see if
I don't know.
Gregg
I think I feel like I think I might be done with this system. But you guys can finish these without me, maybe. But I could come back maybe and try some different kinds of cases or whatever.
Well, we've got more. There's a Chronicles of Crime noir fan made expansion that we could try. All right. Well, thanks for playing along with us,
thanks
Gregg.
for letting me crowd in on your routine here.
Always a pleasure. You are always welcome. Thanks to the chat. All right, if you like this video, consider giving it a thumbs up, subscribing.
All the regulars on. That was fun to play with you guys too. So yeah.
All right, well, we'll see you next time.